Can you hear me? Okay. Kelly, so I welcome you to the second day of the conference, and we have received so many different greetings from all over the world, from Australia, Europe, USA, Canada, and now we have I can say my favorite speaker, Kelly Metz-Matthews, a very good friend of mine. Kelly is faculty and assistant program chair in the English as a second language program in San Diego College of Continuing Education, which is in sunny California. Though I know that it's late now, yes, almost 10 p.m. Currently, Kelly is a Stanford University Epic Community College Faculty Fellow. Kelly is active within multiple state, national, international associations and is committed to responsible, humanized writing instruction. Kelly will offer insights into the practice of social annotation that involves commenting on a discourse in an online collaborative environment. My very, very dear Kelly, you are most welcome to give your talk. No? No? Kelly? Sound. Kelly, just a sec. Say something?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. This is, of course, my second year joining you. I very much enjoyed last year, and I'm always just honored to be here and to participate with such incredible colleagues across the globe, apparently. So thank you so much for having me. I'll go ahead and share my screen, and I'll just oh, it looks like I'm disabled. If you could possibly enable sharing, that would be wonderful. All right,
can you do it now?
Try it again. Let's try it again. Nope, still disabled.
Kelly, just bear with us.
Yes, not a problem.
It is a kind of a problem.
That's okay, I can wait. Oh, it looks like it's working now.
Okay.
Here we go.
Good.
Wonderful. Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Excellent. All right. Well, I will get started. Again, my name is Kelly Metz-Matthews. I am, as mentioned, ESL faculty and assistant program chair at the San Diego College of Continuing Education and a Stanford University Epic Community College faculty fellow. I work there to ensure that curriculum is internationalized and that we are including global perspectives in our curriculum. So I'm especially excited to be here today to talk about social annotation as a means of really engaged and humanized writing instruction. Writing instruction causes a lot of anxiety for many students and faculty alike, if we're being honest. And so I'm happy to bring a little bit of humanization to that. I'll get started, I think, by talking about some concepts that I think are in conflict. And perhaps some of us have experienced that as well. First is the fact that the practice of writing itself is often viewed as a solitary act. I think we often have this image of the lone writer sort of scrunched over or hunched over in my mind, it's a typewriter, even though I haven't used a typewriter since a child, but also potentially a laptop. So we have this image of the writer sort of suffering through the writing on their own. But in fact, writing is invariably ameliorated, improved through peer review and feedback. So in many ways, this act that we think of as solitary is not solitary at all and is benefited by social interaction. And I think that's complicated further. So another layer to that is that traditional in-class peer review, this thing that many of us have been doing since we were young and first learning to write, not just in our first, but our second and third languages, the traditional in-class peer review faces a lot of obstacles. I think many of us know what it is like to face students who groan the second we tell them they're going to do peer review as part of their revision process. And I think this is where something like social annotation really comes into play. We have an opportunity to humanize this peer review process. So my goals today are to offer some insights into self and social annotation as I have practiced this with students. So others may experience social annotation in a way that is different from the way I perform this with my students and engage with my students. But I'm going to offer you this one view, and I encourage you to take what works and to leave what doesn't in your particular practice. I also would note I'm using the phrase self-annotation as well as social annotation, and that's because we can't talk about the social until we've talked about the self. So self-annotation is something we'll talk about today, and then social annotation following that. We also will examine some of its inherent benefits. So I'll talk to you not just about some of the things we find in the research, although I won't touch as much on that today, but what I've seen in my own students, some of the data that I have collected informally in my own courses. And I'll share some tips for implementation of social annotation in the current zeitgeist. And of course, by that I mean our current age of artificial intelligence and large language models. Although it looks like we have many others who have addressed and will continue addressing AI, so I'll only touch on that briefly today. So what does social annotation look like if you're not familiar with it as a term, or at least the way I'll be using it here today? Social annotation is engagement in the margins, and I do mean literally in the margins of, say, a Google document or a Word document, of any piece of writing that functions, and these I think are really critical components, functions as a deliberate step-by-step practice, starting with self, then peer, then instructor. Many of us write in the margins of our documents. I have been known to scribble in the margins of books. But what I mean by this is deliberate and step-by-step. This is a conscious act that we are doing, and we are following a specific set of steps. Also, it is that engagement in the margins that is a means of humanized assessment and feedback. It's deliberately so, and as a process for building writerly confidence and identity. These things are thread throughout the steps that I'll be talking about today. I have, just to remind you of how very obvious this is to most of us at first, before we sort of parse through the steps, I have gone ahead and pulled out an excerpt of some of my own writing with my actual comments in the margins. And you can see, I think many of us have done this ourselves. We leave ourselves comments, again, in Google Docs or Word Docs. You can see here I've made a note to myself to double check how I format something. I've questioned, is this too casual? Should I use the first person? Should I do something else? You can see here that I'm considering whether to define something. So it's not unusual for us as academics, as writers, even I think as students, to leave notes for ourselves. And that's one of the reasons I love social annotation, because this first part feels somewhat familiar. We know what it's like to scribble on our writing. So when I talked earlier about the deliberate nature of social annotation, what I meant was we work in rounds. Very often when we are editing a document, we pop in when we have time, we add what I like to think of as sort of willy-nilly comments throughout, but we're not necessarily deliberate in how we annotate and mark up our own writing, and therefore we aren't necessarily deliberate in how we conduct peer review with others. And so when I talk about social annotation, I think of it in these rounds, and I am going to show you examples of this, but I want to give you a sort of a picture first, and then we'll look at some of the specifics. Before we ever annotate socially, we annotate our own writing. So self-annotation is always the first step. And self-annotation is the most important step, and I'll show you why in a moment. But that self-annotation of our writing happens first. Then, of course, the peer response, it goes back to the original writer, the writer response, and then again to the peer, again in deliberate rounds, and so on and so forth, depending on how much time you have. Sometimes I conduct social annotation as a 1 hour everyone link into someone else's Google Doc right here in class. We're going to do this in real time. And sometimes we take our round step by step every 3 days, once in a week, so on and so forth. You decide what works best for your classroom. What does this create when we're very deliberate about creating comment threads in the margins of our work? It creates a really conscious conversation, is what I think it creates. And that conscious conversation comes from round one. It comes from this first step, self-annotation. So the way I have designed self-annotation to work is not the willy-nilly comments, right, that we all leave, that I left in that original screenshot that I shared with you. It's deliberate, it's conscious, it's intentional. So I ask my students to think of comments that they make on their own writing as falling into 3 categories. Those categories are as follows: developmental notes, questions, shows of confidence. These are, I think, really important. I mentioned earlier that this has to be built into the process. Why is self-annotation so important? Before we move on to peer annotation or peer feedback or peer review. The reason it's so important is because it allows us to get targeted feedback in our writing. So very often, when we ask someone to review our work, we send our work out on its own into the world without really asking people specifically what it is we hope to gain from them, what insights we hope to receive. And so self-annotation, marking up your own writing prior to sending it to someone, allows you to receive targeted feedback. It allows you to mark the areas that you think might require additional development and get feedback on those in particular, rather than have them accidentally glossed over. It allows you to ask the questions that you really genuinely want to be answered. If I don't ask a question, I can't expect a peer reviewer to answer the question. And shows of confidence. Shows of confidence are incredibly important, not only because they help us build writerly confidence, but they improve our metacognition around writing, and they help our peer reviewers see what we see in ourselves, and that allows them to help us develop further. So again, targeted feedback is enabled because we're deliberate with the way we self-annotate. So again, developmental notes, and I do have them mark DN for developmental notes, Q for questions, and SOC for shows of confidence. I want them not just to include these things, I want them to be deliberate in showing me, this is what they are. Look, I'm showing you I'm confident in this part of my writing. And I also show them what I mean by that. I get permission from former students. I ask to share some of their work and some of the self-annotations that they have included in that work. And I share those with new students in new courses of mine. And I do that because I want them to understand what, for example, developmental writing looks like, what progress looks like to that end, what type of questions are perfectly normal, and what shows of confidence might look like. But I want them to understand that even the best writers, the most voracious writers, the writers who have been doing this for the longest time and are years ahead of them, still sometimes question their own writing and still sometimes don't know quite how to progress. So I want them to see that. So I show that to them. I'm very deliberate. So I show them, and these are actually some of the comments that I share. I won't be sharing any additional student work with these types of comments with you today. I will share some colleagues' work, but I won't show you any additional student work, but I want you to see some examples of these. So you can see some examples of developmental notes that students self-annotate look like this. Totally not fully developed. I feel like I need something else here, just can't figure out what. I'm not sure I did this part right. What I'm getting at is that this is a gap in the literature that no one seems interested in filling. Note to self. Add citations here. There must be more research on this. I want students to see that these are perfectly acceptable things to think and feel about your own writing, and that whatever you're thinking and feeling about your writing, you can include in those self-annotations. Questions. Again, I want them to see that even the best writers have questions about their writing. Should I add a third research question here instead of having a sub-question here? Does this make any sense? I bet you every single one of us has asked that about some section of our own writing before. Does this need more details maybe, or citations? Does this work here, or would it be better in the reflection section? Now, arguably, some of these you'll note as questions might also be developmental notes, but that's okay. Students can categorize these as one or the other, or even both. And you'll see in another example I'll show you shortly that some individuals have categorized certain self-annotations as both. And then finally, shows of confidence. My favorite one I have added up here at the top. I absolutely love it. Is it weird that I'm in love with my own sentence here? No, it was not, I replied. Incidentally, it was an absolutely breathtaking sentence. I feel like this finally captures what I was trying to say. I think we know the joy in feeling like we finally said what we intended, what we had in our minds. Finally happy with this section. I think adding the subheaders back in really helped. Oh my God, I get it now. The implications follow from the findings. That was from an undergraduate doing some of her first research writing. So these are the types of shows of confidence I want to see from students. Before I move on and give you some additional examples of what this actually looks like in practice, I want to share with you some of what students have actually said about self-annotating in particular, because remember, we don't get to the social until we've done the self. So some of the things that students have said include self-annotating helped me see my capabilities and grow them more deliberately. I felt like I was controlling my own growth as a writer. It helped me control the type of feedback I was getting for places where I was struggling. Again, that's that targeted feedback. I'd like to give you an example of some work by two doctoral students in the process of putting together a book chapter proposal. And so you can see here on the, what at least on my screen is the right-hand side of the screen, you can see here some yellow and blue. You can see the yellow is the first author, so that's the original self-annotation, and the blue was the peer, so that's a peer comment. And this is just round 1 and round 2 here, but you can see the type of things that I might expect to see in these annotations. So the first, the self-annotation, you can see is a show of confidence. Short, sweet, simple, but great. I think I finally like this version of the title. Wonderful. And someone commented back, the peer, I really like it. It gets at all the points that you make. Wonderful. The next one, moving down, it's a question. And this arguably might also have been a developmental note, but again, I leave this to the students. The student wrote, self-annotated their work. I feel like I see more and more scholarly work in the first person, which I think I prefer. Change? So this person is asking a specific question and expecting a specific response. Again, targeted feedback. If the original individual had simply shared their work with a colleague, they may not have received any response on this particular section of the paper, or the proposal, I should say. And so the peer writes back, yes, I agree. And actually, you do use the first person in the prospectus, so I think it would be consistent to use it in the abstract. Here, not only did the person answer their question, but help them see why they would do that. Help them see something that they perhaps hadn't considered yet, that there was some inconsistency in using first person in one section of the paper and third person in another. So again, building deliberate, targeted feedback. And those were just round 1 and round 2. Here you can see a full 4 rounds. So the first round of self-annotation and then several additional comments, highlighting once again the targeted aspect of this. The first author, the self-annotation, wrote, I'm worried I haven't developed this idea enough. and then got a mediocre response. It reads as pretty developed to me. Okay, but we're deliberate. We have multiple rounds, so this isn't over yet. The benefit of being really conscious and deliberate here is the individual wrote back and said, developmental note question, and elaborated. What I keep thinking about is that I've given a technical definition of critical educulturalism, what this particular proposal is about, but I'm not sure it's really clear. Maybe I should define it as compared to educulturalism. So really explained, elaborated why this individual was worried they hadn't developed the idea, and then got a much more detailed, useful response. This again is the benefit of multiple rounds of feedback and annotations. Oh, now that you've explained it more, I think you're right. It's the comparison that matters here. Might be too much for one sentence, like right now, though. What about lengthening this section? So not only did this person now receive a targeted response, but also they received additional feedback that will be useful to them. So what did I generally find? What do I generally find when I do this with students? And again, you've seen me do up to 4 rounds in this last example, but I sometimes do up to 6 and 7 and 8 even. I think truth is that students really like it, or at least from my perspective, they seem to, and certainly that's what I see not only in our evaluations, but that's what I hear in my conversations with students. But what I definitely feel sure of is that students report becoming progressively more comfortable in questioning their own work and acknowledging their growth. I think questioning your own work is really important. And I think that's particularly because sometimes there are so many deficit ideologies around writing and language in general that we start to feel like, well, of course, nothing we do is really good. So questioning our work feels like we're buying into that. But in fact, questioning our work is part of building writerly confidence and becoming better, stronger writers. So I think that's really important. Students also report that the comment threads, so these threads of rounds, in the margins take on some of the symbolic functions of conversations. These really feel like conversations to them. Sometimes when they're talking about the annotation process and these comment threads, they will say, such and such person told me. Well, that person didn't actually tell you, they wrote it down. But it's interesting to me that they take on the language of conversation, of discourse, of oral discourse when they talk about these things. They also report their interactions with peers are more meaningful, and they report more positive use of peer review in general, which is, of course, I think really important since peer review gets a little bit of a bad rap occasionally. And then finally, I want to talk briefly about moving forward today. Large language models like ChatGPT, I think, could be used to replicate some aspects of social annotation. Certainly not all, but some. And I think that we can leverage those benefits, certainly. They might be used to replace the original student work to allow students to practice annotating on work that does not belong to other students, to hone those skills, if you will, before they begin annotating their own work and the work of others. So this might be a way of helping students practice. The one thing it would eliminate is the shows of confidence. You can't show confidence in work that isn't yours. But you certainly have an opportunity to hone those particular skills prior to engaging with that work. I'll just leave you with a quote that I think is particularly poignant when I think about social annotation, and it is this: before they will dare to learn, students must trust that there is no penalty for not knowing. I think one of the strengths of social annotation as a practice for us as instructors is that it helps our students see that it's perfectly okay to question, it's perfectly okay to show that you really like something you've done, and it's perfectly okay to know that you're not quite there yet. That's actually part of the process. And that's one of many reasons that I really love social annotation. With that, I thank you all. I appreciate your time. My email address is here. You're welcome to reach out to me at any time. And I think that is it. I will
Kelly?
stop sharing.
Yeah, Kelly,
Yes.
thank you very much. This was very interesting. Can I have just one clarifying question? We don't have much time for the questions. Self-annotation as opposed to social annotation, or by social annotation you mean commenting on a text in an online collaborative environment?
So self-annotation is, of course, the practice of annotating your own work. But here I'm using self-annotation as a springboard for collaborating socially online with others in a peer review capacity.
Is it
Did
important
that?
that it is online environment?
You know, I think the online environment helps because it provides us with the tools with which to do this in a really quick, timely manner. I don't want to say it wouldn't be possible in an online, in an in-person environment. What I can tell you is I do this in in-person classes all the time, where my students pull out their laptops and use their laptops in real time to work on documents with one another. So in that sense, I suppose you'd call it something of a hybrid. They're working online, but they're sharing the same space. I think the online component allows for these comment threads in a way that's useful to us and relevant to us in our digital environment. But certainly some aspects of this could be replicated in an in-person sort of traditional by hand environment.
So social annotation is not necessarily done online.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No, it could certainly be done in other contexts. I think it would take longer and you might jump
I
through
see.
more hoops, but it could be done.
And probably one more question. Does anyone have any questions to Kelly? Yes, we do have a question.
Great.
Kelly, my name is Evgeny, and thank you very much for your insightful and amazing talk. I have two questions. One is general, one is practical.
But be don't forget to be short because we have
Oh, I see. Okay, let it be one question.
one. Okay.
All right. The question is, as I understand, students need good reflective skills to do self-annotation. Is there a particular course that helps them to develop the skills? Or you do it in your lessons?
Did you say good reflective skills? Was that what I heard?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. You know, I don't know that there's a specific course that I would think of that they could take, certainly critical thinking, and there are others, but that's actually something I teach them as part of the writing process. So I take several courses or several class periods, I would say, to walk them through what that reflective process might look like. So in that case, it's just something that I embed generally into the course. And we do that through a lot of modeling. I pull up my own writing, I self-annotate it, I show them what I've done, I give them lots of examples of others. So there isn't a specific course that I would have them take, but it's certainly something that I embed instructionally in the course.
Thank you, Kelly. It's such a pity that we have to say goodbye, but we do have to say goodbye, but we'll stay in touch. So because we have another speaker, Kelly.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. So we have another speaker. In fact, we have two speakers. Anna, do we have two speakers or one?
I seem to be alone, but I think I will be able to cover both
Okay.
parts.
So Anna Gorizontova worked for the leading international companies active in the area of language education, Cambridge Assessment and Pearson Education for over 20 years. Anna's research interest is connected with language assessment and with interdisciplinary approach to intercultural communication. Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, so as you can see from the topic, we're going to talk about artificial intelligence in assessing productive skills. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay now? Right, thank you. And, well, it was meant to be a double act, but I will probably have to cover both parts, which actually is not a big deal. But let me just quickly go through the agenda and what we are going to cover. So first of all, just how do I How do I get to the next one? And
You can use the keyboard.
okay, right. So, sort of my part, but now both are mine. Technology and language testing, an overview of what has been happening in this area. Then why actually more and more players, big players in the market, and more organizations like educational institutions interested and requiring language testing are looking at AI, artificial intelligence driven solutions. And what actually we have done so far. And as a continuation of that, this is the second part where we will look at in more detail at how the system works, at what we've achieved so far, and what we plan to do next. First of all, AI seems to be revolutionizing everything in language testing and language teaching, but albeit it is a very important step in the development of at least assessment, language assessment. This is not the first big change, and here at this slide I was trying to show that there were a number of revolutionizing steps made before. For example, it may seem a little bit strange, but the first computer-assisted tests were run as long ago as 1962. And then the next step was, but that was, on computers which occupied somewhat like, this hall altogether. Then with the appearance of PCs, the next step was computer-based testing and automated assessment of receptive skills when the system marks correct answers in reading and listening. The next step was adaptive testing, and it is still used quite a lot, and including here at this university. Finally, well, not finally, internet-based testing. Then online proctored exam, because, internet-based testing can happen in the exam center, and on increasing, scale, it can happen from anywhere, from candidates' home, for example. And finally, artificial intelligence, assessing not receptive skills, which are nothing new actually, but already productive skills, writing and speaking. So what are the push factors in language testing, in using AI technology and technology in general in language testing? So first of all, definitely we are dealing with a new cohort, a new generation of users who are digital natives, for whom using technology in learning, in being tested, is nothing new actually. So in a way it is much easier than with older generation which are who are more used to paper and pen and paper testing. Then definitely, well, if we talk about big players in the market, definitely it is a business, very sophisticated educational business, but still business. So they need to look at what customers want. And customers want, first of all, quick results turnaround. So not to wait for 6 weeks until your results are released. So therefore, any technological solutions, including artificial intelligence, looking at their speaking and writing helps a lot. Well, pricing is always an issue, and here artificial intelligence doesn't help a lot, to be honest. And something that also is not directly connected with AI is flexibility in terms of when and where to take the exam. And actually, I think the competition for the introduction of AI started about 15 years ago by Pearson announcing that they will be automating the marking and scoring of the productive skills. And let us look at what we usually think about the use of artificial intelligence in assessment, what is right and what is wrong about that. So the first thing is that AI does everything much faster. And this is true because you will see the rate at which, for example, we here at MIPT analyze, or not we, AI analyzes writing works. Then the next one, yes and no, assessment done by artificial intelligence is cheaper. In a way, but it really comes much later, because actually setting the system, it is a very, well, labor-consuming and, well, finance-consuming process. So you can't say from the very beginning that it is a good financial solutions. And AI is fully objective. Again, yes and no, because this is a very interesting consideration in literature that albeit AI doesn't have any personal preferences or anything like that, unlike human raters. But still there are people who program it, still are people who, feed into the process. And their way of thinking, their priorities still have some influence at the results, influence of the results. Then, computers are trained to do what people do. This is actually not quite right, because computers, at least now, they cannot, artificial intelligence at the current stage of its development, cannot think as a human does. And so what happens, AI is well, fed with lots of assessments coming from people, and actually matches the, well, writing, for example, sample given to it with a huge number of different decisions taken by humans. But it's not that it really consciously makes the decision, thinks about it from different angles and so on. No, it's just kind of a matching exercise. Then, and this is actually the description of how it happens. And definitely it is a different way from what human raters do, but with a lot of effort we can somehow make those two ways of judging writing and speaking as close as possible. The next one, please. So what has been done so far by, well, big players? There is only, in terms of high stakes exams, which means exams that open doors to the majority of universities, give one visas to study or to work or to live in a country and so on. It is only PTA Academic that uses completely, automated, AI-driven writing and speaking tests. Two other very big players like ETS, producing TOEFL, TOEIC, Cambridge Assessment, use a so-called hybrid method which combines AI judgment with human input. I will just show in a second how it works. And while TOEFL is a high-stakes exam and it is fully, well, it uses AI for making judgments, Cambridge Assessment still is trying it on a low-stakes test, which is called LinguaSkill. And definitely we have something like, well, a new kids on the block like Duolingo, which became very popular during the COVID time, which is fully automated, but definitely this is not such a high-level exam as, for example, PTA Academic or IELTS or TOEFL. So this is how the hybrid system works. It's the Cambridge model. So actually, if AI is absolutely clear, confident in the results of its marking, then It goes directly into the results to users, to candidates. Whereas if the judgment is still not 100% clear, or the system itself doesn't give very clear results, so it goes through the human examiners. And the results of what human examiner says goes back to AI to further train it. Then, what are the obvious benefits of using AI in assessing productive skills? First of all, speed, as we said, and ability to quickly process big, huge, sometimes text corpora. Although, as we said, AI is not 100% impartial, but still it has a very high level of agreement with the general, well, the total, or average, rather, number of judgments from humans. And sometimes the percentage of agreement between the machine and the total, group of human raters is better, is higher than the percentage of difference between individuals. And definitely AI systems, they are constantly fine-tuned. People tend to, stuck in their beliefs and in their actions, while AI is constantly developing and constantly, provided with new data, which makes its judgment, better, clearer, and so on. Can we go next, please? Then, what about criticism? There is, although, unlike the situation, say, even 5 years ago, much more people now believe in the future, in the bright future of artificial intelligence in language assessment. But there are still some drawbacks. For example, when it comes to assessing writing, AI cannot cope with any manifestations of creativity. Because if somebody, for example, a very sophisticated person wants to put a, quotation, a Latin quotation into the text, so definitely the system will not recognize it. If you use a quotation from Shakespeare with, old kind of spelling, again. But actually, if we talk about exam writing, it is never too creative, so this is not a big deal, to be honest. Then it still cannot look very deep into content, and still struggles sometimes with extra-linguistic characteristics like coherence, cohesion, and so on, and looks mostly at the language as such. But it is getting smarter. And for example, here is the case of how Pearson does it. So they have a so-called vector system. When the system, their intelligent essay assessor, identifies similarity between thoughts which are expressed with different vocabulary but mean the same, like you see two examples, and for example, team of doctors and several physicians, the system already recognizes as synonyms. So this is a huge step forward. And in terms of speaking, what can be difficult with speaking? Recognizing accents, and it is still for Pearson, for example, because there are, even newspaper articles criticizing some exam results. They do not always, the system does not always recognize different accents, and it has very specific understanding of intonation and, sentence stress, and it is very strict in judging any, deviations from what it thinks to be the best one. And also, this stops actually Cambridge Assessment from using AI in assessing speaking at their own exams, not at IELTS, but at something like CAE. It is that AI is not able to assess interactive communication, which is the most common, the most typical way of communicating between people when you are not producing a monologue, but when you are interacting with a partner, and it can't do this. And finally, this is something that we keep hearing from, for example, YG and OGE candidates, that it is not very natural to speak to this computer screen. People still, even young people, they still prefer to speak to their peers rather than to a machine. And the final part of my part is what is happening here at MIPT. So first of all, we need to run two big, massive testing a year. So first, to test newcomers, freshers, first-year students of all programs, and we need to then confirm, or students need to confirm their success in learning a language at a certain level at the end of the academic year. So we have two different types of tests. The first is an adaptive one. The second one is a level one. And we definitely have big numbers of candidates for about 1,000 for adaptive and more than 4,000 for level tests. And definitely we need, so we have big numbers and we need quick results, because definitely we all understand that at the end of the semester we need to give marks. At the beginning of the school year, academic year, we need to put students into the correct groups and so on. And so therefore, the only solution for us is using automated assessment and including the automated AI-driven assessment of productive skills. And this is what our testing system called the STOCK is about. Which is being developed and still will be developed for some years to come, since 2022. And at this stage, let me please hand over to my partner, Tendai, who will continue with explaining what exactly we do here and how it works.
Good day, colleagues. Would like to extend the talk to discuss the engineering aspect of the ESTOC system. In my presentation, I will discuss the automated system and the processing of evaluation of written and spoken English proficiency. Basically, the system has a complex of programs or artificial intelligence agents which we use. Initially, the first one is based on extracting the text features like errors and styles, and they group them in frequencies relative to the to words, sentences, and even to the whole document. And these language text features grouped into penalized or rewarded features, so as to create an intelligent report on what level this text was submitted. So I'll dive quickly to the errors which are identified by our system. Basically, we have a deep Pavlov system, which looks into grammatical sequences or grammatical errors generally, and all the others like punctuation, factual errors, also connectivity, and lexical errors. As you can see in the example shown here, written service annotation, the service managed to detect and localize the error and what particular error it is. We also managed to extract the positive uses of styles or typical constructs that are commonly associated with a specific safe level. Examples of these are like justifications. If the examinee put some justifications in their text, we annotate that and give it as a positive mark for the final evaluation. We also detect introductions and conclusions, establishment of topic sentences. We can also delve into coherence and correlation to the question that will be provided by use of summarizing the text and calculating the similarity to the question that was provided. We also look into the frequency of academic words or phrases that are common to a specific CRF level. An example of a full annotation which shows errors and typical constructs as well as style, arguments, or personal opinion in the text can be clearly seen in this slide. I've annotated here the errors in red color and typical constructs. For example, here, this person provides an opinion and an argument, as well as a conclusion, which enables the system to accurately quantify what level the examinee will be allocated to. After collecting all these features from the text that we input to the system, we process these annotations into a machine learning system. Currently, we're using a decision tree because so far the data set is still low, but it is already showing positive results. And we plan on extending this into more and robust new networks, like the new large language models that are becoming popular over the recent months. We also combine features and predictions with other established systems that are already available, that are used, for example, Duolingo, Text Inspector, etc. On the aspect of the spoken language, so far we have devised a method of converting spoken language into text, and then we put that text that we would have transcribed from the spoken language back into the system that we discussed previously. And we provide an evaluation and output in CRF level. On the aspect of the metrics of this system, so far we have achieved an impressive accuracy value of 73. Here the service is agreeing with the expert level annotations and CRF scores. And we have also managed to optimize this system so that it runs at a very high speed of 5 sample texts of average of 1,000 words at 5 samples per second, and we're doing this on a GPU accelerated server. And this infograph generally shows the global description of how the system works. We get the input text and we analyze the style, the errors, and typical constructs, and output the relative CRF level. And then for the possible future, we are looking at preparing larger data sets with expert annotated text, and as well as the system annotations as well, and continued training of these models so that we can achieve at least 95% coordination between the expert and the system. And we also use the data sets annotated by multiple experts, and we get the average the annotation as a whole. And then we also plan on implementing continuous integration and improvement of this system so that it continues developing and becoming a global standard. And I hope I've managed to explain the engineering aspect of this system in the simplest way that I can. And if there's any questions, please you can proceed to ask questions.
Thank you, Tendai. Let me introduce first Tendai, who was a bit late for the conference. Okay, Tendai Chikake is a PhD student here at MIPT in discrete mathematics, applied combinatorics for machine learning operations and general optimizations. And apart from that, Chikake, or Tendai, in fact, that's his first name, Tendai, is an engineer working in the Department of Foreign Languages, so he is part of our community. And probably some of you have questions. Okay, Amit. another student
So-
of this university, a PhD
Yes,
student.
yes, my name is Amit. I'm a PhD student, and she's my professor, Elena Pasanova. So my question is, in speaking aspects, how can you like in future or right now, can you analyze confidence level of a student or examinee or fluency? Because in speaking, if a human examiner is there, they can examine easily a fluency and a confidence level of a student, and they mark on those things. Because I have given IELTS, and they mark on your confidence level too. So can your AI also analyze or assess on that level?
Well, basically, I can give a conclusive answer directly, but what I can assure you is that our system collects also the time frame that was provided by the speaker, as well as the expressions with the face, because we're using a video camera with audio, and then it transcribes all the data, and we utilize that in the ensemble so that we can have a definitive or rather a relative score of the confidence and the fluence and the coherence of all the spoken text.
If I like to add, I think you can use neural networks in the future to analyze the voice recognitions of variations, vibrations in the voice, which means a student is not confident enough. Or you can also use up facial recognitions to analyze facial patterns, where you can say that a student is not even have a good eye contacts and stuff. So it also tells your confidence level. So I'm just giving you my suggestions, and that's enough.
Yes,
Thank you.
this is definitely important that we add that, and thank you for your contribution. We had only looked into the facial expressions and the text and the time frame of the spoken text, but we're definitely going to consider that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tendai. Probably one more question for Anna, a quick one, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. Is there any chance that this particular test, the testing system TESOL that we are developing here, will become a standardized test required for admission to Russian universities?
Well, I think that definitely it has full potential to become used wider than just at MIPT, however big the application here at MIPT is. And I think we already have interests from other universities, and we do hope that in the foreseeable future, very foreseeable future, if you can say so, it will be used not just here, but by a much wider number, much bigger number of universities and users.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tendai. Thank you, Anna. And we are moving to another speaker, and the speaker is from China. Yan Nin is Vice Director of the First College English Teaching and Research Division of School of Foreign Studies, Harbin Engineering University. And in her talk, Yan Nin will explore AI integration in engineering English education, focusing on teaching and assessment. Right? Yan Nin, you're welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see your presentation. Probably okay. Full screen, and we can see and hear you well. Good.
Okay. Can you see my image?
Yes.
You can also see my image, my face.
Your
I'm
face.
speaking.
Not
Okay, but-
full face, but okay, most part of your face.
Because I cannot see myself. I'm sorry. Okay, let's begin. Distinguished colleagues, it's a great honor to be here and participate in this great conference, and to have a chance to talk about my insights on the AI techniques. And the title of my speech is Approaches to Teaching and Evaluating Engineering English Writing in the Context of AI. And my name is Yan Ning. I'm a faculty member of Harbin Engineering University. Okay, and these are the main contents for my speech. My first part goes to the development of writing models, and I want to trace back a brief history of the development of writing models. Within the context of AI, the teaching mode has witnessed great challenges. As educators of engineering university students, being facilitated with the innovative teaching methodologies and assessment strategies tailored to the AI techniques is a necessity. This essay explores progressive methodologies for instructing and assessing English writing. Okay. Writing involves a complex cognitive process that has undergone a relatively lengthy developmental journey. Starting from the early 20th century, writing researchers have proposed a series of models to explain the process of writing. The study of writing methods has mainly experienced writing approaches centered around the product in the early 20th century, text-centered approaches in the 1940s, process-centered approaches from the early 1960s and 1980s, sociocultural integrated approaches from the 1980s to the early 21st century, and writing approaches incorporating emerging technological means from the 1990s to the present. So one of the first earliest and enduring models of a writing theory is classical rhetorics, originating in ancient Greeks with scholars like Aristotle and Plato. This model emphasizes persuasion and effective communication. In Aristotle's Rhetoric, written in the 4th century BCE, he outlined 3 persuasive appeals: etho, patho, and legal. Classical rhetoric focused on structuring argument, using language effectively, and tailoring communication to specific audiences. And the second earliest, one of the earliest school of writing models is linguistic model. It appears firstly in the middle 20th century. This inception of writing theory can be traced back to linguistic models, where scholars such as Saussure and Chomsky played critical roles. In Saussure's structuralism introduced the early 20th century emphasized the study of a language structure, and as Chomsky's transformation generative grammar he proposed in 1950s provided insights into the innate linguistic structures underlying human writing. And the third main school of a writing model is called process-oriented writing. It was quite popular among 1960s to 1980s. In mid-20th century saw the emergence of a process-oriented writing, championed by scholar Donald Murray. In his seminal work, Teach Writing as a Process, Not Product, Murray argued for reviewing writing as a recursive process involving pre-writing, drafting, revising, and editing. And this model shifted the focus from the final product to the stages of creation, encouraging writers to engage in self-reflection and multi-drafts. And the fourth one goes to cognitive models. It is built on the foundation laid by process models. It examined the cognitive aspect of writing, and scholars like Berreiter introduced it, highlighting the importance of social and cognitive interactions in the development of writing skills. And the fifth one goes to the genre-based writing. In late 20th century, genre-based writing instruction gained prominence. Scholars such as John Swales and Christian Fig contributed to the understanding of writing as situated with a specific academic or professional genres. This approach emphasizes teaching students to recognize and produce various types of discourses, preparing them for real-world writing tasks. This writing model focuses on the conventions and communicative purposes of different textual forms and preparing writers for academic and professional contexts. And the last one introduced here is digital age and multimodal writing. The advent of the digital age brought about new challenges and opportunities for English writing instruction. With the rise of digital communication, there was a growing recognition of the importance of multimodal literacy. And writing instruction expanded to include the creation of texts that integrate various modes such as text, image, video, and sound. And so much for my first chapter. In the following chapter, in chapter 2, I want to introduce AI-assisted engineering academic writing course design, combined with my individual teaching experience and teaching practice in our university, Harbin Engineering University. In the 21st century, the integration of AI has redefined the writing models. AI-driven approaches through language processing and machine learning aim to enhance writing efficiency, provide feedback, and even generate content autonomously. The design of AI-assisted teaching for engineering academic writing signifies a progressive approach aimed at enhancing learning experience. By harnessing the capabilities of AI, the teaching design seeks to provide students with advanced tools and methodologies to refine their academic writing skills. The incorporation of AI technology not only facilitates personalized feedback and guidance, but also opens up new visions for exploring innovative teaching strategies. And before talking about my own experience in teaching academic, especially engineering English, I want to talk about some background. I want to talk about some difficulties that I obtained, that I encountered while my teaching process. Okay, then it is very difficult for the English teachers to teach some professional English, and because we don't have enough professional knowledge, previous knowledge, and it's very difficult for us to understand the professional articles, especially with some very complicated terminologies. So, but now with the assistance of AI, we figure out a way to solve these kind of objectives for us. Okay. And then next one, I want to talk about the integration of basic writing skills and engineering specialties. Okay, teaching engineering writing is very challenging for English teacher. And one difficulty lies in technical nature of engineering language with the complex terminology and specific writing pattern, and which requires teacher to understand both the English language and engineering concepts, such as the optimistics, the thermodynamics, and these concepts are all the major unit for this semester in my university. And so these knowledge requires teachers to understand a lot of professional knowledge, including some knowledge in the field of physics, in the field of chemistry, and so on. And teaching this kind of professional English with an academic purpose involves guiding students in understanding and following various documentation and the citation styles commonly used in various kinds of disciplines and different kinds of subjects. And this adds an extra complexity and difficulty as students need to learn not only how to express technical ideas, but also how to properly reference and format their work according to industry and professional standards. And another challenge is transitioning from casual conversational English to the more formal and structured style expected in engineering writing. And this shift in tone and in style, coupled with adherence to specific formats and conventions, poses great challenges for both teachers and also students. And so under this circumstance, AI can well assist language teachers to tackle the professional discourses. To effectively incorporate AI into writing instruction, teachers should focus on fundamental writing skills with the unique aspects or unique features of engineering. And the AI-assisted instructional design, according to me, can include the following aspect. Firstly, the task-centered approach. Under this approach, I assign writing tasks that align with the engineering contexts, allowing students to apply general writing skills in a specialized setting. And then, secondly, I try to design my class into a kind of a seminar style teaching and within the context of the flipped classroom. That means before class, the teachers will make some SPOC or some MOOC lectures, and then we will post them into some platform and with some exercise and with some leading knowledge and with some assistance of reading, and the students will study them beforehand. And while they sit in the classroom, they will be divided into several learning groups, and they can cooperate with the assignments before and after class, and also conduct group discussions on class to share their ideas and share their outcome of their study by themselves. And there are some related techniques leading here. We can also facilitate, or we can also employ some platform, some website, or some smartphone applications, and integrated some AI tools that offer relevant writing techniques specific to engineering disciplines and aiding students in developing a more technical writing skills. Okay, and the third one, utilizing AI for creating learning materials. In professional engineering, articles are very difficult to understand for language teachers. And there are some, especially if students need to get access to some very advanced frontier knowledge in their major relating to their professional knowledge. It is very difficult for language teachers to understand them or or teaching them or teach them. Okay, so then we can seek for AI for help, and with AI we can do the following things. The first thing is topic generation. AI, we can use AI to learn some current and relevant topics related to both general writing and engineering themes. And then material provision. AI can assist in collecting and providing a variety of materials, such as articles, research papers, and case studies to enrich students' understanding and the content development. And then we can ask AI to offer some expressions and some samples, especially to create some personalized target. Okay, and as well, we can also ask AI with the proper prompts. We can ask AI to create some exercise and tests. And finally, we can ask AI to generate some feedback. Implement AI-driven feedback system to provide instant and constructive feedback on students maybe writing or their some sentence paraphrasing or other writing assignments, focusing on both general writing principles and engineering specific requirements. And then I want to introduce my own case. In the book, General Academic Engineering English, which is used by our university this semester for some major student, there is a writing task to describe a flow chart, to describe a very professional diagram, which is even a little bit for the language teacher, we ourselves. So I input prompts in ChatGPT like 1, please design a guide for writing a flowchart. And 2, please provide some common expressions and sample sentences for describing a flowchart. And then 3rd, provide some writing steps for selected writing task, and modify and polish the sample. And 4, regarding the assigned writing task, please write a checklist. And beforehand, we have a reading comprehension, and this is a warm-up reading, and I've inputted in ChatGPT and asked it to analyze the academic linguistic features of the following passage. And then ChatGPT offers me some very professional and detailed analysis, ranging from format, tone, specialized vocabulary, to comparison and contrast the structure, writing pattern. And based on that, I can develop my own understanding, and that means I modify it, I take it as a reference, and I change it into a more suitable and proper one for my student. Okay, and this is the checklist as mentioned by me. So after student finishing their writing task, I asked the ChatGPT to write a writing task based on a kind of a direction, and then ChatGPT offers me a very good one, and I also, based on that, I also revise it and modify it and change it into a more individual and suitable one. Okay, and the last chapter I want to introduce AI-assisted writing evaluation and feedback. Firstly, I want to introduce AWE system. In the late 1990s and the early 21st century, various automated essay scoring or writing evaluation systems emerged, including IEA, IntelliMetric, eReader, BackSci, and others. In the past decade, domestic automated essay grading systems in China have also made significant progress with a notable platforms such as iWrite, English writing, teaching, and evaluation system, and the PCAT corrector and the rewriter, and so on, like the following websites show here. Okay, and these are all platform, automated platform, AWE platform. Okay, and I want to talk about among all these platform, I want to introduce one which is widely used in China. It is called the iWrite platform, and it is an English teaching and assessment system widely used in Chinese universities, and it is designed based on in-depth research into college English writing instruction, and utilizing machine intelligence to evaluate students' English writing in 4 main dimensions: language, content, discourse structure, and technical specification. And so I'm not sure if I'm out of time.
You are a bit.
I already did. And then
Just
I want
a
to,
bit.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And so this platform conducts intelligent assessment based on 4 dimensions. One, word processing feedback primarily helps students identify the accuracy of a word usage in their writing. And the sentence processing feedback mainly assists students in understanding the coherence and coordination of sentences in their writing. And third, discourse structure feedback primarily helps students accept the logical organization of paragraphs. And fourth, discourse intention feedback helps students determine whether theme and innovation in their writing align with the feedback received. So the followings are my screenshot, and these are my own teaching practices. And for recently, within this semester, I have already assigned several writing tasks here. Okay, and these are the different names of the students mentioned here, and their summation time and their duration of writing and their scores like this. Okay, and I take one student as a sample here. The full score is 15, and this student got 13.2. And after his writing, the platform offers a score and also some analysis of his writing from the language, content, discourse structure, and the techniques and the format here. And there is also a kind of AI analysis. That means if the students press this button, and they can find a analysis to their main idea and structure, similar to this. Okay, and there are some alternations to reform students of their grammatical and the language mistakes here. Okay, but there are a lot of disadvantage. This kind of a system fails to offer specific suggestions for improvement in areas such as context, logic, and overall essay structure. But ChatGPT can fill in this kind of gap and contributes to a high degree of flexibility, achieving efficient, accurate, and comprehensive writing evaluation. So in the future, I think we should combine both this kind of system platform with ChatGPT to help us to get a better and more prompt feedback to students writing and finish our evaluation. Okay, and so this is my conclusion part. And in conclusion, the integration of AI technology in college English writing instruction holds immense potential to transform the learning experience. By blending foundation writing skills with the specialized requirements of engineering disciplines, teachers can create a more engaging and personalized educational environment. So utilizing AI enhances the adaptability and effectiveness of a writing instruction, ensuring that students receive tailored support throughout their learning journey. I'm sorry, I wasted a lot of time. And that's all for my speech, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your very, very interesting presentation, which is of particular interest to me because I teach research writing and technical writing, but unfortunately, we don't have much time for questions. We can just have one question from the audience. Is there? Okay, I will ask you just one very quick question.
Okay.
So, what makes engineering writing different from research writing? So, engineering writing is definitely different from original research paper writing. Just 1, 2, 3, just think.
I think engineering writing focuses more the process of experiment and some applications, And so in the writing and in the academic published writer as well as students writing sample, there are a lot of pictures and figures and some description of experiment and
So
some
content
Yeah.
is different, but okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your contribution. It was very useful for all of us. And we have to move to the next speaker, Spencer Harrison. Spencer, are you with us? Spencer, okay.
Yes.
Spencer, let me first introduce you, and then I will give you the floor. Spencer Harrison is currently serving as Fulbright English teaching assistant at Karaganda Buketov University in Kazakhstan, where he's also leading public writing clubs, which is great. Spencer's research interests include international education, multilingual pedagogy, and writing center studies, with a particular interest in facilitating international writing and tutor exchanges and virtual collaboration. Spencer, you're welcome, okay, to give your talk.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We cannot see your presentation. Probably you need to share
Okay,
it.
I'm just putting it up right now. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay.
And can you make it full screen?
All right.
Great.
Yes. Okay, so yes, the title of the presentation is Stream of Consciousness and Creative Writing in the English as Additional Language Classroom and English for Academic Purposes. So let's see. All right, so what do I mean when I say stream of consciousness writing? I'm really a big fan of Peter Elbow's work and applied it to my own writing. And then, which the simple version, right, is it's just the regular practice of stream of consciousness writing, like basically writing as fast as you can, where you don't worry about grammar, spelling, punctuation, anything like that, just to try and get ideas on the page. And it also overcomes things like writing block and sort of just general anxiety about academic writing. And then basically, once you kind of do that, then you just continually rewrite and revise that sort of free writing to whatever your writing goal is. In this case, we'll say academic writing. But so that really only works, as far as I know, because you're basically translating verbal fluency into written fluency, right? And then so when you're learning any language as an additional language, you might not necessarily have that verbal fluency to then translate into writing fluency, right? But so I still think there are like really big, great benefits to trying to apply this in additional language education. So let's see. So what are the solutions here? So one solution to overcome, not having verbal fluency to translate into written fluency is, of course, for the first like free writing draft, right? You just write in whatever your native language is, right? And then in subsequent drafts, you revise and translate into English, right? Which is what I think that's pretty common. But so basically, I'll skip some of this because I have more content than I can get to. But basically, then there's kind of like a middle way, right? So write in the native language. The target language is English, right? And so while you're doing this free writing, try and write as much in English, the target language, as you can while you're using your native language, right? So if you're writing and you realize you know the vocabulary word for one of those words, write it in English, right? Or if you know a phrase, sentences, blah, 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 write as much as you can. And then when you run out of that vocabulary, right? Like switch back to whatever your native language is, just to maintain the fluency. And again, like keep the ideas flowing in these kind of first draft stages, right? So what happens is so I've done this a little bit, right? Like I've started to try and experiment this with myself, right? And what happens is slowly, you start to think and write more in the target language, even if you start out in the native language, right? So let's see. So some difficulties, right? So then this will kind of make it a little bit more complicated, but so if the languages that you're trying to switch from have different alphabets, right? Like that can be pretty tricky. If you're handwriting, that's not as big of a problem, right? But then when you go to typing, which is typically you can type much faster, right? When you go to typing, then you're switching between keyboards, right? And then finger layouts of these letters, right? Which is, it's not easy. But so nevertheless, right? Like still trying to maintain that like fluency stream of consciousness, right? Is just like do your best, don't go back and make mistakes. And again, the more and more you practice this, the better you get at it, right? So let's see. So, and then kind of a way to sort of like bridge the gap between completely switching alphabets is to transliterate the languages, right? So for example, if the native language is Russian, right, and the target language is English, start out in Russian and then start transliterating English words into, Cyrillic, right? So that way you're not switching alphabets. It's still kind of weird to do, right? But it's a little bit easier and maintains a little bit more fluency to, again, just transliterate rather than switch the whole alphabet. Nevertheless, once you kind of build up this proficiency in that, right? And you know the vocabulary, more vocabulary, you can write more in the target language, then it kind of makes sense to start switching alphabets on the keyboard, right? So let's see. So this is like a very, rudimentary example of this. And then this is actually English to Russian because this is my writing and native language is English, trying to write some Russian, right? So I'll kind of talk you through a little bit of this that wouldn't actually be, verbalized in my head, but while I'm writing, trying to do this sort of like stream of consciousness fluency thing, this is kind of what's happening, right? So I start out in English and I'm like, and I'm like, oh, I know that word in Russian, right? Which is yeah. But so I don't want to switch alphabets yet, so I just transliterate it into English. And so on and so forth, right? I kind of do a mix of this English, Russian, in Latin alphabet, right? And then I kind of realized, hey, I actually knew most of those words in Russian. So now let me switch keyboards, switch alphabets, and I'm going to write in Russian now. And as you can see, my Russian is very, very bad. And then so kind of when I run out of Russian, right, then I start transliterating back into English, but in the Cyrillic alphabet, right? And then I kind of fall back because I just then switch back into English, right, and still try and transliterate, but the rest of it is mostly just English, right? So that's kind of like the basic idea. And like I said, like the more I do this and practice this, the better I get, although obviously I am still at the very beginning levels. But so let's see. So, I mean, this is going to take a long time, I mean, right? Learning language takes a long time, but once you then do develop a proficiency or mostly proficiency in typing in the target language, English, right? Then you can just start working on more of like the purpose of like what Elbow, you know, would say is the purpose of his, you know, sort of free writing method, which is working towards academic writing, right? And I think even before that, the first step would kind of be just working more towards standard usage, right? Although that's also then kind of contradictory to Elbow's philosophy. But in other words, like in this sort of method, right, you can sort of shift goals to whatever you want it to be, right? Like if you want to shift now to start, you know, shifting your fluency in the target language English to more standard usage, right? You can go ahead and do that like slowly. If you would rather still kind of focus on building towards like academic writing and main ideas and a thesis and structure and blah, 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 and so forth, you probably still let go of standard usage and you're going to focus on composition elements, right? And then you can go back and sort of revise standard usage. Let's see. Okay, so that's mostly, I'll jump back here. That's mostly like the strict applications to academic writing. But so then another challenge is, right, is like if, you know, and I assume a lot of people here, right, are teaching academic writing at the university level, at that point, you're not teaching language anymore, right? Or probably very little. So you don't kind of have like the luxury of being able to apply these methods to like beginning early language level use if they're not already there, right? So, however, I think it really benefits and prepares a writer and a speaker to do this while doing additional language education. To prepare for the more complex task, right? But so then it also just has a lot of benefits for language acquisition in general and not necessarily, you know, writing, although then they're related, right? So as I was saying, the reason why Elbow's method works in the beginning is you're translating verbal fluency into writing fluency, but so the opposite is also true, right? Like the more you develop writing fluency, the more you develop verbal fluency, right? Because like I said, when I've started doing this, I try and start developing my written fluency in the target language, and it's just training my stream of consciousness, right, to think more in the target language. That way, when I go out in the world, I'm more prepared to think of and speak in whatever my target language is, right? So, and then of course, then it's like a feedback loop, right? Like verbal fluency is going to increase your written fluency, and it kind of goes there in a circle, right? So that's why I think it would really be good to start this as soon as possible. So I think I'm gonna skip this part, except to say, right, like, again, you know, Elbow's method is really all about like overcoming the anxiety of academic writing, which can be very intimidating, right? And then so when we're talking about, you know, English for academic purposes, English as an additional language, there's also this, you know, anxiety about just communicating in the language itself, like forget about even academic writing, right? So that's why I think this is good, especially at the beginning stages, to just kind of get over that like speaking in a foreign language anxiety. let's see, what do we have here? So I already touched on this actually before, so I'll move on. Okay, so I also touched on this. So I will say, so again, this is kind of moving more towards English language acquisition rather than just writing. But so then to me, it actually makes more sense, right? Because when you're learning your native language, right, like natural language acquisition, what you're actually doing, right, is when you go into a formal institutional education situation, right, you already have some fluency in the native language, right, by virtue of you just growing up in that language environment. That then in school, then you apply the formal rules of the language, right? So in other words, you develop a fluency first, and then only afterwards you start to revise that fluency with standard usage, right? So I think that like same sort of model in additional language education can really work pretty well, right? And obviously there's differences and not everything is going to be able to be replicated exactly, but nevertheless, I think a lot of these sort of like fluency exercises could really help. Let's see, because like, and so a lot of this presentation is really just based on my own like experience and sort of experiments and trying to learn how to do this, right? And so I'll talk very briefly about my own additional language education, which focused very specifically in the beginning on, you know, the alphabet, pronunciation, vocabulary, and grammar rules, and only working within that very small contained set of language parameters, right? And then so also the very big emphasis was on correct usage. And then so any mistakes, right, were like pointed out and tried to correct, right? But so that that super hyper focus is actually really bad for fluency, because then I'm constantly just thinking about how do I say this in the right way? Is that the right way? I don't know the word for that. I can't say that. I don't know the grammar word for that. I can't say that. And then usually I just don't say anything, right? So like 100%, there's no substitute for all those things like correct pronunciation and grammar and vocabulary and spelling. However, I think it's basically like an incomplete approach to additional language education. So let's see. So there's very simple ways to do this, even at the most beginning levels, right? Which ultimately then I think actually works better in writing because you have a little bit more time to think, right? So just simple things as like free associating vocabulary words, right? And then I would even, which is what most language education already does, but even a more emphasis on cognates, right? Like let's just learn cognates for a little while and then practice like trying to combine those in different ways and free associating, right? And developing some sort of like fluency with that, which is like a kind of a smaller bridge to cross because the words are already similar in the native language, right? And then you're not worrying about grammar. And so you're just getting used to like thinking and speaking, writing in this target language. And so obviously it's less emphasis on like coherence and meaning and semantic meaning, but more of an emphasis on fluency. Whereas then in other exercises, right, then you'll focus on standard usage and creating coherent speech. Let's see. So yeah, I already touched on. Yeah, we'll keep moving. Because then, all right, so basically, so then, you know, then what I've kind of been describing, right, is kind of a translingual approach to language education, to writing, right? You're mixing languages, you're kind of leveraging different aspects of each one, emphasizing different features, and then so ultimately what you're doing is like you're kind of creating broader communication skills just in general, right? Like if you're doing the things like basically transliterating the target language into your own language, into your own alphabet, basically into your own pronunciation, you're starting to get familiar with how a native speaker in the target language might kind of, sound in English, right? And then when you go to like interact with native speakers, you already have kind of a little bit more of a head start, so to speak. So then again, there's all kinds of different combinations that we could go with, but so that's the basic idea. But then so we'll go to let's see. So we'll try and get to I got a few minutes left. We'll try and get to the creative writing part. What is this? This bar is blocking my. Oh, yeah. So this is a basic like composition exercise that you could do even again at like lower levels of language, right? Which is just doing this free writing stuff in class, right? And then you exchange it with a peer and try and get, sort of a collaborative process going and having students like interpret their classmates' work and give them feedback on what is clear, what isn't clear, because in this free writing process, right, like you're not using standard usage. But then so the also benefit of that is if you are working with your classmates, share your native language, you're trying to work in the target language, the mistakes you all make are going to be similar. And then the mistakes are actually going to be more, recognizable to the non-native speaker than it would a native speaker, perhaps, right? So the class is actually going to be able to better interpret each other's communication in the target language, at least initially. So let's see now. So then creative writing, right? So another problem of additional language education that certainly I've experienced, and I'm sure a lot of other people do, right, is like it's super boring, right? Like you already, and the older you get, right, the more boring it is because additional language, you already have a native language that you're probably pretty sophisticated in, you have complex thoughts, you have complex, communication capabilities, right? So especially if you're getting to like the university level and then starting to learn a language, which is basically what I was doing, going all the way back to the alphabet and pronunciation and simple vocabulary and simple grammar, and then it's just memorization, right? Like that's mostly all it is. And so obviously there have been a lot of things recently to sort of, make that a little bit more interesting, do some other kinds of activities. But nevertheless, it's very boring. So that's where some like kind of creative writing things can come in, right? Like, so basically creative writing poetry is translanguaging, right? So just simple exercises where you're applying like arbitrary constraints on language use, right? So, don't use nouns, don't use verbs, so on, and then only use those things, blah, blah, blah. You can see on the screen some different variations. But so basically what that is practicing is like, it's practicing the experience of I'm trying to speak fluently or write fluently in this language. And I don't know how to say something, right? I don't know the vocabulary word for this thing. How do I go ahead and try and say it anyway, right? So I don't know the verb, right? But maybe there's some nouns that I can kind of throw in there that can kind of get a similar meaning across, right? And so these kinds of exercises would kind of practice that in a little bit more of a targeted way. So I'm basically at the end of my 20 minutes here for presentation. So there was basically a whole nother chunk, right, which I'll just touch on briefly, which is basically, developing a target language persona, a target language like character that you can kind of try and use and apply in the language classroom, right? And then so you additionally can do that in an English for academic purposes classroom, right? Where students are learning, researching about writers in the target language, right? and trying to adopt some sort of like persona that is actually of the target language culture, right? To some degree, to some respect, right? And basically, it's a little bit of an interesting process to try and do, right? Which is what I would do on my way to like language classes, is I would think about, you know, one of the like writers that I admire in this language. I think about their life, you know, what must have that been like? What would it be like now? So on and so forth in this country. And then so I was trying to like get into character, and on my way to class, like any objects I saw that I knew the words for, right? I would say in my head the words to them in the target language. I would like listen to music in the target language. So I was doing all of this like on my way to class. That way, when I got to class, like I was already in this sort of target language mindset, right? And so it's also less drastic of a shift from what most additional language education is, right? Which is only use the target language in the classroom. And then as soon as you step out, right, you're back to, you know, native language dominance, right? So anyway, it's also just kind of like a fun, creative exercise that, of course, not everybody's gonna like. But so, of course, there was a lot more, but those are the basics. So I will end there. Maybe we have some questions.
Spencer, certainly. I don't have a question, I have a comment. And my comment is this. The moment you mentioned Russian, I remembered where we met. And that was in, yeah, that was an Armenia Somewhere Institute organized by European Writing Centers Association, and that was a great event. And first, I could not just believe that that could be you or anybody else from the European Writing Centers Association. And then I remember our long talks and how you spoke about Dostoevsky, and you love Dostoevsky, right? And thank you very much for willing just to contribute to our conference of academic writing experts, National Writing Centers Consortium. And thank you very much for the ideas that you shared with us. Does anyone have any questions? That's great. Just I'm speechless. I'm so impressed that you joined. Yeah, and we do have a question, and that's why I just have a stupid smile on my face.
As you mentioned about Russian to English and English to Russian, what about sometimes when you use some sentences or some words, it changes the meaning of these translations when you do it transitions from English to Russian or Russian to English or any other languages, let's say Arabic or Chinese or Hindi, because they have more broader vocabularies, more broader alphabets than English. English is just 26 letters. So how that challenge you're going to overcome through your technique?
I guess I don't fully understand the question.
The question was like the meaning of the sentences or meaning of the words changes when you do the transitions from different, like your native language to English.
Yes.
So people get less confident on speaking some words, even though they know it's correct, because the pronunciation, the meaning will be different later on. So what can we do to overcome that confidence level?
I mean, the only thing I would say, you know, I don't really have an easy answer for that. The only thing I would say, right, is if that's a translation issue, like, again, in the beginning levels, like, if you're not sure if that meaning actually changes when translating, right, like, that's not a problem at that point if the purpose is developing fluency, right? Like, meaning actually takes kind of a backseat to fluency in kind of the things that I've been describing. And then, so only once you get it on the paper, do you go back and try and go into a little bit more detail about like, okay, what does this mean? What am I trying to say? And yeah, how might these things kind of translate in different ways? So, and then that's going to play out in different ways at you know, the different levels of language experience that you have. But so that's basically is what I would say is it's really in the revision and the rewriting phases that, you know, you might go back and say, hey, I didn't know that word. Let me go look up that word in the dictionary or something and try and get this to, you know, mean what I want it to mean. hopefully that somewhat addressed the question.
So you mean to say that you're just giving a head start to a student to start learning the language. Otherwise, a student has to figure it out everything by themselves later on. Later on, they has to figure.
Yeah, so the idea is that the fluency is giving them confidence to just speak right in the target language. And then, yes, of course, like you still have to go through, you know, the hard work of learning detailed vocabulary and the translation work, right? But so if you skip that part, if you skip the building confidence in fluency, right, then you're just jumping right into everything all at once, which is, okay, I have to worry about meaning and standard usage and everything all at the same time, which then is much more anxiety producing than already having a little bit of confidence. So there's different stages that, yeah, you would have to go through. And again, this is not a quick fix, right? Like this is, learning a language is never a quick thing. So again, yeah, long process.
Spencer, we have just one more very quick question from our guest, right? Yeah. What is the question?
Yeah, hello, Spencer. My name is Alexander. I teach at St. Petersburg State Institute of Technology. So I was wondering, which level of student or what type of student do you think should use your method?
I think, I mean, if we're talking about academic writing, I mean, ultimately, I think the method can be adapted, like, basically to any level. Obviously, ELBO, the initial method, who it was intended for, was basically college, university, or even graduate students, right? So who like had come to writer's block and were trying to basically break through that in an academic, composition environment. So I think, assuming that the student basically already has like some level of proficiency in the language, I think it would be ideal for, like college students who basically use this in a way to prep them to then go and tackle like composition writing. So in other words, like maybe this is the first semester writing course, right, where we're trying this ELBO method and practicing the stream of consciousness thing and other low stakes kind of confidence building things, and then go into, sort of introduction to composition elements. I think is probably where it would work best. Yeah.
So let me throw a criticism at you and see what you think. In my experience with teaching English, students believe that translating is possibly the only way to learn a foreign language. So what I would be afraid of using your method is that the students might default to translating everything, and they attempt to maintain their level of proficiency in a foreign language, as you mentioned, which they don't have in a foreign language yet. So they try to speak as well in a foreign language as they can in their native language. And then when they come to a word they don't know, they freeze, or they turn to their classmate and say, "Oh, do you know how to say this word in English?" So I think that probably a more useful method is to find ways to make the students say what they can say, as opposed to hitting this block and trying to translate it, especially in spoken speech.
Yes, I agree, 100%.
Thank you, Spencer, and thank you for the questions. And now we're moving to our next speaker, and I'm terribly sorry for just being a bit late. Yon Hon. Sorry if I mispronounce the names. I do try to learn Chinese names and how to pronounce Chinese names. I'm just a baby at this. Very. These are my first steps in using Chinese. Yon Hon, I guess I'm right in pronouncing the name, right? Okay. Lecturer, Faculty of School of Foreign Studies, Harbin Engineering University. And in your presentation, you will analyze the current situation of academic English writing teaching for non-native speakers of English, and explore how to improve the teaching effectiveness of academic writing courses for those students. I am so sorry that we kept you waiting, but now we're all ears waiting for your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for your introduction, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm greatly honored to have this opportunity to share my presentation. And the title here is College English Writing Skills and Practice, Teaching Practice of Academic Writing Course for Non-English Majors. And there will be 5 parts in the whole report. So in the present background of globalization, English remains the universal language for communication and dissemination in the global academic community. Therefore, improving the academic writing ability of college students is crucial for cultivating their future innovation, academic research, and communicative competence. Major universities have actively explored the establishment of an academic writing curriculum. The development of writing ability has always been a key and difficult point in teaching of college English, and there are significant differences in structures, sections, and styles between English academic writing and general writing, and there are differences in teaching methods between the two. This requires foreign language educators to conduct more in-depth exploration and reflection on the teaching models and methods of academic writing. Of teaching academic writing to non-English majors. Then at present, all teaching activities of English courses carried out in higher education institutions have formed a common developing trend. Students get access to English lectures from foreign universities, international academic conferences, or even competitions via some websites or face-to-face classes. It has become a necessary skill for future college students to be equipped with abilities to make academic reports, write and publish papers, search for documentary materials in English. The English proficiency and abilities of students in some major universities have greatly improved, with most of them possessing academic writing abilities that match their cognitive competencies. They are basically able to participate in some international academic activities and courses. However, most students in ordinary universities still fall far short of the basic requirements for international academic learning. They cannot understand English professional papers. They do not know the academic journals or how to search for documentary materials. In a survey to some college students, self-evaluation, it was found that writing documentary reviews, abstracts, reports, or papers in English, and following foreign scholars or experts' English lectures are the 2 weakest skills in the academic context for them. Besides enabling students to learn a foreign language, teachers also aim to cultivate their academic ability to engage in related professional learning and research in English. Academic writing as an important component of English teaching is focused more on improving students' writing abilities in expressing academic ideas, capturing vocational trends, and participating in communication, so that students would have a more distinct tendency in material selection, language expression, and argumentation, and a more professional regularity in format. However, teaching of academic writing is still in its initial stage, and students are like a practice. So most universities do not offer non-English majors academic writing courses, and the teaching staff for these courses is limited, resulting in a shortage of standardization and systematization in teaching of academic writing. Therefore, major universities and English teachers are expected to have a correct understanding of the necessity of teaching academic writing to non-English majors and take effective measures to strengthen guidance for them. In the process of teaching, emphasis should be placed on developing academic writing talents among non-English majors to help them adapt to the needs of social development better. So part 3 is the dilemma of developing academic writing abilities for non-English majors. Then in this part, we will discuss 3 problems. The first problem is the outdated teaching modes and rigid teaching methods. At present, most teachers of academic writing courses still adopt relatively simple and traditional teaching methods in the actual teaching process, mostly led by teachers with fewer learning and practical activities, rigid teaching contents, and neglecting students' subjectivity. This teaching process cannot stimulate students' interest. Most teaching activities are mainly based on teachers' explanation and usually followed by creative tasks after explaining writing skills, vocabulary, grammar, and sample texts in the textbooks. Most students imitate the framework of their sample texts. Upon students' completion, teachers evaluate the writing results. Although this teaching model focuses on the correct form and application methods of language, students can only passively access knowledge in this way. In addition, teachers overemphasize the basic skills of general English writing and neglect the systematic explanation and guidance of key contents in students' professional English academic paper writing, such as discourse structure and function, documentary searching, and features and norms of academic language. Then, the second problem is about the limitation of offline teaching and learning. As academic paper writing is relatively scientific and open, the language used in articles has its own lexical and linguistic characteristics, which is very different from general English writing. Students have fewer opportunities to access English academic documentation, and most of them focus on learning textbooks. Some students are unaware of well-known domestic and foreign journals, of how to search for academic documentary materials through the internet, and how to distinguish between academic and non-academic articles. However, some teachers only focus on explaining general writing skills or textbook contents when teaching academic writing in class, without helping students search for more fresh and cutting-edge documentation and getting them to engage in independent analysis and practice. As a result, students' creation, innovation, and critical thinking cannot be effectively cultivated, resulting in a relatively low ability to understand and apply academic knowledge. Students find it difficult to improve their academic writing skills, and their papers are usually found limited, rigid, and lack of innovation. Then, the third problem is about the unreasonable academic writing curriculum for non-English majors. Although academic writing has been included in the college English curricula, it is generally set as elective or not offered to non-English majors in many higher education institutions. And some academic writing courses are interspersed in the teaching of college English without forming a specialized curriculum. At the same time, due to the high requirements of teaching academic writing courses, teachers not only need to have sensitivity to cutting-edge academic knowledge, but also need to know how to combine their majors with English and select representative and valuable academic documentary materials based on different professional characteristics to guide students in analysis. Nonetheless, currently, most teachers convert academic writing courses into lectures on general English writing, vocabulary, or article translation, and they have no abilities to provide students with necessary support in academic writing. In addition, relevant surveys have found that most universities also have a series of problems in the citing of academic writing courses. For example, the course setting is unreasonable. Most specifically, we may say the course is set up late or distributed with fewer class hours. the course objectives are not clear enough, and there is a lack of an evaluation system. Or a training model for strengthening the academic writing abilities of non-English majors. And in this part, we will discuss two specific methods in teaching. So the first is utilizing the blended teaching mode of online plus offline to cultivate students' ability to learn and analyze independently. By constructing a blended teaching model of online plus offline, teachers should fully utilize the autonomous learning ability of non-English majors. Firstly, as a subordinate classroom for students, online platforms have obvious advantages in teaching of academic writing. Students can learn multidimensionally and frequently through the internet, which fully stimulates their learning enthusiasm. Students can have access to more cutting-edge academic documentary materials, achieve real-time communication with their peers and teachers, and submit assignments through online platforms. However, virtual writing tutoring centers can be established through online teaching platforms. Teachers can set a fixed tutoring time every week, providing timely tutoring and revision of students' writing one-to-one or one-to-many to help students gradually form a complete and systematic knowledge system of academic writing and achieve two-way interaction and communication between teachers and students. Then secondly, in teaching of writing offline, teachers should pay attention to explaining the basic knowledge of English academic writing and cultivating their independent analytical abilities in their teaching process. Teachers are expected to emphasize and optimize student-centered models. The entire teaching process can be carried out before, during, and after class. Combined with online and offline activities, it is recommended to have at least 2 class hours per week, and each language point can be completed with 2 or more class hours. Before class, students need to preview the knowledge in each chapter of the academic writing course through online learning platforms, which is an important part of training and developing students' self-directed learning and self-exploration. Online preview requires teachers to systematically organize the related contents of academic writing in advance, record videos and PowerPoints in each chapter, and upload them to the platform. Tasks are set for each language point and assigned to students to complete. For example, for the use of synonyms in writing summaries, teachers can ask students to search for relevant documentary materials and find relevant examples in them. In class, teachers first explain the knowledge and the contents. They put forward proposals for the assignments that students have prepared and completed at class, summarize the mistakes that students are prone to making, or get student groups to evaluate each other. Before explaining the knowledge, teachers conduct a pre-test to learn students' preview of it. Next, teachers selectively explain new knowledge based on the pre-test results. During the process of explaining, teachers can get students to have classroom discussions, record lecture contents, and upload it to the online learning platform for students to review after class. After explaining, teachers can provide more relevant documentary materials as examples in the next lecture, guiding students to analyze the relevant chapters, functions, and logical structures, helping students understand logical thinking and providing them practice to consolidate the previous knowledge. Then, after class, teachers can assign writing homework according to the relevant knowledge or allow students to choose their own topics and explore their preferred fields of expertise. Teachers should promptly evaluate and provide feedback on the completion of students' assignments and give assistance. They can also use online platforms to achieve two-way interaction and communication with students. Students can use online platforms such as MOOC or other online teaching resources to learn and review the knowledge explained by their teachers, or watch videos of related academic writing courses from other teachers. Then, throughout the entire teaching process, teachers combine outcome and process evaluations and record students' performance and writing achievements in the academic writing process in class. Teachers can also use traditional methods to test the students' abilities to utilize their knowledge on academic writing, ensuring the authenticity and comprehensiveness of their evaluations. Training with professional contents. Then educational psychology indicates us that no matter what kind of teaching method is applied, it must be closely related to students' actual needs to have sufficient learning motivation and achieve the expected educational goals. Although non-English majors have accumulated considerable vocabulary and writing skills, they are still insufficient to meet their needs for studying abroad, graduate studies, and graduation thesis publication. In order to make students more familiar with the characteristics of academic discourse structures and language styles, teachers should use the internet to select different documentary materials and examples for their students during the teaching process, related to the students' majors as much as possible, so that they can continuously expand their academic knowledge, such as academic papers, journals, and websites of different disciplines. Teachers should emphasize the mastery and application of creative strategies in the process of academic writing, such as topic selection, data searching, draft writing, and revision. Teachers can also collaborate with teaching staff from other disciplines to provide reading lists, recommend academic journals, and other methods to assist the professional English teachers in better completing educational tasks. Teachers should encourage students to participate in more practicing activities online or offline, such as reading journals, attending conferences, etc. In this way, teachers would guide their students to establish a correct view of academic integrity and promote them to continuously improve their own academic writing proficiency. Context of globalization, higher education is gradually developing towards internationalization. Major universities should realize that systematic and scientific academic writing courses are an essential part of cultivating versatile talents with international perspectives, scientific research, and innovation, and the competence to proficiently use foreign languages to present their points in their professional fields, which are required by various industries. However, due to the fact that teaching of academic writing is still in its early developing stages, it requires foreign language educators to meet the actual needs of students, break through the outdated and rigid teaching methods, construct a scientific and systematic curriculum, and utilize a diversified and mixed teaching mode to effectively improve the academic writing abilities of non-English majors. So that is all of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I ask a question? Just a very quick question.
Thank you.
What is the policy for professional development of teachers in your university?
So I beg your pardon?
Is there any policy for professional development of teachers? So are the teachers forced to take such courses? How regularly do they need to take such courses? So being a teacher, I am a teacher, say, at university. Do I have to take some professional development courses because they're compulsory or they're optional? So this is my question.
Yeah, so yeah, the teachers, especially the English teachers in my in my university are always required to take all kinds of training just to improve our abilities to give the lectures or to do some research, this kind of thing.
So that's a university requirement, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's good. That's good.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Woo Yeon Hon. Hope to see you in our. Okay, are you still with us? No? Oh, yes, you're still with us. Hope to see you, okay, in Moscow or attending our next conference. And I do hope to see you face to face.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, if possible, please, we welcome you to Harbin, to China, and to our university. Okay, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Yeah, you too. You too. Thank you. And we don't stop and continue to fulfill our agenda. And let me introduce our guest, Danila Ribeiro, right?
Yes.
I'm learning languages. Danila Ribeiro has been working as an English teacher for 13 years. Danila has taught English in Brazil and Bulgaria and is currently working as an English literature and global perspectives teacher at the mainstream British International School in the Moscow region.
Yeah.
Very posh region. Yeah. Danila, you're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, everybody. Good morning. My name is Danilo Ribeiro. I'm really glad to be here talking to you. I'll do everything in my power to do this in 20 minutes and make it as interactive as possible. Let me see. There we go. So, these are my presentation outcomes. I sincerely hope that by the end of this presentation you will have understood what differentiation is, comprehended, how it can be applied to different skills, hopefully to your context and to higher education context. And I'll be sharing some tweaks and twists to your lesson to support struggling learners as well. So, let's get started. It's forward. There we go. So, I would like to divide this into two groups very quickly. This part of the class, of the auditorium here, and this part of the auditorium. You are group 1, you are group 2. Group 1, you write the definition of what you think differentiation is. If you're online and would like to participate, please type your answer. Group 2, you discuss briefly with the person sitting next to you what you think differentiation is. In order for you to do that, I'll give you exactly a minute. Are we clear?
Be fair, 2.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so then off you go. 2 minutes.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Daniel, you have an assistant now. Help me hand. Thank you.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you. Very, very briefly, I would like to hear from you. Thank you. So just very quickly, with a show of hands. Group 1, what do you think differentiation is? Very quickly, just what pops into your head.
We think differentiation means different levels of students in one group.
Okay.
Something like a mixed group.
We'll clarify that a bit later. Yes, thank you. Anything else?
It is actually something that differentiates something from
All right, I cannot see people on that side, so anything else? Yes, hello.
Learners' needs taken into account probably, so we have different types of learners and their
All right, thank you very much for your contribution. So, of course, given time constraints, I won't be able to further expand this activity. But then, I was confused. I will give you different levels for you to complete and further expand your knowledge. Of course, we don't have time, but just take a quick look. This is what I would probably do with you if we had more time. So, what is differentiation? Most of my work is based on Carol and Tomlinson's work about differentiation. She believes that it is a teaching philosophy that invites teachers to adapt students' needs. However, this brief definition does not fully address what differentiation encompasses. I've been writing my a research paper about differentiation for the University of Derby, and part of it included, trying to find out what it actually entails. Then I came across this definition by Subban, I think that's how you pronounce his name, in which he states that he proposes the rethinking of the structure, management, and content of the classroom. So differentiation is seen here as a way to do lots of things within the time frame. So take a look at these examples now for us to further expand this. I'll give you maybe 1 minute, just read through these ideas, and I would like you to tell me what you think these situations exemplify. 1 minute. Seconds. Thank you very much. So just very quickly, I'll just ask about the first one then, so we can keep the ball rolling. The very first one, what do you think, which aspect do you think it exemplifies?
Like differentiations between one person tries to do something and the other tries to do something else. Like it differentiate.
Okay, that qualifies, but we're gonna refine that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, it's not working.
Multiple intelligences?
We're gonna address that. There we go. It's a bit slow. So, the very first one, we've got differentiation by process and product. What does that mean? It means that the teacher tweaks the lesson to make the learning process more accessible to students. Then we've got differentiated pace of learning for the second one, in which students, they do some work with the teacher at their own pace, which means they need extra support, while others, they work in the library at their own pace. So it means that they are, let's say, more proficient, in math. I think that's maths. The third one is differentiation by physical environment. That means teachers who move things around in order to make learning accessible. That entails closing the curtains, for example, enlarging handouts for those who are visually impaired, so that everybody is included in the learning process. And then finally, we've got differentiating the content. And this is, I think, is one of the simplest ones that I'll be exemplifying a bit later. Which means teachers will get a topic, you look at learners and see what they can and can't produce, and based on that, the teacher will give them a choice of tasks. So if you're a struggling learner, you do something a bit easier to match your learning ability. If you are struggling, if you are a really good learner, then we're going to try something else. But towards the end, we're going to have one final result. But we can also differentiate the final result. So there are different ways we can do that. And we've got the, yes. And this is exactly what I've just mentioned. The content, the process, the learning environment, and the product. I'll start from this one. The product, for example, if you're working with writing, in my case, I do a lot of writing in the classroom. So I can have struggling learners produce a short version of a report, while more advanced learners, they produce something that is longer with complex sentences, topic sentences, and so on. The learning environment, as I mentioned, our physical surrounding. The process, the teacher can vary the techniques used to address different learning needs. So for example, a teacher can have students work in groups, which is called flexible grouping, or a teacher can have learners present something while others take notes. And so there are a wide range of techniques that can be used. And the content, of course, depends on learner readiness and level of proficiency. You're differentiating when you provide several learning options and different paths to learning. So we differentiate because we know that no learner learns the same way. So that means that the way my learning aptitude is very different from yours, for example. And that is okay, and it is important that we as teachers acknowledge that. And of course, we provide appropriate levels of challenge. We have all been there in this situation in which we all sit, rows, teachers explaining things, and we're all bored. We've seen that happen before, right? So we transform that and we provide learners with challenge. And I'll show you how I can do this a bit later. The key principles of differentiation. Flexibility. So teachers, they work with a wide range of techniques in order to cater to all the learners. I have a list of techniques towards the end to help you. All learners are actively engaged. So that means if it is too easy, learners will not fully comprehend the topic. However, if it is too difficult, the struggling learners will have also a bit of difficulty to really follow the lesson. So we need to strike a balance, and that comes with practice. Students and teachers collaborate at all times, and I think this is a key 21st century skill. Collaboration between teachers and students. Teachers are not seen as the owners of knowledge. Rather, they're seen as facilitators of knowledge. The teacher scaffolds the content. That means the teacher will provide support for those who need and a ladder for those who need to stand out. The teacher provides meaningful learning opportunities, like as I pointed out before, making sure that every single learning opportunity in the classroom counts. And of course, flexible grouping, making sure that you have individual work, pair work, group work, and most importantly, giving learners a choice of not wanting to work in groups, for example, which is okay. And I know that some teachers, they tend to get offended when that happens. How do our students benefit from a differentiated classroom? I think this is also important for for higher education, because back in the day, back in Brazil, I taught at university as well, and it's the same thing, roles and everybody just looking you bored. So in this case, no one will be left behind, because you're providing all of them with meaningful opportunities to engage with the content. They will all be given a chance to demonstrate their knowledge at their own pace. So if sometimes you'll have a bad day, sometimes we have a headache, or we had a situation with, in my case, students had an argument with their parents, for example. And it is okay if on that day you do not want to achieve a certain level, but provide learners with a chance to do something meaningful. And I'll show you in the end what can be done to achieve that. And giving them a choice. I think this is important, because we feel respected and we feel that we become independent because we're choosing what we think is best. However, if you're working in secondary school or even primary, learners might not choose the right task because they just don't feel like it. It is okay. You can just nudge them towards the right direction so they do what's appropriate for them. Can you just go back a little bit? Just go back. Thank you. And this is what and finally, differentiation fosters autonomy. We're going to have learners who are independent, ready, willing, and able to take full account for their learning. So how do I begin? This is the question. I noticed that some of you had lots of ideas of what differentiation is, but here, differentiation really is an approach in which we as teachers worked with a principle called principled eclecticism. We use different techniques to cater to different learners in our school. So it's a process. You cannot start by just differentiating the whole thing at once. Instead, it is little by little. So you start with one of these activities that we have here, and I think you do them on a daily basis, or at least you try to, and then you reflect, and then you try again, and then you get feedback from your learners. So it's this constant cyclical process that will enable you to become a better teacher, a principled teacher when it comes to differentiation. And reflecting on the outcomes is of paramount importance because it will help you as a teacher visualize what works and what doesn't for your context. And again, if you make a mistake, if something doesn't work, try again, get feedback from your learners. If you're in higher education, get feedback from your learners as well, because I'm sure that when you apply differentiated principles to your classroom, learners become more independent and they appreciate that for sure. Thank you. So this is how I had planned it. Usually in our classrooms, we have, for example, a core objective in which learners, they all should achieve to be the same. However, for those who are who want more, want an extra challenge, they can choose level up 1, for example. And then if you want something else, you can go for level up 2. It goes to level up 3, and then it's up to you how many challenges you can do. So I think in the end, a differentiated approach will not only benefit you as a teacher, because you'll be able to demonstrate that you care about your students' needs, you care about what they say, what they produce in the classroom, but your learners will in turn become more independent. They will appreciate all the input, all the feedback you give them, because learners appreciate and they come to you, obviously, for learning. And this is exactly what I do. What I've just done with you is exactly what I do in my classroom on a daily basis. Of course, there are variations to this. But then first, to sum it all up, bring all of this together. What are some key takeaways from today's presentation? How can you apply that to your classroom? I'll give you 1 minute for you to share your ideas, your findings, or your criticisms of differentiation, because there are plenty of them. With the person sitting next to you. Ready? So please, I'll be listening to you. 1 minute. All right, sorry to interrupt. Thank you. Now, just with a show of hands, we have now the final 3 minutes. So let's make it count, everybody. With a show of hands, what are some of the key takeaway from my talk, my very brief talk today? Just show of hands. Don't be afraid. Did you think that that was not valuable at all?
I knew, but now I have a better insight.
Anything else? Say that again, sorry, out loud.
Use different types of differentiation in class whenever possible.
Whenever possible, okay, thank you. One more? Hello.
So,
I can hear you.
Just don't touch the mic.
okay. Anyway, I liked low prep differentiation because it seems difficult to customize a whole lot. So low prep is good.
Okay, thank you. There are, of course, high prep activities, but since I think we are teachers, we're busy, we have lots of things on our schedule, I decided to focus on low prep because these are little things that we can take and just instantly apply to our lessons. So yeah, absolutely. All right.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Yeah. So speaking about differentiation and its positive aspects, is it effective to put students of different levels of English in one class or not?
Thank you for your
So
question.
that's differentiation as well.
Yes, that is differentiation. And right now, I have a situation in which I'm teaching first language English with a bunch of second language learners.
Mm-hmm.
And it is my job to make sure that, and they pay a lot of money for their studies. So it is my job to make sure that they get the content, but the outcome, and this is something that I make explicit to parents, the outcomes will be a bit different because they cannot comprehend Charles Dickens, for example. They don't understand that, don't have the language. And it is okay as long as the aims and procedures of your lesson are communicated clearly to teachers, so not to teachers, to parents or to your students. So in a nutshell, involve your learners in the learning process so they know what's happening in your classroom.
Thank you, Daniela, very much. It was very impressive, very interactive, and so energetic. We have energized. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution and joining the conference. I hope to see you. Yes, sure, you can take as many bottles of water as you wish. So we have our next speaker. I hope we have Ruslan. Ruslan, are you with us? Sadov?
Yep.
Yes,
Absolutely, I'm here.
okay. Great. Our next speaker. Okay, thank you for joining, and I'm sorry for being a bit late. So let me first introduce you, candidate of philology with a focus on linguistic landscape, multimodal text, political and media linguistics, communication studies, and translation criticism, which I find most exciting, translation criticism. Ruslan is currently assistant professor for English for academic purposes, if not mistaken, at Innopolis University. Ruslan will speak about the responsible use of artificial intelligence and the impact of technology, including artificial intelligence, on language use, text production, and translation. Let's welcome Ruslan.
Thank you very much. So, do you think you can see my presentation?
Yeah, sure. Your presentation and you, full screen, perfect.
Amazing. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm honored to join you today and have an opportunity to present. Indeed, today we're going to discuss the responsible use of AI for academic writing and instruction. Since I'm teaching at Innopolis University, my experience is pretty much limited to this institution. Other my experience were much shorter. So therefore, maybe this experience, maybe you will find this experience rather local, but I hope that it could be usable in other contexts as well. So today, right, I will first introduce a little bit the context, that is what we teach at Innopolis and what our audience is. Then I speak about the premise, the starting point where I start off, how I see the AI. We'll see the positives and the negatives of using AI in classroom, and I will also draw on some opinions from professional linguists from a different study that we have just performed with colleagues and presented at Translation Forum Russia. So, starting off with the context, as I said, this is Innopolis University, and this is an institution. We're proud to think that we're a leading IT institution in Russia, and we focus on computer science. So that means that we only have one category of students, the computer science students. We instruct writing on two levels, both lower and upper division. Those are first and last bachelor students years. And the classes we call are English for academic purposes and academic writing and research culture. Both courses are around 60 hours per academic year. What we produce with students, in particular with the EAP class, are the paragraphs. So we start by teaching from sentences to paragraphs. Then we progress to teaching them a reader response essay as an example of a typical college 5-paragraph essay. We then progress into the next semester to teach literature review. That is, they learn how to find sources, evaluate them in terms of credibility, incorporate them as in-text citations and put references, as well as they synthesize literature to a certain goal. And finally, they produce a research proposal, a short paper of what kind of research they would like to make and anticipate the results of those studies. And in the 4th year with academic writing and research culture course, we aim to help students to write their thesis because it is produced in English. So this is our context, and again, my experience will primarily be based on this background. The premise I would like to start with is that artificial intelligence is a black box. We do not know exactly how artificial intelligence works. Some of its algorithms are not yet entirely clear. And therefore, we cannot fully harness the understanding of the AI. Second is that AI is not a good tool or a bad tool, and I intentionally use these very vague definitions of good or bad tool. It is definitely an effective tool, at least for some purposes, but we cannot say that it's good or bad. It mirrors the society that has created it. That is, it mirrors us. So therefore, it can be used for the good purposes or for the bad purposes equally. And also, AI is inevitable. We could see that when the large language models became popular, some institutions across the world tried to ban it. But at Innopolis, we decided that this is useless. And I fully share this standpoint that AI is already here and is going to continue its development, so it's just inevitable. If you deny AI, then you can just as well deny cars and buses and start living in a wood without any goods of this civilization. Definitely, AI, and in particular the large language models here, I'm narrowing down to something that is usable in academic writing, large language models such as ChatGPT. It definitely has its own powers. It totally can generate texts and check texts for various parameters such as grammar, vocabulary, and style, which is applicable for academic writing. It can also produce some ideas that you can further develop in your study. It can help you to find sources and summarize them if they're too large to read them. And of course, they can help to create references. These examples are basically some of the typical purposes our students use or try to use large language models for. Now, of course, These models can do a lot more, but these are some of the typical tasks, and some of them, sometimes at least, are really effective. So therefore, we cannot say that large language models are useless or ineffective. They are, and they are usable for at least these purposes. However, the use of large language models is impacts the writing instruction. First of all, it impacts the motivation of learners. They no longer see why exactly they should learn to write, since the machine can do it now. First of all, the machine is fast. It's extremely fast, and in seconds and minutes, it can produce text that you would be producing in days. It has better grammar and vocabulary, especially if you're somewhere at level B1, B2. Definitely, you see that LLM makes the text more correct. And it seems that LLMs are smarter and knowledgeable. They just know more, just because they have everything available on the web at their fingertips. And therefore, it seems that LLMs make writing an obsolete skill, that you no longer need to learn to write because the machine can do that for you. And of course, it harms the learning process because students may start using LLMs to produce texts instead of doing it themselves, and therefore they do not practice and do not learn the skill. So this is the negative impact of LLMs on the writing instruction. However, when students started using LLMs, it became obvious that LLMs have their own dark side. First of all, LLM cannot produce original content. It's very mediocre, which is expected because LLM has access to myriads of texts, and it averages those texts to produce a new one. And of course, the algorithm of averaging text boils down to mediocrity. So therefore, you cannot expect any bright ideas or extremely effective text from an LLM. It's usually shallow and empty. It is correct so much that you read it as something mechanical. It follows the most typical patterns, which makes the text rather readable, but at the same time, very unnatural to read. And most importantly, it lies. The models can lie. They can make up the sources. You can find, for example, ask an LLM to find a source on a particular topic, and they can find it, but then it turns out that the actual source never existed, such as, for example, this academic paper has never been published. It can also make up facts and make mistakes in completing your tasks. So therefore, whatever believable content an LLM produces, you have to double check it if it actually exists and if it actually is correct. And of course, it has ethical and privacy issues that haven't yet been resolved, but these issues are there, and in probably the following decade at least, we're going to be tackling these issues quite seriously. There's one more hazard from the LLMs, and this hasn't become obvious from another study that I made with my colleagues. The study will be published by Wiley Blackwell at some point, and we have presented it at Translation Forum Russia this year. And this was a study about the impact of technology on translation. We made an interview with translation professionals, and what we witnessed today is that machine translation is becoming popular. It's not yet ousting translators from their jobs, but it is becoming popular. And one of the alarming conclusions that some translations make is that machine translation is becoming okay for the customers, and customers become tolerant to mechanical language produced by machines because we see this mechanical language everywhere, and we learn that reading such mechanical texts produced by LLMs or similar models is fine, and that surely diminishes the capacity of us as humans to think originally and to produce texts that would deviate from the mechanical norms of the LLM, which is a larger implication, not just for the writing instruction, but for instruction in general. So therefore, given that LLMs are there and that they're not always effective and that they can also have societal implications, at Innopolis, we decide that we first teach students to read and then we teach them to write. So one of the major changes we made from last year into this year, when we faced the use of LLMs by students, is that in the first semester, students no longer allowed to write the final products such as paragraph or read response essay at home. They will be writing it in classroom as a final outcome without using any gadgets and the access to the web, which means that they're encouraged to actually learn to read and learn to write first. In the second semester, they will be producing more complex texts and they will be submitting them as home assignments. So therefore, they will be able to use AI if they choose to. But before they use it, they will be informed about the mediocrity of AI and the kinds of shallow texts it produces. They will also be informed about the social and career consequences of using AI. Making a mistake in a job place is different from making a mistake at university. They will also be informed about the typical AI mistakes and how they are translated into the grading rubrics and how they can diminish their performance at school and outside it. Also about the ethical aspects of using AI, and when they're informed about that, they will be provided with examples of responsible use of AI, given the limitations that it has and the powers that it can offer. So this kind of design, I think, is one that can incorporate AI into the instruction process, but at the same time, make sure that students actually learn the skill of writing and are able to produce original and creative texts instead of those that we typically see from the AI. This brings me to the end of the presentation. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruslan. Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the audience? Yeah, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 questions. Ready?
Wow, I like it. Go ahead.
So, hello. How ethical it is to use this AI for research writing? Like, can you cite this AI content papers? Like, can we cite AI texts to our papers to make it academic integrity, to maintain academic integrity?
Thank you very much for this question. I think that this issue is not yet resolved, and we're yet to tackle this problem, this challenge in the future, maybe again in the next decade. On the one hand, the content produced by AI is not that one that you produce yourself. But at the same time, when you do not use AI to produce the actual verbiage, but for other tasks, such as, for example, to find sources relevant to a particular topic, then it's hard to say whether it's unethical or not, because other instruments are already available, such as, for example, Research Rabbit, which is also AI powered. Basically, it's a tool that helps you to snowball the sources. When you have several good sources that are relevant to your study, you can simply snowball them using the AI-powered tool Research Rabbit or Connected Papers to find more sources with a similar content. Then is it ethical to use Research Rabbit? Nobody has doubts that you're fine with this, because it simply automates what you would do otherwise yourself, but spend some more time on that. So therefore, if you ask my perspective, I'd say that the thinking must be original and the text itself must be original. However, using AI is possible for other purposes, such as, for example, summarizing extremely long texts or finding the sources, given that you check those sources, of course, or other similar tasks, such as, for example, check grammar, which is something that Grammarly or other similar tools can do as well, and we use those. I hope this answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you raised your hand. Do you remember?
May I have a question? Just all right. As you're actively working with AI, what are your personal predictions for the development of AI in academic writing?
Honestly, I think that AI, specifically LLMs, are a hype. I mean, we spoke a lot about those last year, but I do not see too many discussions nowadays. And in fact, even students realize that this is a tool that has its limitations. For example, this year, I do not see many students using AI to produce their texts. Well, first of all, because they're informed that they will need to learn the skill to succeed in the exam, but also, I think because they're motivated to learn and that they see that LLMs are actually mediocre and they do not produce the results that they would want it to produce. So therefore, AI, of course, is going to develop. And of course, it's going to become better and more effective. However, I do not think that AI will be able to overcome its crucial limitations in the future. There's also the danger for the AI, of course, the danger that more mechanical texts will be produced by AI itself, and AI will stop exponentially learning from us because it will be fed with the text produced by itself, and you cannot learn from the text that you produced. So therefore, I would think that the LLM development will slow down, but of course this is going to progress.
Okay, one more question, Ruslan. You're bombarded with questions.
Yeah, sure, I like that.
Switch on the mic.
Yes, my button of switching this on wasn't working. Ruslan, thank you very much for the talk and presentation. My question is a very practical one.
Ekaterina, don't touch the mic.
I'm not touching anything. I'm just...
No one, please. Don't touch.
So, in your recommendations to students, you mentioned that you provide examples of responsible use of AI. So, from your experience, which of those examples are most convincing and for students that they get really impressed and they really want to write themselves, not use AI all the time?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I can see two directions of your questions. So first of all, the motivating students to write themselves rather than to use the LLMs. This is a simple twofold task. First, they are demonstrated how LLMs make mistakes and why LLMs produce mediocre texts. And basically you provide the examples that students produce themselves and submit it as an assignment, or you can make text yourself and demonstrate why a text produced by an AI will deserve a C at best. And this is typically convincing. However, for those who are not convinced, there's also a second level of limitation. They will need to produce text themselves in classroom without using any gadgets on university laptops that are hooked up only to the Moodle system and no web. So therefore, they will know that they will need to demonstrate the skill, and therefore they are motivated to learn. And as soon as they learn how to write and how a good text looks like and what an original creative writing is, they are not very much motivated to go back to an LLM. They basically don't need it that much. As for the recommendations about the ethical use of AI, those are the tips how LLM can help you. For example, they can be provided with a prompt that they can use in ChatGPT or a similar LLM model to check their grammar or academic style or a particular instance of academic style, for example, empty subjects or passives, so that this tool could be used an assistant, such as, for example, a spell checker in Microsoft Word, but just a bit smarter. So this is pretty much ethical, I think. And I have a colleague, Dr. Gilanovsky, who is in charge of the Writing Hub at Innopolis, and he's also in charge of a Telegram chat. And he posts at least once a week something about academic writing, and recently has been posting a lot about how to use AI ethically in a classroom or outside classroom to help you facilitate the writing process, but not write instead of you.
Can we have one more question? Nastya, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. I had exactly the same question as the previous speaker.
So we're satisfied with the answers. Thank you very much for your contribution. That was great. Thank you. Hope to see you one day in Moscow, attending our next conference or just giving a seminar, whatever we decide to have together. So thank you very much again. And we have one more speaker before our lunchtime. Professor Zhang Penzhong from School of Foreign Studies, Harbin Engineering University. And in her talk, Dr. Zhang Penzhong will speak about source-based writing in an educational setting. Professor Zhang Penzhong. Professor Zhang Penzhong. Oh, okay, great. So,
okay, great.
Can you make it full screen?
Can you make it full screen?
Great.
Great.
Why do I hear myself twice?
Why do I hear myself twice?
Kind of echo, right?
Echo,
Echo,
right?
echo, echo.
Echo,
That's
echo,
technology,
echo.
technology, technology.
Technology.
That's magic, okay? Can you help me?
Okay? Can you help me?
I will be silent for some time.
We'll be silent for some time.
But the bad thing is that we cannot hear Professor
that we cannot hear
Zhang Penzhong.
John Panzhou.
Fixed?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Can you see me?
Yes, very good. We cannot see you, but we can see your
You can see me.
presentation.
I have already shared my screen.
Okay, fantastic. But
Can you see me now?
we can see
Yeah.
you, we can see your presentation. Let's check the sound.
Zhang Penglong, yeah. So, can you see me now?
Sure. You can start. Can you start your presentation? Just we need to check if everything is okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. That is my name. You have my name.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute, please.
So the sorry, Professor Zhang Panzhou. The connection is, I guess, the internet is not stable or the connection is not good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that clear for you?
What?
I have already switched on my videos. Yeah, I can hear you very clearly.
Can you restart?
But it seems that
You
already
switch
I
off your
switched
microphone
on.
and then
Yeah,
switch
it's
it on again. Let's.
Oh, is that much better? I can see myself now.
There's some technical issue probably with your microphone. Loudspeakers? So my an expert from the technical stuff, says that there might be something wrong with the loudspeaker, your loudspeaker.
Can I just get? Okay. And now is it much better?
It is much better.
Much better. Okay, thank you.
It's perfect, almost perfect.
Okay, so you can hear me now. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get started, okay? Can I get started now?
Yeah, we do not see you, but that's okay. We see your presentation and probably you may start talking. Now we see you and your presentation.
I cannot see myself as well.
Oh, that's okay.
That's okay. Okay, yeah. So I'll get started. Okay, let's see. It's my honor to have the opportunity to make the presentation at a conference. And my title of the presentation is Understanding and Scaffolding, Chinese postgraduate students' academic writing from sources. As we all know, academic writing plays a very important role in our academic career. It is essential for us to share our views and findings with other scientists. But in the process of teaching postgraduate students academic English, I find that they have difficulties in writing papers for academic purposes in English. That is, it is challenging for them, especially for the beginners, to write their research systematically and authentically. The biggest obstacles they encounter are as follows. Okay. Some of them find it hard to define a topic, some hard to identify and locate resources, some hard to outline the paper, and some hard to write it in English. How to overcome the difficulties then? In such circumstances, source-based writing plays an important role in the writing processes. That is to say, the teachers can instruct the postgraduate students how to write academic papers by reading sources. In order to help the postgraduate students grasp the skills in academic writing, I practice teaching based on Rosemary West's source-based writing in my class to examine how sources are read, analyzed, and understood, and thereafter, how academic papers are scaffolded based on sources. My presentation will be given the following four aspects: theoretical basis, teaching design, experiments, findings, and conclusion. First of all, I'd like to touch on the theoretical basis of the research. In modern Western teaching theory, American linguist Christian believed that input is the determining factor of language acquisition and emphasized that the language internalization process with insufficient input of target language is often difficult to occur. And learners' English writing performance is loosely related to the quantity and quality of English reading input. A Chinese scholar, Wen Qiufang, integrated the theories of curriculum and second language acquisition to create a foreign language teaching theory known as a production-oriented approach, abbreviated as POA, and put forward the output-driven hypothesis. As early as 1978, Winnerson put forward the read-to-write idea. He pointed out that carrying out writing activities would help students to improve their comprehension ability of the text. And the students could effectively improve their English writing ability in the process of text reading training. Kern and Schultz proposed that read to write refers to an effective writing method for learners to write after reading articles on different topics and genres. In the 20th century, Vygotsky proposed construction theory, aiming to stimulate students' learning and development. According to the relevant document of European Community, scaffolding teaching is defined as scaffolding teaching should provide a conceptual framework for learners to construct their understanding of knowledge. The concepts in this framework are needed to develop the learner's further understanding of the problem by breaking down the complex learning task in advance so that the learner's understanding can be gradually deepened. In Rosemary West's book entitled Teaching and Learning Source-Based Writing, Current Perspectives and Future Directions, we learned that source-based writing is an important skill for the students to develop. As It helps them to analyze and interpret information from multiple sources, master how to outline an article, and understand how to quote, refer to these materials. Therefore, it is feasible for us to teach source-based writing via field observations, case study, and group work. Second, the information concerning experiments will be introduced. I am an English teacher of a university in Northeast China, instructing academic writing. In this semester, I utilized source-based writing to guide the students to write science papers. The participants are Chinese postgraduate students in grade 1, a majority of whom are beginners in the research field. The research duration is 4 semester 2023, from September to December, 16 weeks altogether. I began to conduct my research with combined method. Since the quantitative part of the research has not been finalized, the statistic results will not be mentioned here. While teaching, field observation technique, case study, and group work are adopted. In my teaching processes, the questions to answer is how the students understand and scaffold a science paper. In order to answer the question, I divide the teaching procedure into 2 stages. The first stage is before teaching source-based writing, and the second one is after teaching source-based writing. At the preliminary stage, the students are asked the following questions. What research topics do they define? How do they evaluate the materials searched from online databases and open resources? What are the key points they single out after reading? What are the expressions and signposts used in an article? At the second stage, after learning how to understand and scaffold a science paper, the students are expected to provide answers to questions such as, what are the features of their title? How do they write literature review? How do they outline a paper? And how to write a paper in authentic English? Through field observation technique, it is found that it is found that there were a variety of problems in research topics. Say, they didn't know how much about the features of the titles. While being defined, the articles they got are comparatively short. For example, the title, Brief Mindfulness Meditation Improves Emotion Processing, is a little bit general. It is better to add some modifiers to narrow down the range of the research. And you can see the first title, it is also a very short one. Also, most of the time, we better avoid using a sentence at the title of an article, not to mention that the result of the research has been demonstrated in the article. Besides, some students use punctuation marks wrongly. For example, they tend to use a title mark. This is a Chinese title mark. As we all know, some punctuation marks in Chinese may not be available in English, such as enumeration comma and the title mark. And the punctuation mark used between title and subtitle in English is quite different from that in Chinese. In English, we use a colon rather than dash. Without the knowledge of their distinctions, it's quite easy for the students to use those punctuation marks improperly. Now, let's come back to what we mentioned just now. As research newbies, the student didn't know much about the features of the titles. How to let them grasp the features then? Rote memorization, of course, is not a good idea. So, while teaching, source-based writing is adopted. First, the students were asked to download some high-quality articles from prestigious journals. Then, they were expected to single out the features of the title. For example, what information is involved in the title? More specifically, does the title indicate the topic of the study? Does the title show the scope of the study? Is the title self-explanatory to readers in the chosen area? By asking themselves the above questions, the students can rapidly extract the key points in the title. This is what we refer to as a process of understanding in defining the title. What is the research method adopted? What is the object of the study in the research? What about the structure of the titles? Nominal construction, gerund construction, prepositional phrases, compound titles, or occasionally question titles. In the process of analyzing the title of an article, experimental study on water entry of circular cylinders with inclined angles, the student understood that the research title is composed a noun phrase with circular cylinder as a research object, experimental study as a research method, and on water entry with inclined angles as the subject matter. After understanding the composition of the title, they can enable scaffold method then when creating titles. By answering basic questions about the study, identifying or listing keywords and phrases, writing one long sentence with keywords and deleting redundant words, the students are able to create and define the final title. The action of searching online databases and open resources for materials relevant to their research direction can be taken together with that of creating a title. After being assigned the task, how do the students evaluate the materials searched from online databases and open resources? How do they evaluate the search? Actually, before reading good titles and learn to write based on sources, the students used to list the materials one by one without logical sequence. Or we should say, there is no close relationship between literature cited. Then, as before, I told the students to read the high-quality articles to analyze how literature review is written. That is, to find the frame of it, to underline, and to single out the useful expressions used, and to imitate a writing. The following outline is what one student in my class summarized after reading and understanding the structure and content of literature review in an article. Now let's look at the details. From the expressions, the student learned how to describe the key points and how to make arrangement logically. Say, are they arranged chronologically, theoretically, methodologically, or thematically? And this is the process of understanding. Further, after mastering the writing skills, the students can practice analyzing the materials they have searched. First, They are expected to summarize the key points of each article, to write them down, and make comments on each article about the contributions and limitations of them, and then synthesize and rearrange them according to the relationship among the materials as what they learned from analyzing the literature review of high quality articles. And this is what we call scaffolding. Besides the functions in defining topics and in evaluating the source, source-based writing is also useful for the students to learn something in outlining and expressing. In teaching and learning source-based writing, other than field observation technique, case study and group work are implemented as well. Some of the well-written articles are distributed to the students who have the same research direction. Through the analysis of articles, the students practice extracting key points and underlining useful expressions and signposts, so that in the future writing science papers, they can write research articles systematically and authentically. The following example is one case study of the students. They summarize that in the introduction part, the word widely used indicates a current situation of the use of the object studied in this paper, sandwich panels. Affirms the effectiveness of lattice chess core in engineering, and explain the advantages of CFRP. The advantages of it is high stiffness and strength, compared with the traditional material steel. The properties of the material studied in the paper, namely CFRP lattice truss sandwich panels, are proven much better, which further explains why the material is largely used. And then the current disadvantages of material is introduced, which can be seen from the use of the word limited. And then the significance of the research is highlighted, which can be seen clearly from the expression have not been extensively investigated. The science paper is somewhat professionalized, so I will not elaborate on it. At least from the green and the yellow marks, we can easily find what have been studied and what are the limitations, especially from the word used here. However, the expressions marked on this page, as you can see, are very useful, and the logic is crystal clear. It, of course, can provide guidance for the students in their academic writing. From the field observation, we can see that source-based writing can guide the students to find topics. It can help students master how to write introduction, body, and conclusion, and to provide students with writing guidance and feedback to help them revise and improve their article and ensure the accuracy and standardization of quoted materials. Besides, source-based writing can provide students with literature on relevant topics. Let students read and analyze these materials and understand how to quote and refer to these materials. It can guide students to choose the most relevant materials according to the topic and purpose of the article, and to learn, judge the reliability and authority of the materials. It can also encourage students to pay attention to the format and the standards of quoting materials during the writing process, such as APA, MLA, and other citation formats. Through the teaching of source-based writing, we can find that students can better master the skill of writing science papers, improve the credibility and persuasiveness of articles, and lay a solid foundation for future study and work. It's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Professor John Pan-John, for your presentation and really interesting aspect. We have a question. Yeah, okay. Yelena?
Yes, you can see. Thank you very much.
Don't touch the microphone.
Yes. Your presentation is really interesting to teach postgraduates to write scientific papers in English. I absolutely support all your ideas, really interesting idea, and try to use the same approach in my experience. I have a question. You see, postgraduates have different scientific themes for research. How do you manage to organize the activities in one group? Or you choose one article, or they search for the individual articles, because topics may be quite different. You see, a group may be 10, 12 students, or you have small groups or individual teaching.
No, it's not individual teaching. My class is medium-sized or large-sized. I do not know the class size, the size of your class. And actually, in my class, there were about 30 or to 50 students, and they are the students from different research directions. So while teaching, of course, I cannot just find one well-written article for them to imitate, to learn. So what I expect them to do is to try to find online some of the, for each of the students, they're expected to find 5 articles in their research direction. And they can do it individually at first to analyze, to study one article intensively. And after that, they can just discuss with the students with the same research direction. So there is something for them to share with each other. The format of it, of course, the different research directions, or maybe, different disciplines, the formats are not the same. So just I want them to rate articles in their research direction.
Thank you very much.
Did I get you right that your medium class is 50 students?
30 to 50 students.
Thank you very much for telling this. Yeah, we need to learn from you how to manage such classes, because in an ideal case we have 10 to 12 students in class. That's the maximum. That's why, okay, we're impressed. We're impressed. Amazing. So do you have any other
questions? Sometimes the classes are given offline in the classroom, and sometimes the classes will be given online. So we have a lot of communication with the students about the articles they read and how to read and write, etc. So a variety of teaching methods are used, not just the lecturing. We have discussions, we have presentations. So that is a very good way for them to learn something, I think.
Yeah, in medium class. Yeah.
You see, postgraduate lasts for 3 years. How long do they have English classes? Not your support. How many hours maybe per year?
They a college, they learn English, and as a postgraduate students, they just learn English for 1 year. And majorly, they are not learning the materials to improve their English proficiency, but instead, for the postgraduate students, what they did is to learn how to write science papers, how to present their papers at the international conference. That is a major purpose for us to teach them. Yeah.
And the last question, our postgraduate students have to pass exam at the end.
Pass in an ideal case to
English,
take. First they
to
take it.
exam. And what
But
about your postgraduate
if lucky,
students?
they pass it.
You mean exams?
No exams, only help with the writing research, yes?
Writing science papers.
Science paper only, okay.
Can I ask my own question? And that will, I promise that will be the last question from me. So when we write as a reader, that's important to write as a reader, we can read as a writer and write as a reader. So when we write as a reader and we keep our focus on how our writing will be received, whether it will make sense and what message it sends. What are the techniques to help students distance from their writing to read their own texts as readers?
You mean as the leaders, what
Yes.
are the techniques
If I write as a reader, so I write with the reader in mind, how can I learn to write as a reader if I cannot read my text? How can I distance from the text to read my own text as a reader?
Sorry, I didn't catch what you mean by as a leader.
As a reader, as not as a leader for sure, as a reader, as a reader. So we write, okay? We're teaching research writing, how to write papers. And we always tell our students that they need to write with readers in mind, okay? So I need to think about my readers, how my message will be understood. So we read as a writer, analyzing and so on, processing the text. And we write as a reader. Two-way road.
Did the student catch the word leader? Is that leader?
Reader,
No.
reader, 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 writer and reader.
You can spell the word. You can spell the word.
I cannot write in the. Can you write in? Yes, we read books. We read books. We're readers. We're readers. Okay, just we are read. I'm reading now. Okay, reading. And now I'm writing. So I'm reading.
Just spell the word. R-E-A-D-I-N-G. Reading. R-E-A-D.
Reading.
Read. Yeah, reading.
Reading.
So R-E-A-D-E-R. Reader and writer.
Reading.
W-R-I-T-E-R. Okay? Again.
Writer and reader.
Yes. So we need to read as a writer and write as a reader.
Okay. Well, the students, the major task for us to teach the student is to teach them how to write science papers. But basically, there must be a process of input, right? So they first need to learn how to read science papers and what are the information we should get from reading those articles and well-written articles, as said just now. Okay. So learn what are the good structure of it, what are the information involved in it, what are the useful expressions. Of course, there are some very inspiring ideas, innovative ideas in each research field. That is also something they need to learn, inspired, and then to think of some new and novel ideas so that they can write a new paper, of course.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhang Penshon, for your contribution. Thank you for joining us and making this valuable contribution to our conference on academic writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do hope that I did not take much of your time.
That was just absolutely perfect. Okay, amazing. Thank you. Now we're going to have something to eat, lunch, and then I expect everyone, I'm happy to see you all back from lunch, energized for the second part of our conference. And it gives me a special pleasure to introduce Aria Bierler, our first speaker. Aria was born in Belgium, raised in Switzerland, where she obtained her doctorate in social sciences. She then moved to Paris to pursue a master's degree in social anthropology. After completing her studies, Aria traveled to England, Birmingham, and to the USA, Princeton, where she focused on more personal projects. In September this year, Aria joined our department, which makes me absolutely thrilled and happy that we have such an enthusiastic language teacher who teaches 2 courses, Sociology of Emotion and Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. Aria, you're welcome.
Is it working? No.
Press the button.
Is it fine?
Is it red?
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to have the chance to do this presentation. So today I would like to pursue the conversation on how chatbots and intelligent tutoring system can be helpful tools in order to improve language skills or learn languages, either as a support for teacher or for students and regular user. So I will give today a brief overview that is based on a modest literature review of mine, also my own experiments. So I've been testing the different chatbots that were mentioned in the article I've been reading. Also, is it me researching? Yeah, it's quite unstable. Also, I just would like to precise that I'm excluding ChatGPT type of bot because they do work very differently, and the literature I've been focusing on talk about more classic type of bot. But still, we'll see they are interesting. So what exactly have I been reading? Like the main part are article review. So those are research that will gather a huge amount of articles from all around the world to try to summarize what are the main trends, what are the main focus of research at the moment, also the main findings and limitation of such chatbot. I also had some reading on different qualitative research and explorative and preliminary research. So this is what we'll be talking about. So these chatbots share a bunch of characteristics, the main one being the main language is English. So a few of them work in order to learn Chinese, for instance. I saw a case for Irish also, but still in the vast majority, they are built in order to learn English. Another characteristic is that it's mostly a one-to-one setting. So it's the user sitting in front of the computer or the telephone chatting with the bot. Again, in few cases, we have the possibility for group discussion, but it's mostly anecdotal. A huge focus on writing, of course, so you communicate with the chat thanks to your keyboard. Again, with the exception of some of them that have like audio device where you can out loud speak and you have some like vocal response. And they work mostly as a peer, so not so often as a tutor, also not so often as a novice that you would have to teach yourself. Those different bots are meant to be used in different pedagogical ways. The main one being interlocutor. So mostly it's used either for practice your language or improve your language skills, and sometimes to have some group discussion. Some also focus on simulation. By that I mean the possibility to have some role play and build up scenario in which you can practice to focus on a very specific topic. Some other transmit information, which means that it's a tool that is mostly built for the teacher, and the teacher will kind of prompt the chat to deliver some information to the students. We have some helpline and chatbot that will also provide recommendation. For instance, book recommendation that is appropriate to your English level, which is mostly used for children so far. So what are the claimed benefits of all these bots? So I've split that in two main categories, the first one being the usability and the second one being utility. So in terms of usability, a very common argument was timeliness. So the chatbot is accessible at any time, at any moment, for as long as you wish. As long as you have the appropriate device and internet connection, it's something you can use, which is quite convenient. It's also very user-friendly. You open the chat and it's directly accessible. Sometimes you have to initiate the conversation. Sometimes the chat has to do it, but still it's quite easy. Even if there are some settings, they are always mostly user-friendly. Some have the possibility for personalization. What I mean by that is that the chatbot will call you by your name, for instance, or will remember some fact about yourself, or will have some joke, or be more human-like, more personalized. They are also open to all kinds of communication and can have a broad vocabulary from slang to idioms and even more sophisticated and specific type of languages. In terms of utility, a common argument also was those chatbots are a good help in order to overcome shyness and nervousness. So for those that have issues socializing and speaking up with native speaker or peers, they at least have the possibility to use those bots and practice their language. In many studies, the bots were also very much perceived as being patient and friendly. You can ask again and again and again the same question, the bot will happily answer you. Among the concrete results, I must say the results overall were quite timid in the sense that most of the research I've seen were conducted either on a very short amount of people or on a short amount of time. Thus, the results are interesting, but not significant enough to conclude a very strong point on the utility of those bots. So it's still a very new type of research, but some promise, timid promise, are pointing. The last point is also very interesting to me. So those kind of bots can help preserve endangered languages, which is, for instance, the case for Irish, as mentioned previously. And this I find really important. And they are also a very good tool in order to support students or users with specific needs, such as students with autism or dyslexia. So for this kind of specific task, the bot can have a strong utility. So what have I tried myself? So trying different bots, I have few rules for myself. I only wanted to try bots that were present in the article to stay consistent. Some promises were so strong that I got thrilled myself. You excuse me, but I've used only free versions, so this is my own limitation. And the type of question I've been focusing on is the possibility to have a role play, asking the bot, for instance, to be a waiter, and I'd be a client asking for a table, and see if he will understand my request and how it will respond. Also, how much a chatbot is good at correcting spelling mistakes or grammatical mistakes. Again, do we understand my request and how will he react? And finally, is it a really good tool to learn new vocabulary? So here you have a list of the different chatbots I've been using. Cleverbot and Eliza are chatbots that don't have any memory. They are free of access on the internet, so computer-based. Jabberwocky is a chatbot that you can customize yourself, so it does have some memory, and then you can choose to keep it private or put it online for other person to use, which is particular. Lisbeth is both on computer and telephone, and Replica is an interesting one because it's It's one that is on your phone, and it's the same setting that you would have on Telegram or WhatsApp, for instance, so very familiar type of setting, and you chat with an avatar that you create yourself. So the replica is quite realistic. So a few words on my impression using these different bots. Well, I indeed had a lot of fun and surprises, but in order for me to improve my English or to project myself as a student, I was not fully convinced. What are the reasons for that? Let's have a look at the limitation. So this is a summary of my own criticism and the one I have found in the literature. So first, about the learning outcome. So one finding is that users and students tend to engage quite a lot with the chatbot, which is great, and they tend to perform relatively well, but for a short time period. And the term that is used to explain that is the novelty effect. So there is excitement at first that kind of diminished on the long run. In some aspects there was absolutely no, well, not absolutely, but very few improvement from the student, including for reading comprehension and vocabulary learning. So for this kind of aspect, so far there are no good conclusion on that. Also, due to the setting of those bots, well, users and students already need to have a certain level in the language in order to use those bots, because you, of course, need to read, but to write properly, to know the alphabet, and to have at least a medium, if not a high language level to use them. So it's quite limited to new learners. And for kids, for instance, they in fact tend to embody the chatbot in a robot in order for the kids to have more ease at use with those bots. So it's easier for them to engage with a robot with which they can talk and not write. An important social aspect or ethical one, it's those bots tend to isolate the learners from language learning environment and community. So maybe if you're shy, it's good that you have this option. On the other hand, it puts you aside from other people. What about the user experience? Well, we'll see at the end an example of Cleverbot, but they are not so clever. The reason being that a lot of answers tend to be completely unrelated, sometimes even nonsense. They have sometimes difficulty to carry on with a topic, so it's really hard to have in-depth conversation. Even sometimes the inability to understand multiple sentences at once, which is also problematic. If I get back to ELISA, for instance, in some article, they claim that it was used in order to improve negotiation. If you try ELISA yourself, well, either they have prompted in a way that I don't understand myself, either there are strong limitations in such program. And finally, and very importantly, they lack emotion. Why is it important? Because most studies tend to agree that the more emotion there is, the more dynamic it is, the easier it is for the student to learn and the better the progress is. So lack of emotion is actually a strong limitation. And not talking of the fact that some are absolutely not supportive or sometimes even rude. So to go further in the critique, let's say, I would like to share some ethical concerns. So some common ethical concerns on the matter are, of course, the case for privacy and data use. But this, I think, you've heard enough of it, so I'll go further. Another one that I find important is the lack of guidance for users. So when you open a bot, sometimes you have very few information on for what reason that bot was created, what is the best way to use it, what can I expect from it, and so on and so forth. And sometimes it leads to, well, not very pleasant surprises. For instance, the case of Replica, which at the end of the day, it's a bot that is built in order to have a romantic virtual relation. So when you want to learn a language, it might be problematic to, even though they were used in some research. Some also don't have much filter for aggressive and explicit content, or can lead to some toxic or addictive type of conversation, and as we talk already, social isolation. So on a more positive note, I would like to stress the fact that these do not concern a ChatGPT or deep AI type of bot. This is a completely different game, and as we saw already throughout the conference, they have much more promising type of results with better performance, more ethical background, and also better potential both for students and teacher. So it's important to keep this distinction in mind. So to sum up this presentation, what I think is important to remember is that research on the matter is still very new. There are a lot of improvement that need to be done, either like research including like more students or on a longer time period. Like we know that to learn a language, a month is not enough to evaluate the proper progress of the student. We need more time, but it's difficult research to make. But still, they tend to agree that there is so far nothing like a real good human teacher, which is good news, I guess. And also, knowledge is gained through social interaction. And the chatbot that managed to perform the most were the ones that were the closest to the type of interaction we have naturally as humans. So including like emotion, humor, possibility to bend, remember the name, and so on and so forth. And my last thought on the topic is that a powerful tool is not always a teacher per se. So it's something to be able to assist in a task. It's something different to teach per se. And again, I think this nuance is important, and I think it was also well presented throughout the conference, that now we have good tool to support the teacher or support the users and students, but they don't really teach or not always teach per se. So this was my last thought on this matter. So while you are thinking for some potential question, this is an example of a discussion I had with Cleverbot, asking him to correct my poor English and my spelling mistakes, which gives you an idea of, well, the type of results you might gain.
A very emotional interaction. That was the last comment. You are not human, really?
Yeah.
That's real example.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So the first one was done maybe 10 days ago, and this one like 3-4 days ago. So it's not the same day, but I don't think it matters. My questions are exactly the same, but not very encouraging so far.
It can be either depressing, it can be depressing when you are not human or humorous, and then it keeps you wondering, what if?
And my poor English teacher who doesn't speak English.
Yeah. Inspiring or depressing, yeah. Okay.
So I'm happy to answer any question if you have, or to listen to your comments.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for in-depth critical analysis of various AI technologies. I've never heard of them, in fact, and they're all free.
Those one, yes.
Yeah, I know. The only bot I know is Alice or Siri or something like that. It always makes this type of technology always makes me laugh, because I start using some jokes, okay, but Alice or Siri, these devices, because they're not, I cannot say just device, that's not a technology, a device, lacks humor for sure. Yeah, but it makes me laugh all the time. And if I'm in a blue mood, yeah, I always switch it on and start talking to this crazy machine. Okay, questions to you. Oh, you see how many questions you have? Wow, okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, bonjour, je m'appelle Serge. I'm very interested in methodology of teaching a second foreign language through the first foreign language. Est-ce qu'il y a la méthodologie en français, par exemple, que vous pouvez utiliser les mêmes choses, les chatbots? Are there any chatbots in French that you can use in the same way?
A few, not much. Even less in Russian. I'm myself very interested in improving my Russian, but so far I was unlucky in finding some chat support. Sometimes it's a bit hard to differentiate because there are a bunch of applications online and on your phone that you can have in order to learn a language. Like in some article, I even had the case for Duolingo, even though I would really not recommend personally. So I guess for a user to learn on its own, you quickly get drowned in the amount of possibilities without really knowing which one is the most appropriate for your needs. Also, some tools are targeted for some levels. So a lot of application on the phone, for instance, is really for beginners. But as long as you have gained the A2, B1 level, then there is a gray zone with nothing, because it's still early to open a proper book and learn like that, or use this kind of tool, because again, you need some level to be able to chat with them. So here we have kind of a gray zone that I find very problematic, and it's where I am in my Russian. And then the more you are advanced, the less actually you need those tools, because then you are able to read books, read the news, talk with people, and I think it's much more interesting and fruitful than just bots.
C'est parfait, merci beaucoup.
Avec
Perfect,
plaisir.
thanks so much.
Yes.
You said that these tools are different from ChatGPT. What's the difference?
Well, one main difference to me are those. So better performance. So for ChatGPT, I've asked also the same question, like possibility to have a role play or to correct my spelling and grammatical mistake. If prompt in the right way, it is able to answer properly. And which was not the case with any of the previous one I've mentioned. I had non-ethical issue also with ChatGPT type of bots. Even though sometimes I was trying to pursue with problematic content and question, it will stop me or go on another topic. And for replica, for instance, I find it to be very problematic. There is no filter on the matter. And we are adults, so we may be able to filter that ourselves. But when we think of younger students, I find it very problematic. And thus they have better potential. So this is the two main difference for me. And they have memory eventually. If you talk with Cleverbot or Eliza, they don't have any memory, and they don't manage to understand huge amount of text, even 3-4 sentences is sometimes complicated. ChatGPT and Deep AI are much more advanced on that matter. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Could you say, do you believe that some more developed versions of these chatbots can supersede native speakers? Is nothing, is it better than nothing? If you have no other opportunities to communicate with native speakers while teaching learning process, I mean.
Well, those are two questions. If it's better than nothing, I would answer obviously. It's always great to have tools to be able to practice. But so far, I would say that there is nothing compared like native speaker. Because what goes with language as well, like the accent, the culture, like the person you want to encounter. At the end of the day, one reason we learn languages is in order to be able to talk to people. And this aspect lack with online tools, I would say.
Thank you so much for this.
Don't touch the microphone, please.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. So one question. Short-term effect is really a limitation. But have you come up with an idea how we can prolong students' engagement?
So how students can use
Yes,
it?
how we can prolong students' engagement.
So to pass over the novelty effect, kind of. Well, for those kind of bots, I'm not sure it is. I mean, I've suggested my students to try them and to use them, and after the 5-10 minutes, they got bored because of the type of answer they would get. But again, with ChatGPT and Deep AI type of bot, as we saw throughout the conference, I think there are better opportunity to learn target languages, to do some role play, or to support and assist the teacher. So I think the opportunity is more there. And very quickly, the old type of bots are completely overrated. Or for entertainment, or yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do tonight. Okay, try to use clever bot to converse with clever bots. Okay, one more.
So
okay.
you know a virtual assistant, right? So like Siri is much smarter than chatbots. So how do you think chatbots runs out virtual assistants? Because nowadays people are using virtual assistant to teach students. Even students are learning through virtual assistants. So how do you think chatbots runs out virtual assistants in modern days? I give you an example of a Siri, which is very popular and more used, and Amazon also have something like that.
Well, I'm not sure what would be the correct answer, but well, first, Siri is not built in order to improve languages, I think.
Siri is also used to learn languages and also to help students to go with more better understanding of what they are learning.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Siri and Amazon, although both have their own iPads where students can learn languages through Siri, that they can just talk to each other like a conversations, like full conversation.
Okay.
So I think they are capable of doing that.
Well, I don't know much, so I don't know how to answer that. But
It's okay. You can just give your opinion.
I guess. Well, I said previously, any support is already good. It's better than nothing. After all, we don't need the perfectly clean, elegant language to be able to learn. We can learn throughout YouTube video or blog post or chatbots. So after all, they provide with some language. So we still may encounter words that we don't know or type of sentences that are new to us and so on and so forth. So I don't have anything against any type of tool. We just need to think how to use them properly and understand what do we aim from them, what do we expect from them.
Thank you, Ari. I guess the best, as a language teacher, I can say that the best way to learn a language, to study a language, is just to communicate with a human.
Mm-hmm.
You agree?
If I may, a very last small comment.
I agree, because bots don't have emotions, humans do. So you can.
Yeah, and for a young child using robots, these were common studies. One robot being emotional and dynamic, and the other one being more neutral. And the performance of the kids with the dynamic robot are much better. So again, like emotion and socialization are important.
So you need to find an emotional human, and communicate. Thank you, Arya. Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Rashmikiran Pandey. He used to be my PhD student, and I'm proud to have him as a speaker. Rashmikiran is pursuing a PhD, right, in informatics and computer science at this university. Rashmikiran, you're welcome.
So, hello everyone. My name is Rashmikiran Pandey. I am pursuing PhD here from MIPT. So, I'm a PhD student here. So, I will be presenting the topic, the impact of roles and limitations of chatbots in language teaching. So,
that's technology.
Chatbots are playing a crucial role nowadays in today's day-to-day life. So, in fact, if you see, nowadays people prefer chatbots over web search. So because people prefer to chat box, because when we use any kind of web search, then we find out like we supposed to get 8 or 10 websites, then we have to scroll particular website, then we go and find our relevant content. So people prefer chatbots because they put their query and they get the answer instantly, rather than going and spending too much time. So in this presentation, I will present like introduction, what is chatbots, what is chatbox, how does this works, followed by some positive point on chatbots. Then I will show some my own experience. Then I will provide concluding remarks on the chatbots. So AI chatbots, if you see, it's like a computer programs. AI chatbots, whenever I discuss in my whole presentation, then I mean chatbots means either ChatGPT or Google Bard. So basically, I'm just discussing on these two, and I consider that all of them are like within this domain. So they will, all of the rest chatbots will covered within this. So I consider that chatbots are computer programs that can simulate or mimic the conversion or behavior with humans. So basically, how does this chatbot works? Let us take an example. There is a person, there is a single person, and we offer him 100 books. There is a single person, we offer him 100 books. So that person will have knowledge of only 100 books. He will not get any new book, he will not create any new intuitions. In the same way, chatbots also works. So chatbots or ChatGPT. So here, what they have done with ChatGPT, they trained ChatGPT with LLM, means large language modeling. So lots of data are being fed to these chatbots. After that, they provide their own computer algorithm and generate the modeling. And based on that, we found a chatbot model. And once this model is ready, then we put user provide their own inputs, and we supposed to get output. In this way, chatbots works irrespective of their name like Google Bard or ChatGPT, whatever. So the latest AI chatbots are obviously powered by LLMs, so they have lots of data, and on that data they are being trained. So the first question here comes directly in our mind: why chatbots? Why we are discussing chatbots now? Because earlier also we have different kinds of chatbots, but why the chatbots are now? So there's a two reasons. First, these chatbots are trained on LLMs, means they can generate human-like and informative response. Their response are more and much powerful. This is why I am here and talking about ChatGPT. Second, LLMs are able to learn and adapt over time. How they can adapt over time, how they can learn the things, this completely depends on the context. How this context play a role? Let me get back again the same 100 book examples. Let us see if there are 1,000 books. Let us see if there are 1,000 books and you want to find a book of history. So out of these 1,000 books, finding a single history book is literally a problematic. So on that, what we supposed to do? We create different kind of departments. History department, computer science department, mathematics department, so that person can access those books easily. In the same way, in case of chatbots, ChatGPT, we also have to provide context. Once we provide a context, then these bots can understand us much easily and in an effective way. Some popular, obviously, these are the LLM based, and I am focusing on LLM based chatbots only. So Google Bard, ChatGPT, Bing Chat, and I tried Google Bard, ChatGPT, and Bing. So these three I tried, rest I didn't attempt. So chatbots in language learning. How we can use these chatbots in language learning? I will show some example along with some prompts. How we can use these chatbots in language learning? What kind of prompts we can use? I will also demonstrate some prompts, like somebody in the audience asked from previous speaker, like, I want to learn Russian. So I will tell him how we can learn Russian using ChatGPT. So I have created some prompts, we can see over here. But before that, I think, before that, I just would like to provide an example from the literatures. So one of the study in literatures have conducted On that study, they just try to analyze whether ChatGPT or the human teacher, who works better and who performs better. So what they did, they just divided two groups of students. One group they allotted as control group, and another group they allotted as experimental group. So both have they provided a task to both of the group before starting. So they provided some teaching or writing skills task and asked their students to just attempt this. After that, they just provide training with the help of ChatGPT, Google Bard or whatever they use. And for experimental group, their teachers, in a control group, their teachers train those students, and in experimental groups, AI chatbots taught those students. So after their results after their statistical results, they perform some kind of statistical analysis, ANOVA test and lots. So after that, they told that this is author claims, not my claims, that the application of AI chatbot had a substantial and favorable effect on students' motivation to learn English writing. So overall, their overview was that ChatGPT is better than human teacher. So this is their author's claim, and the reference is there at the last of my PPT. So, and we will discuss this in concluding part. Now, why we use ChatGPT? Why we use chatbots in language training? First, there are some. We are just looking some advantage part. Why we are looking? We got personalized language training. We got just like in a free of cost. We got a personal tutor who can give us assignment. Like we can tell him, give me 5 assignment, give me 10 assignment, give me some questions, and immediately he will give us some kind of questions. So we don't need to go and ask the teachers, call him. So it's easy to get the assignment questions, to practice the things. We also get a conversational language practice partner. Like we don't need to find a new guy to practice. Like I want to learn Russian, so I need someone to practice. I don't need to go anywhere. I just take the help from ChatGPT, and I think I can get help. So this is another benefits, conversation language practice. So next is obviously motivating and engaging, because chatbots and language provide us immediate feedback. We don't need to wait for 6 months or 1 year to get a feedback on our work. Like I submitted my paper and it's pending since 1 year, and till now I haven't received any feedback. So we don't need to wait for this longer, and we can just immediately get a feedback on our work. So it's much better. Accessibility, obviously we can access it at even 2 a.m. at night. So 24/7. So these are some positive feedbacks, and these are some real-time chatbots which are in market apart from ChatGPT and Google Bard. So I haven't tried any of them. I think from my part, ChatGPT, Google Bard are sufficient. But for example purpose, I'm just sharing these. Now, like if one guy wants to learn something from ChatGPT, so here is a prompt that I have created. As I already told, before just asking a random question from ChatGPT or these LLM kinds of bots, what we have to do first, we have to tell the context. Like whenever I ask any question related to my research, what I did, I tell ChatGPT or Google Bard that I am a computer science student. I am doing my research in AI, machine learning, and I want help in this particular topic. First, I tell him context so that he can better understand what I want actually. So just tell him who you are, what you want. Once he understands, it is like I told in previous example, like I want to find a history book, right? So if we found history book from 1,000 books, then it will be a tedious job. But if I tell him just go and find in history section, it will be much easier. In the similar way, first we have to provide context. So in the first point, like prompt formula 1, I provided the context, like what I want to learn. So basically I wrote over here, I'm planning to learn new language. I need to create a detailed and tailored study plan. The language I want to learn is write your target language, tell your present level where you are at this language, and then you can use these stuffs and hope you will get better results in learning the language. So you can learn grammar, vocabs, listening comprehension is also there an option, And more, you can also practice for speaking, reading and writing. Like I also want to be able to read and write in your target language. Please include resources for learning to write and write. So this is also an option. Cultural understanding, you can write this like I believe understanding the culture is an important part of language, and you ask that please share the culture related to Russian or whatever the language you want, and hopefully he will share something. Review and practice, assessments, all these things we can do. Now this is my another prompt formula for listening comprehension. I am studying, just tell I am studying and I want to improve my listening comprehension. Could you simulate a conversation between two people about write your topic in the language? After the conversation, could you provide a summary and explain any difficult word or phrases? So easily you can get difficult words also. Like there are difficult words in Russian which I cannot even pronunciation. Which I cannot even pronounce it. So I face problem, but hopefully in this way I will get some meaningful results. Third, pronunciation practice. So many students face problem in pronunciation, so they can use this for English, Russian or any other language. You can try this as well. Personalized grammar practice plan. You can use this also, like how we can construct a sentence. I want to practice constructing sentence, write your language. Could you provide exercise and give feedback? So you can use this also. Verb conjunction, tenses, grammar exercise, lots of things are there. You can use GPT and the kind of chatbots. Prompt example for grammar, I think this is repeating. So there is also a general template for some other scenarios also apart from these learning language. You can use for other scenario, like I prepared this an example. I am learning Russian and I want to practice real life situations. Could you please create 3 different scenarios related to attending a job interview in Russian? For example, I would like to see how a conversation might unfold in various situations, such as introducing myself to the interviewer, answering common interview questions, and negotiating a job offer. So lots of things are there. We can explore using these LLM-based models. Now, this was the positive feedback up to now that I have shared all of you. Now let us go into some negative points, like lack of understanding context. Even if you tell them that you are a PhD student, you are doing in this topic, you are doing on that topic, still there is a chance that GPT or BARD kind of LLM chatbots couldn't understand context properly. Still there is a chance. Limited knowledge base. Like I told, if there is 1,000 books, I taught these models on 1,000 books, so I cannot expect that he will learn a new book. So once we have to train this model again, then only it will be updated. Like in the case of ChatGPT, earlier it was saying that I'm updated till September 2019, but now it is saying that I have learned till 2023. So it's updated now. So we need to update if we want some updated knowledge or updated base. But still, even after getting update, there is a chance that these kind of bots can provide you incorrect and wrong information. Inability to generalize means they don't have intuitions. Like they cannot generalize the details more. I will provide examples in an upcoming slide. Lack of emotions, as usual, like previous speakers explained, like they have lack of empathy. The last point is biasing. Like chatbots can be biased, and this is literally a very important point. Because let us say if the one country have their own chatbots, this is quite possible. That country can use this chatbot to spread their own propaganda. Let us say, if one country wants to share some news and that country knows that we have 10 million users. So they can spread their propaganda through that chatbots very easily. And if we incorporate this kind of chatbot to our students, they are the very naive mind. And they can easily affect by that propaganda. And they will start spreading those kind of campaign and blah blah lots of things. This can be literally a big issue, which every country must think about it. limitations example, like here, that's a very similar example I tried. Like I asked how many countries start with letter V. So initially it told only 2. Then I asked, are you sure 2 only? So he shared some more. So, so this is kind of some kind of error you can find. And then once again I asked, can I say there are only 3 countries? So it is like I just wanted to find Vietnam in the list. This is why I just asked 3 questions and last I think finally, but provided the answer. But you can see that there is some kind of problem arises in GPT also. Word to word translation. So I just asked one translation. So don't get offended by my word. So I just wanted what actually the meaning of that word. So if you ask the same thing from a language teacher, he will definitely say the translation of that word, that he is a fool. It is simple meaning of this translation is he is a fool. But if you ask this from ChatGPT, Google Bot, or any kind of LLM based or non-LLM based bot also, the translation will be similar. So it's like a word to word translation. So this is an error. Next, alternate way how we can tackle these limitations, right? So as earlier I told, provide context. Next, try to be specific. Still things doesn't work, then use another chatbots. And still if things doesn't work, then try to report to OpenAI. He will try to find out, if possible. So, literature review. So one of the things, like everybody using ChatGPT very much, so I also wanted that why shouldn't I also write my research paper very easily by using ChatGPT kind of things. So what I did is like in my topic, I'm writing an article named Model of Information Warfare Using AI. So I wanted from ChatGPT that please write a literature review using citations and reference on this topic. So see how beautiful he responded, he or she, whatever. See, so I got response from ChatGPT, something like this on literature review. I just asked to write a literature review on this topic through ChatGPT. That please provide me this and let us see the response. So if you read the things, then you will be impressed. That's a beautiful response, very good and blah blah blah. But the actual thing, once again, just look over the reference. So reference is Smith J 2020, the evaluation of information warfare, a historical something is written. And the name of journal is Journal of Cybersecurity. Now, when I read the content, I just have some doubt over the quality of content. So immediately I wanted to read this article. So I go Google and try to find this article. But nowhere in the web this kind of article exists. First point, to my surprise. Second point, there is no such author exist. Smith J, no such author exist. Third point, there is no such journal exist. So if you are providing information from such kind of concocted and false resources, then what is the guarantee that your content would be correct? How can you use ahead in your life? Let us say if I would have submitted this article to one of the journal, then he will definitely would have sent an email to my rector that just send this guy outside of this university immediately, because this is a kind of crime. Now you may see the another examples also, like another section 2, role of artificial intelligence in information warfare, Johnson LA 2019. Same case applicable here also. No such authors, no such topics, and no such journals. So if any of you are thinking like this by using such kind of chatbots, then definitely you are going to involve such great problem. So similar situation is here also, same problem I faced. Now ChatGPT itself tells that do not trust me completely. So you can read this. Now my concluding remarks, like previous speaker told, if something bot or chat bot is powerful than your teacher, then it doesn't mean it can teach everything. Just because teaching is a skill. teaching is not like I have more knowledge, then I can teach better. It's not any measurement of knowledge. Teaching is a skill that comes from a human mind only. Whatever may be the scenario, whatever may be the situation. Like no matter what advanced chatbots can be in or arrived in market, but still nobody can replace the teachers. Lots of positive and negative points I have already shared. Now this is the reference that I use in my slides, and my concluding remarks. Chatbots are good, but definitely not the best. Best is yet to come. Because in future we supposed to have, there are many surprising chatbots. Now questions.
Rashmikiran, thank you very much, and I hope you did not use ChatGPT while you were preparing for my classes.
Obviously didn't.
Great.
I think ChatGPT was not for public usage when I attended our lectures.
That's why it takes me so long to evaluate your works. I do have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I just Googled and I found out that there are more than 8 billion people in the world. More than 8 billion humans in the world. My question is, why do we try to create artificial intelligence tools that can behave like humans? Do we need more humans than us?
I think just because they want, like I shared my problem, I submitted my paper, and it's pending since last 1 year. Till now I haven't received any review, and it is like my final year. I badly need that paper, and I didn't receive any response. So we need such person who can at least respond in 3, 4, 5 or 1 month. How long we can wait indefinitely just because of these kind of teachers? So obviously we need these kind of robots. Not everywhere, but at least some part of places.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Questions? Wow. Mm-hmm.
How many prompts do you have in your collection? 1,000, 10,000?
Actually, I just create prompts as per my requirements. Like she told me that I need to take lectures, so I just created by my own. So it is not like I just saved and blah blah. I just create by my own requirements.
Thank you very much for your very interesting report. Actually, we've been using chatbots a lot for creating text and mostly, well, not for speaking. And an interesting thing that you have mentioned is that chatbots can be biased. It's something really new, some new idea, because previous speakers, when they were talking about these chats, they told that one of the advantages of these things is that they are more or less objective. Well, from your own experience, have you ever experienced any bias on part of these chatbots? Can you give any examples? I think it would be really interesting for us to learn about them.
I find biasing in ChatGPT, but at public I don't want to share that experience because that is like interest of different states. So I don't want to involve any complexity. So just in a simple point of view, I just told it might be a weapon as a part of information warfare.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rashmikiran. Thank you. I could listen to you for ages. Yeah. Thank you. And today I have a collection of stellar students of mine, and let's welcome another student of mine, my former student, Svetlana Gudkova, now a prominent researcher with the high Hirsch index. Yeah, I remember you while you were preparing for defending your PhD dissertation. That was the final class we had. Do you remember? Yes, I do. And Svetlana is a specialist in neutron and X-ray diffraction, crystals and powder magnetic materials synthesis, right?
Right.
Right, and Svetlana is going to share her experience with the English language, and she'll speak about language barriers for scientists.
Do you hear me?
Sure.
I think, yeah. Brilliant presentation for me, and it's too hard to speak. After the previous speaker, I'm not so emotional. I'm just a boring physicist. That's why I'll try to make jokes with my presentation. So I would like to discuss the problem. Stop. The language barrier for scientists. I'm a specialist in microelectronics, X-ray diffraction. I've got a huge project in medicine and in biology and also in chemistry. So I try to explain you the problems for these specialists in language. This is my area of interest, and I match green topics that you have already heard, maybe, but the pink is that is not common for humanitarian people. And also I match my amount of articles and also H index. And what is the problem? I'm the physicist, and I have to write articles. I have to make reports in English, and sometimes I have to teach, but not often. And I have to communicate with colleagues from foreign countries, and also sometimes I have to express my new ideas for my colleagues, and it's the most difficult thing that I ever done. First of all, the first thing that I do is writing an article. And Irina Korotkin yesterday told us that Google Translate, Yandex Translate are the brilliant tool for translation. I think that the language aspect is brilliant, but what about the meaning of the text? What about the interpretation? I think that we need to think about it, because sometimes we have problems with terminology when we translate from, for example, Russian to English, and sometimes to German, and so on. And the positive is that we economize time for scientists, but another aspect, we built the barrier for oral offline presentations. And because we avoid to take in our mind a lot of words, terms, and so on, we rely on the machine translation. And it's the problem, because when after the COVID we start the oral presentations in the conferences, we have the problem because we have the short amount of words in our mind. I don't know how to tell it correctly, but sometimes I don't remember the word, and it's just 1, 2, 3 years, and you have lack of words. It's the problem. So, the next, terminology. I mentioned it already. In general, when we speak about the global things, we translate word by word. But when we try to classify something or do something, describe something in details, that's the problem, classification. Because I show this picture to show the to identify the problem. Because here we classified the pockets. In each pocket, only one type of fruit or vegetable. But in science, sometimes classification is not logical. Sometimes it's just historically aspect just, we classified as is. I'm sorry. But sometimes we classified something according to, for example, in the pockets, according to the color. And it's another classification, but sometimes when we translate, we don't know the identical of this classification in the foreign country. That's why it's the problem. And I think it will be the problem when we will try to compare the classifications in Russia, in England, and I think in Asia countries. Is the problem, how to classificate. And that's an easy simple. For example, the similar baskets, the similar fruits, but we've got an apple. And it's the problem, because when you describe the idea, we use this term, and sometimes it doesn't fit it exactly. A little difference, but it's the problem. In medicine, I have some interesting term, biocompatible and biotolerant. As a linguist, you know that tolerant and compatible is close. But when we speak about material science and biocompatible, you know that it's opposite terms, opposite. Because biotolerant means not harmful. And biocompatible, you need the positive feedback from the material. So you need the interaction between material and what you do. The opposite meaning. I'm not exactly sure that you understand, but I try to. So after the terminology, we use it in writing articles, but also in oral speech. And the next thing, oral speech. We've got students and professors, and there are different problems. Our students are well qualified in language aspects, but they have no background in science. And sometimes in chemistry and biology here, it's awful situation. And so they express their ideas, but they can't answer and ask the questions. It's the problem, because they don't know the material. But what about the professors? Huge research background, but sometimes they hesitate to present their work in foreign language. It's the problem. Sometimes we discuss it, that they wrote books and nobody knows about it, because they're in Russian or probably in other languages. I make an experiment after our talk. I ask my students, what about books, foreign books, that was translated into English and you find in internet? The topic was chemistry. They told me that the most interesting and impressive books are from France. Yeah, it's very surprised me, because they find books that was published and then translated a century ago. And for example, a century.
I can't help interfering. Do you want to say that you study books that were published a century ago?
No, I mean that they are published in French, and then, after years, they translated in English and published. And we can find it in internet. But in our country, we have the problem that there are a lot of books in Russian, but nobody knows about it. We don't like to translate our books. But in books, we've got the terminology, the terms that we are based on, and that's the problem. So we can't rely on the articles only, because there are not correct terminology. That's why we need books, but we have no books sometimes. And another problem with exactly, professors, that they sometimes use English according to their field of interest. For example, physicists in physics, biologists in biology, and so on. But mainstream of the research nowadays is multidisciplinary work. So it's the problem to connect two professors because they can't understand each other because of the terminology, because of the hesitating of speaking English, and so on. It's the real problem to communicate. And also, they don't like to participate in the not professional conferences. I really don't like to participate not physics conferences, but nowadays I'm here. I try to.
We're not physicists.
The next, yes. And here, as a slightly chemist, I would show you how I see the ideal oral report. For me, it's chemical flasks, but on the right side, you can see the report that doesn't, it doesn't matter which language we use. We see the ideal form, but what about the left side? You can see that poor language tools, psychological barrier makes the presentation compressed and reality in the top. But the real speaker is full of knowledge, but can't express it at all. It's the real problem. So I don't want to make a conclusions after my report, but I would like to say that learning English, working hard, and communications make you a successful researcher nowadays. That's why I insist on oral presentation, oral communications, and unfortunately, there are a lot of reports about GPT chat and so on, but I'm scared of non-communication area around us. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm ready to answer.
Questions?
Thank you so much. You mentioned multidisciplinary work, yeah? And I always wonder why it is not, to my mind, not well developed here at MIT. Like, you need to be like successful researchers, but you need to be successful teachers as well, right? And we as teachers of English, sometimes we just suffer from lack of material, like literally speaking, lack of material. Like, we have lots of, how to name it, special courses that we I'm not very familiar with, so to say. We can teach them the language itself, but we would like to get a bit deeper into the material. Yeah, to communicate like at the same wave, to be at the same wave with them. Yeah, so how can these multidisciplinary, like interdisciplinary work be organized here at MIT?
You mean, for example, physicists and linguists?
For instance, we need their support for sure. Biologists, chemists.
For example, the physics and medicine specialist in medicine, it's great communication. For example, I work for the project for creating coatings for dental implants. And I have to discuss the problems with real doctors. It was the problem because it was hard work to understand their professional language. It was hard, but nowadays this product is sell around the world. Really. I mean the dental implants. But what about the linguists and physicists, for example? I think that some special disciplines should be taught in English. And because sometimes here we teach in Russian. For Russian people, Russian teaching. But I think that then the researchers have to write or have to communicate with foreign researchers, and they need practice. So if they would listen to the lectures in English, I mean the professional lectures, it will help them to communicate, probably.
Yeah, the idea here is that subject matter experts, they do not always know English that well, and that is why we have to take over. And in particular, Olga is teaching a great course, English for Drug Discovery, and she had, not only her, and we have another, Ekaterina, doing this course. So we had to dive into the material to know what drug discovery means, design a course, and they teach drug discovery.
Brilliant people.
Yeah, and not only this, and combinatorics and artificial intelligence and chemistry, chemical physics of chemistry and physics. That's this combination. I never remember what it is. So we have to do the. No, the other way around. Chemical physics. Yes, chemical physics, not the other way around. That's important. I do not know why.
It's very important.
I know that it's important. Okay, for us it's just that it doesn't mean much, but we have to learn what it is, and that is why we need to first of all educate in terms of English our subject matter experts, professionals, and just teach English, not to teach physics or chemistry or whatever. And we have to teach all these subjects, okay? There was another question. Two.
Svetlana, could you give me an idea of how much of the work in your field is English or connected with English? Like, how much English is there in your field and in your career, being a Russian in your field here?
That I studied English from childhood, but sometimes I mention also the COVID. That's why I'm hesitate to make presentations in English. But in my research life, I read a lot of articles. Sometimes it's books, and I have to write articles also. Because if you want to financial support, you have to publish articles in English, and the best variant is Q1. So I have to do it, and but I would like to speak more, and I have no time to do it. I just read and write. Read and write.
Read and write.
What does Q1 mean?
Quartal? Okay.
Okay. What? So it's best to publish in the first quarter?
Yes. Yeah.
For funding reasons.
That's a requirement of this university.
Okay.
Only then you get some funding.
Among my 80 publications, about 30 are from the first quarter in material science.
Svetlana is a prominent scientist, yeah.
Can a researcher in Russia have a career and not speak English?
Impossible, I guess. It depends. Yeah, it depends on the career.
On the area, on the subject. Because, for example, I think in medicine it's a reality. They don't know English, but they published well, and they are successful researchers. But in medicine, but physics, I think that it's not for physics, for chemistry, for
biology.
Probably, I don't know about psychology. Probably they can exist without English.
Just to be part of this international community, we have to acquire language skills to be heard and to be able to say something. Yeah, and even if researchers publish papers in Russian, they also need to have abstract, which is in English in any case. But even if they don't need to write abstracts in English, they do need to be well read in the field. If they do not read, okay, what is being published in the world, they are isolated. So they are isolated if they do not know the language, I mean English or any other language, foreign language, let's put it this way, and then they keep talking to Siri, no way to be able to communicate. So you cannot do research in isolation.
Well, I don't know, maybe you can, because I think it's
You
interesting.
cannot.
Well, Svetlana, you mentioned maybe psychology, and yesterday I was at a psychology conference in Moscow, and the language of the conference was Russian, so I think you found the sphere where you can make a career without English.
Our conference is in English because we have speakers from 9 countries, and that is why we decided, just that's a question of courtesy, to be heard. And I know that at this very moment, our colleagues and like-minded people, they are listening to us from different continents, and that is why. And if we started translating the conference into Russian or any other language, why Russian? Arya is not from Russia. Why not French? Yeah. Why not? We do have an interpreter, but then we need to have equipment, and it can be expensive, it can be time consuming, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So English is lingua franca. Who knows? Probably in a couple of years, Chinese will be lingua franca, or any other language, or artificial language, Esperanto, something like that.
But it's the real problem for the international conference that are in Russia or in the neighboring countries, because they start the conference in English and then they discuss everything in Russian. So it's the problem. Yesterday, Dmitry Karpinsky mentioned his conference in Minsk, and it was the situation that there are great specialists in neutron diffraction, but they speak only in Russian. And that's the problem.
Yes, great research is done here, and so it's just teamwork. I don't mean one particular team, I mean global teams. Science these days is never done in one lab. And for the common well-being, we need to be united in this way, because what we're doing serves the humanity. That's the point, in my opinion. So we have to either learn English or any other foreign language to be able to communicate. We need to find this common language to share ideas and just find better solutions.
But one of the variants how the non-language scientists might exist is when you have a community with researchers and not all the members know English. Sometimes it works.
That's why we always invite international speakers to maintain and improve. Yes, thank you, Svetlana. Thank you very much. We have, can you stop the presentation, as we have our next speaker, Dr. Jill Bonds. Jill, are you with us?
Yes, hello.
Great.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay? Should I do my video off, I'm guessing, for...
Let me first introduce you. Okay, if you don't mind.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. As mentioned, my name is Dr. Jill Bonds, and I am from West Hills Community College, Kalinga, in California, United States. I am an English and ESL professor and an English language specialist. So I thank you for being here, and I've already enjoyed listening to the other presentations. So Thanks again. My presentation today is discussing what all of us are excited about, nervous, and again, thinking about the future. Artificial intelligence. We know that artificial intelligence has impacted higher education in teaching, learning, ethical considerations, formative and summative assessments, and critical thinking. Today, my presentation will take a very small impact of how we need to embrace it as higher education faculty and better understand the tools that are used to support our pedagogical practices, curriculum development, and student learning assessments through AI. I will also give a few of my favorite AI tools that have really helped me in time management and giving a nice array of student feedback for social justice.
Mm-hmm. Jill? Uh-huh. Yes. Can you make it full screen? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
How does the implementation of artificial intelligence promote social equity and ethical awareness for the student and practitioner? Today, our guiding questions in my presentation that I just kind of want you to think about is, how do you utilize AI to promote social justice in your classroom? How does AI help in your pedagogical practices? Specifically looking at it through a culturally responsive or culturally sustaining pedagogy. And what role does it have in your academic discourse? Today, we know that AI has smart contact, intelligent tutoring systems, virtual facilitators, intelligent mining and use of student data. We have it to predict performance, improving performance, and customize our learning modes. What will artificial intelligence education do for us very soon? The thing I'm most excited about is freeing up teacher time. So we don't have to do the small things, and instead we can do what we love, work with students. It can complement existing learning analytics by providing just-in-time information about learners' successes, challenges, and needs. It can help learners gain 21st century skills by developing reliable and valid indicators. It customizes and gives an individual process for our students. And again, it's going to step away from the mundane of stop and test approach and gives it a much more individualized experience. A little later, we can provide learners with lifelong learning partners, address achievement gaps, enhance teacher expertise, address teacher retention and shortages, break us from the 19th century factory model education, and embody new insights for learning sciences to help us allow and learn the process and build more accurate models that can predict and influence learner progress, motivation, intrinsically and extrinsically, and persistence. We know that AI launched OpenAI ChatGPT on November 30th of 2022. As of 2023, there are 14,700 artificial intelligence startups. More than 4 billion devices already have AI-powered assistants, and this number is set to reach 8.4 billion by 2024. Nearly half of Americans are using digital assistants, including 42% on their smartphones, 14% on a computer or tablet, and 8% on a home device. 67% of consumers prefer to use AI language model tools rather than traditional search engines for finding information. As you can see, we can't get away from it, so we need to embrace it as teachers. The first step in embracing AI is to really think about, where are you? The process generally goes like this. We first have the innovators. These are those that like the new technology, they experiment. They like to think of kind of as the beta tasters. Then we have the early adopters. They pick up the new technology and potentially introduce it to their communities or networks. Next, the early majority follow the leads, kind of wait a little while, and try out the innovation. And then it spreads to the late majority. These are more the traditionalist, wait for it to go mainstream, and wait till the market is saturated. Finally, we have the laggards. Those are the last to start using the new technology. I want you to think about right now, where are you at? Are you an innovator, an early majority, a late majority, or a laggard? One of the things that's important are the 3 A's: availability, affordability, and adoption. Is there sufficient infrastructure in your area to deliver reliable, high-speed wired or wireless broadband? Is there affordability? All of these can be a real equity issue. Can learners and families, caregivers pay for the total cost? And adoption. Do learners and families and caregivers have the information and support and skills to obtain regular, adequate access? These are some of the issues that we're dealing with in a small rural area where the majority of our population does not have the infrastructure, the availability, the affordability, or the adoption. In order to align AI models to a shared vision for education, we really have to think about and determine the quality of an educational technology based not only on outcomes, but on the degree to which the AI tools and systems align to a shared vision for teaching and learning. And you can see the figure to the right describes the important qualities of using AI models for educators to consider around and with a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, making automated systems work for the American people here in America. We want to make sure that it centers around students and practitioners, and that items and everything is transparent, privacy, aligned for visions, explainable, minimize biases, and it's effective across context. As AI continues to move forward, the developers of AI and education are now aiming to help educators. They are trying to foster teacher engagements, prioritizing cultivation of trust and confidence. Policies need to incorporate experiences for teachers to shape and support their own professional learning, including and informing educators in design and development. This will impact and result in more useful and usable and reliable, non-biased information. How can we embrace it in our classrooms? What does it look like to work with AI in a safe, reliable, equity-minded environment? We can create prompts that call for creativity and purpose. This includes books, blogs, and other publications. We can personalize the audience, for example, students from our community. We can have more handwritten assessments for skill mastery. We can show students samples written by AI versus those and humans and discuss the differences. This includes college admission essays, as my students are getting ready to apply to other universities, letters of recommendation. We can also have students use AI as a search engine other than Google. We can discover diction and vocabulary and language. We can ask students to question ideas that are presented and the explanation of concepts. We can research facts about colleges and programs and career opportunities. AI is used to enhance pedagogical practices. The use of AI tools may be less relevant when students experience a structured set of steps on the way to a final product, particularly when these steps include learning activities that elicit students' own thinking, include formative feedback from instructors, and learn the iterative process of writing and reading. We can engage with students on AI ethical practices, and I believe this is one of the most important parts of AI right now. We need to emphasize academic integrity and set clear expectations. These expectations can be found with a small information in our syllabus, and eventually needs to be on the college website, and also a practice that needs to be across disciplines. We need to be transparent about assignment structures and their intended learning outcomes. These discussions can enlighten students on the significance of developing their own thought process while, again, embracing the editor process of writing and reading. As we gain insight ourselves of experience of using these AI tools, our guidance will become refined. But if we're scared, we're not going to be able to keep up with our students. In order to adopt pedagogical practices, we need to update our course guidance on policies. Instructors are encouraged to update and clarify course policies on the use of AI tools for assignments. They have the freedom to regulate these tools in their course syllabi and should clearly communicate these policies to students. Students are advised to seek clarification from instructors if they are unsure about these policies. It's important that students know what they can use and how, and the steps to doing so. AI needs to be also looking at it from a colonial tool, a colonizer technology. The recommendations of ethics of artificial intelligence and technology should be recognized. It should be recognized that AI technologies do not necessarily per se ensure human and environmental and ecosystem flourishing. The data in AI is like the land. We need to decide who manages the data, the information, who is responsible for what is done with the data, and have culturally appropriate conversations with our students to protect the knowledge, to look at who is putting in the knowledge, look at it from an indigenous group and language, and a cultural wealth. The ethical implications are being discussed. The former co-lead of Google's ethical AI team is now researching the implications of racial bias of facial recognition technology. She is the founder of Black AI Affinity Group and on the dangers of these language models. It's important that we have these conversations, not only with other instructors or departments, but also with our students. How are you using AI? I like to use AI to improve student writing and learning retention, create opportunities for a more efficient learning for students, and incentivize and breed creativity. Some of the overall best AI tools that I've used include GradeScope. It grades assignments efficiently and effectively. Beautiful AI creates slideshows in just a few clicks. Trevor AI calendar and a to-do list. Qt AI is personalized tutoring platforms. Jupyter is a visual notebook for equations and computer coding. Learner-centered looks at gamification and personalized learning. Nuance automatically transcribes your lectures like Otter AI. Grammarly, we all know we love that one. Most popular AI editing tool around. We have Plug AI. This is an advanced plagiarism detector. We have Quillbot, which is a paraphraser and editing tool. The three that I rely on daily is Canva Pro. This creates PowerPoints automatically with information and pictures. You can implement the information, you can implement your lectures, your ideas, your research, your notes, and it will automatically incorporate PowerPoints that are nice to look at, that are simplified, and that really, really encompass what you're trying to say. Perplexity is another search engine that includes sources, images, related topics, and again, is a really nice place where students can have additional questions and kind of help them to get that critical thinking component. We also have Claude, which summarizes documents and incorporates documents to make things easier and more simplistic in your reading and writing. The question now is, how will you implement AI in your classroom? How do you implement it to promote ethical and culturally sustaining pedagogical practices? And what will you do to make sure that your students are using it ethically, with the considerations of non-biased information, and creating a writing conventions that are strong and help others to work together? I can answer any questions you have about the slides at this time.
Thank you very much, Jill. Do we have questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. We have questions.
Hello, Jill. My name's Alexander. I'm from Missouri, and we're kind of a simpler people there in Missouri, and not quite as cool and in touch with the innovative stuff as you probably are out there in California.
Are there any questions, or if you want, just let me know how you're using AI. I would love to hear.
So my question is, if you would explain to me what cultural sustainable pedagogical practice means.
Hi, Jill. I was only able to pop in, unfortunately, on the last few minutes, but I just wanted to say that just in those 5 minutes, I got this amazing window into educational tools that I really appreciate. One of the things that I am not is an expert in AI, even though I use tools all the time, but I don't even think about it. So I just wanted to thank you for
absolutely
just giving me a wonderful, rich dessert plate of tools.
Yes, and
that
it's
I'm
just,
going
and
to
I would,
explore.
yeah, and I think it's just taking the time and getting comfortable with it. I know a lot of other faculty in my department stay away from it, and it's just because they don't want to take the time to learn it. And it's a very small learning curve. It's really, just getting in there and just exploring it and thinking about all the time that you can, instead of doing that, you can spend working with students is what I love to do, right? So I'm looking at it as a time saver for those mundane tasks, which I can, instead of spending an hour working on a PowerPoint, I can put it in there, it gets done, and I can spend that hour discussing the PowerPoint, right? So thank you for your comments. Have fun with it.
Alexander, was your question answered?
Anyone else?
Yeah. Jill, did you hear the question?
Well, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to share some of the things that are exciting and new, and again, just bringing that information of AI to incorporate in our everyday lives as we move forward. I think it's going to continue to get more interesting. It's going to be more fun. It's going to free up our time to do what we love, which is teach. Thank you.
Can you switch it on? I didn't do anything. No buttons. No keys.
I think microphone is off. Your microphone is off.
Jill, can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. There was some kind of technical issue. So there was a question from the audience, and then Leslie interfered. Okay, Alexander, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, hello, Jill. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so I was wondering if you could tell me what culturally sustainable pedagogical practices means.
Yes, absolutely. So culturally sustaining pedagogical practices basically just means making sure that we are incorporating multicultural teaching methods, including making sure that we are giving information for all of the cultures that are in our classroom, working with all the cultures in our classroom, representing all the cultures that are in our classroom, and delivering the culturally responsible So I teach a little bit different based on who I'm working with. And so I think it's a good practice, a best practice to understand our population, understand the way that they learn, any way that is, whether it be understanding the kind of literature that they like, understanding what they want to read about, what kind of writing prompts, and the delivery. So it's really just making sure that we are taking the information, what our student learning outcomes of the courses are, and making it appropriate to the audience.
And I have one more question. What is protected knowledge? Like it was on the slide with conocimientos or protected knowledge.
Yes. Protected knowledge is knowledge that is based on a culturally sensitive topic. It's knowledge that cultures and sometimes indigenous people hold dear to them. Traditions, discussions with each other, things that are sacred.
Any other questions? Yes, we have another question.
Hello. So you showed some tools to use for reference for AI. So what do you think, how much reliable a text from those tools are? Like if I use those tools, how much reliable those tools are?
I have found that most of those the ones that I use are pretty reliable. I would say probably 80% reliable, 85%. Sometimes I have to review it, but I would say high probability of reliable, yes.
Any other questions?
If you allow me.
Yeah, sure.
Like my favorite topic, I think, bias. From your experience, are some chatbots more biased than others, or other artificial intelligence applications? I don't know how to put it. Well, have you noticed anything?
Yes. Well, because and that's a really good question. Because all of the information and the data is going in one system, I think that as of right now, they all have basically the same information, right? But I think as time goes on, I think we're going to be able to see and have information and have different areas. And there are committees and things like that are working towards non-biased information. So that's why we have like Sunit Grubu, which was part of Google's ethical AI team. And she is now trying to look at what language models are less biased. So I think as time goes on, these committees are going to do some great work to make sure that everyone is represented in AI and what's being told to basically the population and our students specifically. So it's not just coming from one lens.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you think these AI tools steal your search ideas? Like if you search something, they steal those ideas later on because it gets saved in the database, right?
Yes, it does get saved in the database. I don't think it steals it. I think it shares it, I think that if you're inputting something, it's going to take it, but it's also going to mix it, right? It's not just going to be your idea. It's going to be other people's ideas. So I would say it's more mix and remix. And I know here in the United States, we're really big right now in open educational resources using OER. So it's kind of taking that information as long as you're giving credit, which we know some AI doesn't. But it's still in the infancy stages. Hopefully, as time goes on, we can see more giving credit where credit is due. And that's one of the implications. I think that we need to have the discussions with our students as well, just to make sure that they know that information doesn't just come from somewhere; it came from someone, right? And so, how can we make sure that they are referencing those information, that they are giving credit where credit is due?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Sorry, Jill. One more question.
Yes. Thank you.
Switch on your microphone.
Hello, Jill. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We have been discussing with my students if it is possible to train AI to make ethical choices. What would you say?
I would say that in order to train AI, we would all need to be doing that. And unfortunately, everyone would need to be, feeding that kind of information. Although the way that you ask the questions to AI is going to have a huge impact in what it tells you in the output. So I always try to explain to my students, let's make good choices on the way and the language, the way that it's inputted, and that really has an impact on the output. So it's all about the choice of words.
Thank you very much for a valuable contribution. All these topics are so exciting.
Yes, they are.
They are. My concern is this, probably that's a comment, not a question. Roughly a decade ago, there was a movement called Teaching Unplugged.
Yes.
So when you have no technology, just you, your class, probably blackboard and chalk, because in some cases you may not have this blackboard or chalk. And just imagine the world where there will be no technology, AI, so no access to the internet. You cannot just have this access. And now we teach our students how to use artificial intelligence. We acquire this, try to acquire this competence ourselves. And then the day comes when there is no technology. What will we do?
Yeah, it is, and we can all think about it when you go into the classroom and there's a technical issue, right? That happened a couple weeks ago for me. And not only did I kind of get stressed out, but also my students, right? No hotspot, no internet. And that is something that, that we have to think about. How much of our academic, classroom and discourses are revolved around technology? And what does that mean? What does that look like without it, right? Let's get back to, and I think it's all about moderation, because there is that point that holistic support, right? That the feeling of the community, the collaboration that you can't get from the computer. And so sometimes I think it's, if we continue to just rely on it without seeing the holistic, working together, the community, we are forgetting, the impact that the human has, right? So I think that that's something that's definitely going to have to be implemented. I try to, in the morning now, when I have my students in my classroom, just first few minutes, just have them have a conversation with their partner with a quick question. How are you doing today? How are things going? Because we automatically just sit there, including myself, and put on the computer, right? And get online without any kind of interaction, and we're all together in one sitting. So having those small kind of collaborative community building exercises has really impacted my students, and they look forward to just having that conversation. So I think it's important that we take the time to see who's around us, see the population that's around us, see our likes and our dislikes, and get back to, again, using these tools responsibly, but don't rely on the only tool to use.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from you.
Yes, there's always that component of, exactly, of just having a conversation, right? Without asking a tool for it. But it's all about moderation, and we have to embrace it, but we also can control it in our own classrooms to make sure that, we have that us as facilitators still facilitate those critical thinking skills, those critical thinking questions that we have to have live and discuss without someone telling us what to think, right? So it's all about moderation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have another speaker, Leslie. You partly saw her a moment ago. Leslie, are you with us? Leslie Dupont.
I am, and
Yes,
I want to apologize
that
for...
was perfect because my sound was off. And
I
thank
was
you.
so excited.
Yeah.
But I do want to apologize to all of those who are in the audience too. I really should have thought about that before jumping in. I just didn't hear anyone, so I thought, well, I'll just say something.
Thank you.
Leslie, do you want me to introduce you or you'll do it yourself? What is your preference?
Either way is absolutely fine.
Okay, then let me very proudly introduce you. So Leslie Dupont, Doctor of Philosophy, earned her degree in Rhetoric, Composition and Teaching English in 1999. She's also an experienced editor and writer, having published 2 textbooks on writing. At present, Leslie works directly with student, staff and faculty in the College of Nursing at the University of Arizona. And Leslie is going to deliver a workshop teaching synthesis with and without AI. Okay, Leslie.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And good morning, or I'm saying
for you, good morning,
good evening, or dobry večer, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here as well. And I will go ahead and share my screen, and it will take just a minute for me to pull up. I've got all sorts of things open, so I'm going to pull this up and put this on my presenter mode.
Probably you'd better have it full screen because we see the next slide. Okay,
do you see this?
Yes, and your notes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, you do see the notes. Okay,
yeah.
My apologies. I'm going to stop my share then for just a minute. So I have.
That's okay. Mm-hmm.
So for a second, you will see just my regular notes, and I am now going to
full screen.
Put it on presentation mode. Can you see the presentation mode now?
We see the presentation, but it's not full screen.
It still isn't. Okay. This is, my apologies. This is hasn't happened.
No need to apologize.
On this.
So,
okay, let me see.
Pluses and minuses of technology.
The pluses and minuses of technology, yes. So I know that part of it's really the pluses and minuses of, oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. So let me, now you'll see my notes for a moment, and then I'm hoping that, there we go, I think. Okay, so you should see a shift in just a minute. Okay, stop that for a second.
You can minimize the notes.
How is that?
Yes, that's perfect. Okay, now.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't mean to come in so discombobulated this morning or this morning and afternoon. So thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. And thank you very much, Elena, for your lovely introduction. It's sort of a mini workshop, and because I realized you are sitting through and working through many different presentations, and I don't want to take up more of your time than necessary, because I know you're absorbing a whole bunch of information and also want to think about it, talk about it. What I do like to do is invite questions throughout any presentation or workshop that I'm doing, I know it can be a little more difficult when you are sitting in a room and not everyone is in Zoom specifically, but you are more than welcome to, if you're in the room with Elena, to raise your hand and say, I'd really like to ask Dr. Leslie or Leslie a question. So please feel free to do that at any time. So the title of this sort of mini workshop talk is Teaching Synthesis with and Without AI. And I'm so glad that I actually came in right after Jill's wonderful presentation, because I think with your questions, some of the issues that were raised definitely tie in with just this issue of teaching writers how to do what is actually a very complex yet simple thing, which is what synthesis is. And I'll explain, this is just my philosophy of synthesis, by the way. So I don't expect to have everyone agree, and I always welcome varying perspectives. So my guiding question when I am supporting writers in learning how to synthesize and paraphrase is how can we support writers to do the deep thinking involved in synthesis if they have limited amounts of time, multiple distractions, and minimal experience? And to contextualize this for you a little bit, for me, I work in a professional program now. I have worked with writers from actually across the globe and from multiple disciplines. But right now, I'm focused on working with nursing students, faculty, and staff. And the students range from undergraduate all the way through doctoral level students. Many of our doctoral or Doctor of Nursing Practice students actually come into the program not having had a master's degree intervening in the middle. So they come in actually as essentially bachelor's degree or undergraduate or baccalaureate students and writers. They've also been out in the working world as nurses, and the kinds of writing that they do are short and related to patient charting, and so they don't have much experience in synthesis. So, and they're also incredibly busy and very distracted. But I think you can probably agree that many of the students we work with, and if you yourself are still a student, many of the students we work with or in our own experience have experience these same kinds of challenges with time, distraction, and experience. So I'm always trying to find a way in to teaching people synthesis in a way that will stick with them. So to me, synthesis is structurally contradictory, which is why I pulled this image of the tree roots that are all tangled, but are coming up into a healthy tree. Because what synthesis does is, in terms of being complex, is that it requires several tasks of the writer. And I'm not even talking cognitively as much as actual tasks. Among these are evidence searches, paraphrasing, and categorizing. But synthesis is also multi-layered. And so what I see this as meaning is needing to look at a variety of studies and resources to create potential categories and subcategories for recognized themes or findings or patterns, things that we can later come back to and go, oh, okay, 4 of these studies really had a similar finding, and this becomes a way to synthesize or pull together an observation I've made from those studies. Synthesis is also highly sophisticated in that it requires skillful critical thinking, recognitions of patterns in abstract concepts, in the words that we're reading, studies that are not our own, constant revisiting of the main idea of that is being illustrated. So when I say this, I'm thinking as a writer, I also have to go back to my own draft, my own paper, manuscript, whatever it is I'm working on, and revisit my main idea. Why am I even looking at these resources to synthesize them, to pull observations from them together? However, there's also an aspect of synthesis that is simple. And I don't mean simplistic, but it is simple in the sense that this is where those tangled roots of that tree come to feed that healthy plant. Because what we're looking for is a very concrete purpose and outcome, to identify and express an idea that is shared by more than one person. So I remind myself of in the United States, we use the phrase or the acronym KISS, keep it simple, and then the final S can either be stupid, but it can also be silly, or in this case, I'm also going to use it for synthesis. So that's what we use it for. And it's a good reminder for me when I'm working with others that there is a simple part of this process that is important to emphasize with the people, the writers I work with. So what I want to do is talk for a few more minutes and about elements of synthesis, starting with paraphrasing, and then I'm going to share an activity that I have used with my incoming Doctor of Nursing practice students, and see if we have time, and if you would like to, we can do a little practice with it. And if not, if you just want to ask questions about it, that's perfectly fine. So to me, the heart of synthesis is actually the paraphrase. And in a sense, this is where that idea of AI, or artificial intelligence, comes in a great deal for us. And I'm not speaking from the perspective of an expert in AI tools. I'm still curious and I'm learning about them. I'm listening to people's perspectives, but I know that there are ways of using the tools that can be very helpful to help us maybe further understand what we're reading. For instance, that if I'm looking at a very complex scientific study, and it's hard for me to break down as a student, it's hard for me to break down the concepts of the study, it might help for me to either, if I'm multilingual, to translate it into my first language, or it might help me to just ask very carefully. And I completely agree with this idea of it's very, very important what you ask an AI tool. So if I'm looking at, say, ChatGPT or another type of generative AI tool like that, the question I ask is going to determine the quality of the outcome I get. So if I want to understand a complex idea in order to paraphrase it, in order to put it into words that still retain the meaning of the idea, but are not the exact wording of the original author, then sometimes an AI tool can be helpful. But this is where we brush against ideas of policy, course policy, learning policy, ethical concerns. You know, where are the boundaries with doing something like that? So what I start with is helping the writer learn how to do these steps independently. And so for the writer, when I introduce paraphrasing, I want to do it in a way that keeps it simple and that has a context, and I'll explain that in just a minute, and that helps the writer use resources that they already have. So in this context, what I mean is, if the writer is working on a draft of a paper already, or even has an outline, that provides a way of thinking about the various sources that the writer needs to paraphrase. So it helps that person kind of contextualize, why am I even looking at a source? What information am I trying to pull from it? And what am I trying to illustrate? Asking these questions can help the writer, and I think of myself as a writer too, can help us connect with the content of source material that we're trying to paraphrase. So there are two approaches that I think about in terms of paraphrasing. The number one has more linear actions, and this is one that I've traditionally used to work with writers on paraphrasing. And the value of this approach, and I'll break it down step by step in a few minutes, is that the paraphrasing can be done out of context. In other words, I can give, say, people in a workshop, students that I'm working with, whoever the writer is, I can say, here's a passage from an article, a science article, say, from a scholarly journal. Put it in your own words. And obviously there's a lot more that goes into it. And I would talk about, first read this passage, read it and reread it, and read it as often as you need to get a sense of the underlying main idea. Then stop looking at the passage and instead write your idea, write your sense, your understanding of that idea down on a separate piece of paper or in a separate blank document. And only then look back at the original passage and compare the two and make whatever updates you need to your own version so that it is not written using the same phrasing. And then finally cite it. So where this is valuable is when I simply need to show someone, here is a basic approach to what paraphrasing involves. And to remind them that the real strong way to paraphrase is to read carefully and then to stop looking at the source and to really internalize what you think the original underlying meaning of that source is. The potential problem with this linear approach is the same, kind of related to its benefit, is that you're teaching paraphrase out of context. So in other words, I can show someone, here's an article, and but we're not doing it in the context of that person's paper, of a draft that they're writing and with points that they need to support. So what happens when we don't have that context is that it becomes a little too easy for an inexperienced writer to either maybe not understand the value of paraphrasing accurately and carefully, of citing accurately and carefully. And it also becomes, it's a little too easy to forget how to integrate content that I've paraphrased from another source to illustrate a point that I'm making in my own paper. So for inexperienced writers, I've started thinking about this and this second way of teaching paraphrasing, which incorporates, it's still linear, but it incorporates reflective pauses that enable the reader to stop and reflect on relevant elements in their own draft. So these pauses become moments, stopping points where the writer can remember why they're even looking at the source and trying to paraphrase it in the first place. And so I just want to share, I'm going to change my share for just a minute, but first I want to make sure that I have the correct document up. And it might take me just a second here. So I'm going to stop sharing and pull up. Okay. This first worksheet is an example of the first version of teaching paraphrase, where I just say, okay, so look at the original source that I want, that you want to pull the idea from, paraphrase the idea from, read it and reread until you understand that main point, and then put that main point in here in this section. So this is the main point from the source passage or material. Then I would say stop looking at that source and write down your version of, your understanding of that main point, how you understand it. Then and only then would I say, now compare your version to the original passage. Have you changed the meaning at all? If that's the case, then you need to go back and think carefully about how, the words you're using and so forth. Have you used the same phrasing in places, and it's not just generic phrasing or like in nursing, an important medical term that anyone would use? That's fine. You don't need to change all of that. But the basic structure, the phrasing, you want to put in your own words. So you're doing this comparison, and then you rewrite your second version based on changing any, too much similarity in terms of phrasing in the original. And then you incorporate the citation based on the particular citation style or reference style manual that you're using, such as American Psychological Association or APA, or Chicago Manual of Style, or CMS, that sort of thing. So this is the version that is that first kind of basic linear version. It's more effective with someone who may need a refresher in how to paraphrase, but it teaches paraphrasing out of context. So another version that I've been thinking about is it has these same steps built in, but then there are pauses inserted to, help the reader, help the writer stop and really thoughtfully or meaningfully interact with the source passage, and then also interact with their own, asking themselves about their own draft, so that they're keeping the source material in context of their writing. I want to pause here for a minute because I want to make sure, Elena, that I haven't just gone barreling through too quickly, or that no one has a question at this point that they'd like to ask. I'm just going to pause for a minute. Feel free, please, to unmute and ask.
Hello, Leslie. My name is Alex.
Hi, Alex.
So, what I've noticed in academic writing is that, battling with the microphone here. So
that's okay.
So what I've noticed,
as you can see, I'm battling with coffee, lack thereof. So
we all have our struggles in life. So what I have observed in my students doing academic writing is that they often have trouble with plagiarism when they are writing and researching simultaneously. Is that something that you've observed?
Yes.
And
it is.
And how do you handle that?
Well, this is where sort of that guiding question that I'm asking myself, that I mentioned it originally, it's kind of been birthed out of that struggle. And this is where I started thinking about, we need to slow down, or I at least need to slow down how I'm helping students integrate that source material with their own draft. So what I'm thinking is that what might help them is to have them, after they've done sort of preliminary exploration, where they're not trying to support specific points in their draft. They're at that point, they're just exploring possible perspectives on the issue they're writing about, things that they want to think about. They've maybe done that. They've looked at the assignment guidelines. And I'll come back to all of this in just a minute too. Thinking like me and you versus thinking like a very busy and inexperienced student researcher. But from that work, if they can start by at least outlining an idea of their draft, and roughly getting a very rough first draft. They don't have to use an outline that is Roman numeral and large A's and B's, but a list of maybe even like kind of, if they rough out a draft, then maybe go back and a list of, what are the main points that I'm making in this draft. Another thing they could do, and it's a long-winded answer, but I'll come back to your specific question. They can also, one thing I encourage students to do is to outline the skeleton of the organization of their draft based on the assignment guidelines, or even the grading rubric if there aren't a specific set of guidelines. So that if they're asked to, for instance, have a very brief introduction, but then a little bit longer background section exploring the general context of, say, a specific medical issue or a specific economic issue or whatever, and then then a specific problem that emerges from that. You know, out of these kinds of guidelines can come topics for a rough outline. And they can start developing their outline from that. And then they can come back as they're thinking about quality of evidence. They can kind of refer back to that outline or that draft in progress. But somewhat separately look at the source material. So it becomes sort of an iterative process where they're not simultaneously doing it, but they do a little bit of one and then a little bit of another of the other. As I'm talking, I'm really thinking about this, that this is where my biggest challenge has come to, is helping students think critically through the purpose of supporting their, of using support, what it's for, but also introducing them to the basics of the reference style manual that they're using as well. So kind of taking them through some very basic, keeping it simple, breaking it down, but showing the connections between or among all of these elements. I don't know that I've really given you an answer that you haven't come up with yourself, Alex, but I would love to hear from you. How do you handle that? Did I at least touch on your question, or and also, what is your perspective on that? How have you kind of wrestled with that issue? Because it's definitely a challenge that I see with my students too.
Yeah, you certainly did answer the question. I also really like outlines, so I'm glad to hear there's other people who are pro outline, and we're eagerly awaiting the rest of your presentation.
Well, thank you. And I've really come to see the value of outlining too, for myself as well as anyone else, because one of the things that I'll do is I'll encourage the students, and a student is especially someone who's very new to an assignment, to start at that outline phase and then start plugging in ideas and also citation materials, that sort of thing, that they might use in that section of the outline. So let me go back here, do a new share. So those are the two paraphrasing approaches, and I appreciate the question very, very much. And so, but the other aspect of paraphrasing is synthesizing. And this also complicates that wonderful question that Alex just asked, because the other issue with incorporating supporting sources from research and studies from credible websites and gray literature, et cetera, is that we're not just looking at one source separate from another, from all the other, studies out there. We're looking at a variety of studies or sources that are in kind of a big research conversation with one another. So what we have to also do, and this is another issue that I really want to simplify as much as possible, is I want to help my students understand that their job isn't just to find one source and plug it in, but that they want to think about that it's okay for them to see, oh, well, all three of these articles had a similar result or finding or conclusion. It's okay to then show them that that's fine. So what you do is you look at that, those different findings, you find that common point, and it becomes a theme. So for instance, in this article, in this table, in the first line where it says theme, finding, pattern, you can, that's something that you can adapt in your own way. But the student can write, the writer can write down that first theme that they saw across multiple sources. And then in this section that says sources, they can just put a note for themselves, noting the different citations. So Smith and Jones 2023, and so forth. So they can write the different citations down in that source bar. Then when they get to their paper, they can use this theme that they've put into their own words. This becomes their paraphrase, but in this case, it's a synthesized paraphrase. They've pulled together this idea from multiple sources, and then all they have to do is make sure it's accurately represented and in their own words, which by then it should be, and then just put the relevant sources at the end of that paraphrase. So it becomes a much simpler way to pull together relevant supporting evidence. And the other, this kind of revisits a point I was just making, is that they have to finish by integrating this material. And that's also very difficult. I remember when I was first learning, I was introduced to it by saying, you'd have to say, Professor of Natural History, so-and-so, states that, and really it kind of interrupted the flow of ideas. And this is especially true in science and technical writing. I'm just looking at my clock because I think time is short. So what I want to show students how to do also is how to take a theme, such as here, the benefits of improved cultural competence to both healthcare providers and patients, write it as a paraphrased synthesis. So here, when healthcare providers improve their cultural competence, quality of care, patient outcomes, and patient satisfaction also improve. Then just cite the relevant sources at the end. So it's demonstrating to the writers how to do this. So in order to do this, they need to know which style guide they're being required to use. And I just put some examples of some of the more common ones: IEEE, Chicago Manual, and APA. And from there, we can look at how to set up citations in text and that sort of thing. So this is the process that, this is part of a paraphrasing and synthesis activity that I've begun using with our entering Doctor of Nursing practice students. And it's part of an overall formative assessment that they take at 3 stages. I've designed this assessment for 3 phases of their academic career. This is at the entry level, and this component is incorporating critical reading and critical thinking into the writing process. And so I provide them with guidelines and an exemplar, and I give them 3, and in this exemplar, I show them title, abstract, and a passage from a discussion. And I do this for 3 related articles, studies. And then I show them how to summarize the main point of each discussion passage, and then how to start recognizing and restating the common theme. So what I'm going to do quickly is to show you let me do a new share, and I'm going to show you, see if I can just, I'm going to show you an exemplar. So this is coming directly from the assessment, which is why there's purple here. And so what I want to show you first is, this is the actual activity. Are you able to see, Elena, can you all see, it should say at the top, DNP1, right, competence assessment, etc.
Oh, we just see exemplar for
Okay.
reading.
Okay, I'm just going to, whoops, I'm just going to change that. Thank you very much. So can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So what I first do is give the students an overview of what the purpose is, that they're intended to practice the kind of paraphrasing and synthesizing that they will be expected to do throughout their DNP program, and then after as well, when they're doing quality improvement projects. So I give them an overview and then give them the guidelines. And I link these guidelines to an exemplar that shows these same steps, having been done and what they might look like. So and then I take them through opening a document and reviewing 3 new materials from those articles, and then read each article title and abstract to gain a general understanding of each study, and then read each discussion excerpt and summarize its main findings in 1 or 2 sentences. And then I'm clear about what they don't need to summarize. And then I take them through the rest, identifying a common theme or doing a 1-sentence summary of that theme, or finding just to get their brain juices flowing, reviewing this sort of synthesized paraphrase, and then citing it. So now this time I'll show you an exemplar. And so you should be able to see back to the exemplar. This is an example of the materials that I show them. So this is what the citation would look like, because I'm not testing them on their APA knowledge. I want them familiarizing themselves with it. The title of the article, which gives them a few clues to the overall focus. The abstract of the article, which also gives them some context for the study. And then they can look at this excerpt from the discussion section, and I give them all the information they need if they want to go back and look at the article itself. And then I show them, here's one example of a summary of the main point from that discussion. And so I do this with 3 separate articles. And I hope I'm not making you dizzy running through this. Once I've done that, I then show them, okay, here is, you look at your summary, now put in 1 sentence a common theme from all 3 of these individual summaries that you did. In this case, it's the benefits of improved cultural competence to both healthcare providers and patients. but that's just a summary statement. It's not, it's just a fragment. It's a phrase. So now what I ask them to do is now rephrase it as a complete cohesive sentence and add the citations based on what I've shown them. So now we have research has shown that when healthcare providers improve their cultural competence, quality of care, patient outcomes, and patient satisfaction improves. So back to that original point. And the citations and in APA format. And then I give it to them again. This is an exemplar of what I want them to turn in for me. So what this does is it doesn't instantly help these entry-level nursing professionals remember magically how to paraphrase and synthesize. But what it does is it gets that information on their mental radar and gives them something they can refer to later and something I can refer to with them. So it starts getting them thinking a little bit about the kind of work they want to do. So I want to ask, I think I only have about 5 minutes, and I do want to ask if you would like to stop and practice this, or if you would prefer to, I'm curious about what you've all learned about AI, what you've been hearing about AI as well. So either approach is fine. We can talk a little bit about how we might contextualize AI in this paraphrasing synthesis process. How are we doing on time? And if you're having microphone problems, if you want to just put the answer into chat, that's absolutely fine. I know what it's like to work with technology that doesn't always cooperate.
We don't have any questions at the moment, so we're all ears for you.
Okay. So then, I guess, so my question would be, my question to you actually, before we even get here, would be, let's go back and look at that. Would you see a value when you're working with writers to taking this kind of approach of, helping them first visualize articles to synthesize? So let's see, let me do a new share and pull up the practice. So here's another, here's a practice example that we could do. So would you see a value then in maybe trying one of these, like looking at the title, just kind of talking through it, and then as a group maybe coming up with a summary of the main point, just to kind of talk you through it. Not that I think you wouldn't be able to figure it out on your own at all, but that by talking it through, you can think about, okay, how might this work with my, when I'm mentoring a writer in how to do this. Are you okay with my kind of talking you through one of these?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I relocated, so we're together in this Zoom session. So, and I do thank you for the workshop, and I think that the material that you have presented needs to be digested, and that's why
yes,
our hands is kind of silent.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Okay. A lot. And I guess you need to give us just a couple of minutes to think it over, and then there will be certainly questions. Okay. So if that's okay, let all our participants have some time to think it over, and then they will get back to you with their questions. Okay.
Okay. So maybe not work through this together. then? Or
Okay,
talk?
that would be great if we could work this together.
Yeah, okay, so talk through this, and that was that sounds absolutely fine. So what I would like to do then is, so here's what I would ask the student to do, the writer to do, is look at, first, here's how it would be cited in the APA style that we use. And then what I would ask them to do is think about the title. As we look at this title, what are some of the possible, what do we think the article might focus on? So let's come at this from the perspective of students now, of young writers, and not worry about like questions you have about the whole presentation, but just let's focus in now as writers. What does the title indicate to us that the study or the article might be about? Does anyone want to just provide Elena with some quick ideas that she can share?
Now I'm asking the audience. I cannot see the audience because I'm in the Zoom in a different office.
Title says that you can just co-design the health service evaluation tools, which can give you worldviews for better mental health and well-being outcomes. Like you can get some well-being after using this tool, evaluation tool. It can give you good insight.
Excellent. So yeah, that one of the points, I agree that this idea of well-being as a very, as a desired outcome or as an outcome is central probably to the study, underlying the study. And that there's that there's some kind of evaluation tool, so maybe some kind of intervention or way of evaluating or assessing well-being, and also mental health. Good, that's great. And that the context is that foreground First Nation worldviews is this collection of studies that I pulled from speaks to that point of how in healthcare as well as anywhere else, we can sometimes, it's very important to listen and be receptive to the diverse backgrounds and cultures and languages and experiences of the people we work with. As a healthcare provider, that would be very important. And there's quite a problem in this area that healthcare providers are not always trained or guided in how to do that. So it's being contextualized as working with First Nation peoples of, in this case, in a North American context. So then from the abstract, which I realize is long, just kind of read through and think about, you don't have to summarize anything, but what is the abstract telling us about what this study might focus on and be trying to measure or practice?
Leslie, having the title, isn't it obvious that the abstract is about this?
Yeah, in meaning that the abstract expands on the title. Is that what you mean? Yes. So that for my student, they look at the title and they may not be used to pulling information from the title, but as they look at the abstract, that's a wonderful point. They see how well the abstract expands on each point in the title, and in turn, how well the title reflects the main elements of the study. Exactly. So those main points are then expanded on here. So once the student has looked through all of these, I don't expect that they put all of that together. We're putting it together because we're more experienced. writing support specialists, academics, professors, advanced students, researchers, and so forth. So we're more used to looking at these structures. But even for us, it can be a good reminder, can't it? And then
according to the abstract, we can also analyze through finding, like reading one time and then finding more used words. So we can just underline most used words, and then we can just analyze what this abstract is saying through that word, because the more used words will represent a whole abstract, I think.
That's beautiful. So words that are more frequently used throughout, or such as evaluation or framework, or relationships, or even a word like foregrounding and marginalized. Yeah, you're right. These give us a way in and a clearer understanding of what is going on in the study. Beautiful. That's a great point. So then once they've done that, and again, you've done that in a much more sophisticated way than I would expect from entry-level doctor of nursing practice students, but that's fine. There's no shame in that. I'm not expecting them to have that level of sophistication yet. This is giving them an idea of what they need to grow into. So here is the passage that we want to summarize. We want to grab the main point from. So take a look at this passage and see if you could just in a few words put the main idea, summarize the main idea. There's no right or wrong. Well, there might be, but there are different ways in which we could summarize that main point.
How long should this summary be?
This summary can be very short. It could be as few as, it can be just one short sentence. What we're looking for, that's a great question, thank you. What we're looking for is simply, what is the main point I'm getting out of all of this? It would be kind of like if we had watched a 3-hour movie and we were talking to a friend about it and they said, oh, what is the movie about? What is the film about? And we would just say, oh, it's about two people who fall in love and learn how to water ski or whatever. So it's a short summary.
And during this assignment, do you ask your students to elicit the main idea of this discussion, or ask them to use such tools as Killbot, for example, to summarize the text?
So in this version, I ask them, I have no control over what they choose. So they might use a generative AI tool. I'm not entirely against that because they're not using that tool to do the science for them, and they're not using the tool to write their whole paper for them. They're using it maybe to articulate a main point effectively, and they still have to review it and think critically about its accuracy. But I don't teach it that way. I present it as something that I'd like them to practice on their own, because my underlying philosophy is that no matter what tools we have available, it's good for us to independently be able to do these kinds of tasks, because it has to do with how we think, read, and write through all of the work we will be encountering. And I think another issue came up at the end of the last presentation. What do we do if the internet breaks? You know, what if we don't have Wi-Fi? We want to be able to independently think through this. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sure. That's what I mean. And do they do assignment in class or outside class?
In this is given to them as part of an, it's asynchronous, so they can do it. It's an online program, and so the courses don't meet in real time. So they're given like a 2-week due date to do all the components of this assessment. They can reach out to me at any time with questions, but then they do it on their own.
Yeah.
So then one example, if I go down to the end, this is also an exemplar, then this is what one example of what they could come up with. Embedding Aboriginal people's community and culture into healthcare practices enriches the healing and wellness available for supporting Aboriginal people's mental health. And actually, let me look back quickly. It doesn't sound, it is right. Okay, just wanted to make sure. The terminology I want to also address is the terminology used by these researchers at this time. And it's contextualized by working with the communities that they're writing about and saying, you know, what is the appropriate way that we would want to refer to your group, your community. So there's a lot, and sometimes we make mistakes with that and sometimes not. So that's where the different terminology comes from. But that's an example of what they could do. And so with the exemplar that I previously showed you, they'd have those other 3 articles and an example of this kind of very short summary. So they would have that, and that's another kind of answer on the sidelines to your question is, I'm a big believer in exemplars. I really think we need to use them because when someone doesn't see the structure of a piece of writing or thinking that is completely new to them, they don't have any prior knowledge to connect to. And I don't know if you all experience this struggle, but one of the struggles I sometimes have with faculty who have not really been trained in education. They're experts in their field, like expert nurse practitioners, but they're not expert in educators, that there will be a belief that you can't show someone an exemplar because they're just going to copy it. And so one of the things I'll say to them is, well, in a way, they have to start that way, right? They have to copy that structure and then start building from there. So that's just an extra talking point. So, but time, I want to know, we've gone long, so.
In fact, a lot depends on Svetlana, who's going to moderate roundtable discussion, and it depends if she already has all the speakers for her roundtable discussion. Svetlana.
Not yet. Hello, Leslie.
Hello.
Not yet. Several people are here, but not everybody. I think we should start at 5 sharp, if you don't mind. Let's give just people a chance to go and grab a cup of coffee.
No.
I agree.
No one.
No?
No.
No one wants coffee, or no one, does anyone need to take a break?
And there is no time for coffee. So that's the point, okay?
But still, we have 7 minutes to go. Let us wait a little bit and start just right on time.
Yeah.
So would you like me to do you want to just continue the conversation, or just, and what would you like?
You can just wrap up, your workshop with the final remarks, okay?
Okay, great. All right. So one of the questions I had for you was to think about what perspectives about artificial intelligence tools in education have you been presented with at this conference? And, you know, we don't have to talk for hours about this, but I am curious, would anyone like to just share a little bit about perspectives they've encountered?
And is anyone willing to say a few words?
Well, I'll jump in. We had some interesting perspectives about how the ethics of using AI, which we all thought were very interesting. And I think we could boil it down to content creation using AI is unethical because it's not your idea. Whereas using AI as a sort of editing tool or as a resource to assist you in your research, that's ethical and okay. So that was an interesting distinction.
Yeah. Well, and I think my perspective of our uses of AI aligns with that a great deal too, that we don't need to be afraid of tools, but we don't want to use them to generate our actual ideas and documents, but they can be very, very helpful, especially since so many of us are working in multiple languages across multiple disciplines. They can be very helpful editing tools. I'm a big advocate of Grammarly, for instance, with our nursing students, and I think a lot of professional programs are, simply because it helps them identify patterns that they can then start on their own addressing. Sorry, was someone else trying to say?
Leslie, may I ask you a question? My name is Elena. As I have understood from your presentation, you allow students to use AI, for example, to paraphrase sentences, to extract main idea, and to prepare some kind of summaries. Yes? You don't mind if they use AI for these purposes?
I would say what I was saying was I can't control whether a student does that. And I'm not going to be a police officer about it. That's a choice that they're making. Really, I prefer to teach them, though, to show them how to do it themselves without AI, because that's how they internalize the process and learn how to do it well. And also that gives them then a better understanding of ways to use AI effectively. So I wouldn't start by encouraging them to use those tools, but sometimes they might need to use them to simply translate an idea so that they understand it better, or to try out different wording and phrasing options that they hadn't considered. So it's not a simple yes or no question for me, but you know, I can see the value of using it to help them with clarity and accuracy. And I see.
Yes, of course, Leslie, we can't control whether they have used or not, but what's your opinion? Have you found that the answers created by AI are quite good and you can assess them? No?
I would say not always. AI is a machine. That's basically what it comes down to. So it can't stop and think critically through all of the through ideas and make connections. All it can do is pull from a huge billions and billions of words and phrasing sets. But along with those come the biases that have been input along. So for instance, we might have a whole bunch of scientific studies entered into a large language model or language learning model that a generative AI tool can draw from. But if all of those documents, those articles are written in the same way by the same basic population of researchers with the same perspective and same expectations, AI can't stop and say, oh, wait a minute, are we missing an entire cultural perspective here? Or is there another way to structure this study? And so forth. So I would say AI, again, you have to look at it as a tool, not as dictating to you how to think. So you always have to come in as the critical thinker. This, I think, is one of the big challenges when we're working with writers who are so busy and they're stressed out already about grades and about not knowing what to do. And so this is where I really try to encourage the faculty I work with to show them examples, show them what to do, show them how to do it, give them opportunities. Don't hide information, be clear about expectations, and scaffold this process all along the way. This is not just something that's meant for public school, when they're children. This is something that should be a part of learning, embedded in learning. At least this is my philosophy, all along the way through our professional careers even. I think I saw.
Leslie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. And Leslie,
thank you all
very much for your workshop and some insight into paraphrasing and synthesizing and citing. All these I find very important for us language educators. And if you do not mind, we'll go on to discuss writing centers, pedagogy, and things related to writing centers. And now we're having a roundtable discussion, and Svetlana Suchkova, head of academic writing office at the Higher School of Economics, will be the moderator of this roundtable discussion.
Thank you, Elena. Hello, everyone. So good to see your smiling faces at the end of the day. Yes, waving hands. That's fantastic. Okay, welcome everyone. And now I'm addressing probably the online audience. Welcome to the roundtable, which we call the role of writing centers in developing academic literacy. My name is Svetlana Suchkova, as Elena mentioned, and I'm going to moderate a discussion. And I'm going to be very strict about timing because we have only 1 hour and I foresee wonderful conversation. I'm so excited to greet the participants. And the participants are great professionals and agents of change in many ways from Russia, Brazil, and I hope Ron will join us soon, and then we will have a representative of the United States. You will see that there's a lot of expertise in this room, and we'll share it, okay? I hope that we will learn a lot about different center models, about the impact their work has on local and global writing communities. So we'll talk about the practices and common challenges, possible solutions, and probably we can plan some mutual projects. Why not? Let us just think in this way how to continue our collaboration. If you don't mind, I will start with a very brief introduction, and I will do that in the alphabetical order because that was just the easiest way to do that. And it happens so that Elena Bazanova has the first letter in the alphabet. And it's my pleasure to introduce her, associate professor. She has very many hats to wear, you know. She's associate professor, head of the Department of Foreign Languages at Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. She's also a director of the academic writing office at the National University of Science and Technology, MISIS, and president of the Association of National Writing Centers Consortium. She's from Russia. Okay, we have, and I'm so glad that we have Dr. Anna Raquel Campos, an assistant professor at the language department of the Midwestern State University in Paraná. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Okay, it's in Gauraupoava, Brazil. Am I doing all right with my Portuguese? Good, thank you very much. Okay, she coordinates the University Writing Center there. Valeria Yevdash is an old friend of ours, and yes, could you please wave hands? That's true, okay. Director of the Center for Foreign Languages and Communication, and the director of the Center for Academic Writing, Impulse, at the University of Tyumen, Russia. Dr. Evgenia Habirova, Evgenia, could you please wave your hand? Right, okay. Associate Professor, Head of the Academic Writing Office at the South Ural State University, Chelyabinsk, Russia. Okay, no wrong yet, because he is supposed to be the next on the list, but okay, we'll skip then him. And it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Andressa Cristina Molinari, Assistant Professor at the Universidade Federal Fluminense, Brazil. Okay, she serves as coordinator of Writing Center and vice coordinator of the Language Laboratory at the university. Natalia Popova will probably join us soon. Okay, we'll skip her for now. And it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Julia Ryabuhina, who is vice director of the Academic Writing Lab in Itmor University, St. Petersburg, Russia. She's an English instructor. And Dr. Inga Zashikhina, associate professor at Northern Arctic Federal University, Russia. She coordinates Interdisciplinary Academic Communication Center of the university. And Natalia Fedorova is here. She is the manager of the Academic Writing Center at Howard School of Economics, my right and left hand and helper. Okay. Hello, everyone. That's very pleasant to see you here all. Let us do that randomly. So my first thing and invitation is to give context to what you're doing, to talk a little bit about the center and the clients and the services. Okay, who would like to start? Okay, any hands?
Probably I will start.
Okay, yes, Elena, I volunteer you. Okay, good.
Yes, okay, I am the first in the alphabetic order. And I am the president of the association. And I need probably to say just a few words about the association, and I will be very brief. I remember about the timing. To foster sustainable excellence in academic and scientific communication and to ensure sustainable development of writing centers, we founded the Association of Academic Writing Experts that aims to provide networking and professional development opportunities to academic writing center professionals. Although writing centers may differ in size, specific services, source of staffing, and organizational procedures, they all select and train tutors from among subject area specialists who have a good command of English, and postdoctoral students who have experience in international publications. Besides, some centers employ applied linguists to ensure high standards of written academic English throughout the university. But despite the variety of staff configurations, most centers rely on some sort of collaborative methodology based on individualized writing instruction to assist each writer in the best way possible. We are united, but we are different, okay? The unity of different entities. And I will tell you just a few words about my academic writing office. And it was established in 2015, and that center office was the third in Russia. The first center was established in the Russian, Svetlana, can you remind me? Russian economics, the School of Economics. Then the next one.
It was New Economic School for students, and yes, and us the second, okay.
The second center was established in Higher School of Economics, and now Svetlana is the director of this office, and mine was the third. And it was established, as I said, in 2015 to help budding researchers and later mature researchers get published in high impact factor international journals. But then we stretched, diversified all our activities. And we started launching various courses to teach scientific communication, science communication, and academic writing for even undergraduate students. But the main focus of my center is to help researchers get published. So my cup of tea is teaching them research writing, writing original research papers, and the technical writing for various purposes. We employ tutors from subject matter experts because I kind of married language professionals and subject matter experts because they help us with the content. But first, I train them, subject matter experts, I train them to help researchers edit, self-edit, and proofread their papers and all the stuff related to research writing. And then afterwards, they became independent tutors, and they also launched their own academic writing courses. I was first envious of that. I didn't like that, but then I found out that they were very successful, and in different departments of the National University of Science and Technology, MISIS, there are lots of courses on academic writing delivered by subject matter experts.
Well, then you shouldn't be envious. You should be proud of just spreading the word.
Proud because I'm less wanted than needed.
Okay, you were almost just perfect about timing, which is great. Okay. By the way, I forgot to mention that. Okay. I'm probably going to ask questions, but if you have questions, please just don't hesitate to ask them. But those who joined us online, why don't we just keep the questions up to the end of the discussion, and then we'll get back to you. Okay, Elena, my first question probably to you is, okay, congratulations on our just anniversary, first of all. And the question is connected with that. What is the major difficulty? Sorry to start not on a positive note, but still, what is the major difficulty of combining, of collecting, of just gathering all people from different centers all over Russia?
This is a very tricky question.
I know.
And the main reason for not having more writing centers than I want to have all over Russia is that administration of universities do not always find it a must to establish such centers. They say that there is no funding or there is no need, and it is very difficult to persuade top administrative staff of universities that it is something that should be introduced in each university in Russia. So this is the mission of our association, to establish writing centers, not in leading universities, but all universities all over Russia. And in Russia, as you all know, there are 710 universities. And we're just at the very beginning of this long and daunting road, because we have, if I'm not mistaken, 13 or 14 writing centers only.
Okay, thank you, Elena. And let us see whether that road to writing centers just everywhere in every university works well in Brazil. Anna, can I give you the floor, and could you please just provide your context?
Very much. I'm Ana Raquel. and I work at a state public university in the south of Brazil. I'm a professor in English language department and the coordinator of the Writing Center at Unicentro. Our Writing Center is 2.5 years old, and it is part of a state initiative to implement writing centers in Paraná State, Brazil. This initiative is called Award, and the head of the program is Professor Ron Martinez, one of the speakers. In this writing center at my university, we are a group of 8 people. I have 3 graduate students and 5 undergraduate students working at the center with me. So this is something that I see as something different from other writing centers, the inclusion of students, graduate students. I have 2 master's students and 1 doctoral student working with me, but I also have undergraduate students, and they are doing they are studying their English majors. I will also share on our chat the link, the website of our center, and also our Instagram page. So
That's a very good idea.
This is the website of our center, and this is our Instagram page that we try to share and publish, you know, get the visibility of our community. The clients and the services that our center offers. Our center offers mainly services of revising and translating scientific articles from Portuguese to English. In the course of these processes, we have mandatory meetings with the authors in which we discuss excerpts of the manuscripts, ask for clarification, and make suggestions for improvements that will enhance the chance of publication. These meetings really have the goal of empowering the authors in order to make them more independent, right? And discussing with them improvements of their texts. The role that our Writing Center plays at the university and in our community. The Writing Center is part of the International Relations Office, and it contributes to the internationalization of the university in the sense of increasing the number of publications in the international journals through the translation or revision process. We also contribute to academic literacy in 2 ways. One, with the authors that submit their manuscripts and have these meetings with us that I mentioned, in which we talk about the genre and the characteristics and all the movements that are expected in those scientific articles. And on the second place, the academic literacy of the students who work with me, as they receive training, constant training, and they constantly work with articles, and I'm reading several articles from different fields. And we have our own meetings in which we discuss the text, and we can share our the suggestions that they will make to the authors, and they work in pairs and in trios, so the students do not work all by themselves. So we have a close relationship, and they develop also their academic literacy while they are in contact with these articles. To finish, I also want to comment that we work, as I mentioned, that I have a group of 8 people. We work with 4 or 5 scientific articles at a time. And these 4 or 5 papers, we work with them in about 2 months and a half. And then we move to another process in which we open the possibility of receiving 4 more texts, you know? So that's how we move on throughout the year. And then in the end of the year, we help get published about 20 articles. That's what we do.
Fantastic, Anna. I have a question. You mentioned that you constantly train students, and that's absolutely fantastic because we all need training as lifelong learners. But the question is, how do you select students to be tutors?
We open the call at the university for students who are interested in that. We set the English level that we need them to have, and also the characteristics, personal characteristics of teamwork, interest on the academic genre. So a prior kind of selection. After that, they need to do a test. They need to do a revising test, like they receive a paper so that they can show their prior knowledge. And so they need to make the suggestions on a paper, not a complete paper, because of the time, but a few pages of an article. They receive that in a Portuguese paper, and they also receive translation in English. So they receive 2 or 3 files in which they have to show what they already know about academic genre. So we part from that. So trying to, I think it wouldn't be possible to work with students who have that they are not keen to the academic genre and have zero ground knowledge on that. So we need to depart from somewhere. And that's how we do that. And from that on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And my question is to Andressa and the invitation to talk. Is the context similar? I know that you both worked with Ron Martinez.
Yeah, it's quite the same. Our writing center is a lot younger. It was founded. Yes, it was in 2022, April, I guess. Ron helped us at the beginning to manage what should we do, what things we should have, and how to select students to work with us. Even it was really good for us, which is a little different from what they do in Paraná, is that we had this initiative from the International Relations Office, which is really important because we need funding, right? We have 6 students that get scholarships, and they are undergraduate, graduate students, doctoral, masters, and the process to select them was quite similar because Ron helped us with that. They, of course, had to show certain kind of knowledge in the English language, mainly in writing. And what we're doing now to train them is we are working now. We started 4 months ago, writing groups. So each of them is starting to write their own papers in English, going through the process of writing in English since the beginning, because they're really good at reviewing, proofreading, and pointing out what's wrong in others' academic, professors' papers. But I thought it would be very interesting for them to go through this process as well. So we are taking 2-3 hours a week to do that, and they are writing their own papers in their areas, because that was something we did as well. So we have students from all the areas, anthropology, physical therapy. We have students from language arts, all kinds of areas, which is very important once we receive papers to translate from all the more than 10,000 graduate students and professors from the university, right? Because UFI has more than 40,000 students, and we are in 6. So it's kind of overwhelming, but we're trying to show the university that we're worth the money. So to maybe in 2-3 years, we have more students working with us. And that's also one of the challenges that we have, the publications from, I think we translated so far 10 to 11 papers and proofread 10, and we only published 3 because of the difficulties in the publication process, like the fees, mainly fees, and also going through, our professors and our graduate students don't know how to go through the process of trying to, sending the paper to the journal and going through the process, because most of them do not talk in English or write in English. They don't have any knowledge. That's why they look for us to translate their papers, right? So, and we don't offer that service as well. We translate, and of course we check the journal, if the scope of the journal is okay, are you able to pay the fees if we translate that? We also have interviews. We talk to the authors often. But that's one of our challenges, to show that we're worth the money, we have to publish, and it's kind of hard to go through all the process.
Oh my, yeah. But I have just a certain attitude to translation, but we'll talk probably about that later. But now only just lazy people do not talk about artificial intelligence. And my question is, do you use just artificial intelligence for translation?
Well, our scholarship students, they do use some of them. But the authors no, because most of them, the ones that would send for the proofreading, the articles come quite good, so we don't have to work much on them. But the ones that we have to translate, our authors, our professors, they don't know English, so probably, I mean, what they would do is just put in the tool and send it to us. So it's not, I mean, it kind of, it's hard, you know. Our scholar students, like, they do that. We use lots of tools, but only the ones that are free, because the ones that we have to pay for, they're in dollars, and for us it's 1/6. So the budget is not so big. It's pricey, yes.
Leslie has written in the chat that it's an impressive result, actually, 3 out of 10 published. But well, translators cannot be responsible for the content, for the novelty of the research, and that might be a problem. What do you think is the main reason for rejection? Do you think it's your job as translators, or probably something is wrong with the content or the way ideas are expressed?
In the selection process, we try to be I try to be very careful when selecting the articles. We generally receive around 50 to 60 every 6 months, and we can only translate 3. So we try to be very selective in that. So the content is actually really good from the ones we translate. But the submission process, I think they do have difficulties in the submission process.
Okay.
And it takes a while. It's sometimes 5, 6 months, 7 months.
Even 2 years.
Yeah, sometimes years. The content is good. The translations are also, they're really good.
Okay, Ron has joined us, and I'm very glad. He should be very proud of you both. Ron, could you please join us? But before I will tell the audience who you are, just very briefly. Ron Martinez, the faculty writing coach at the Center for Faculty Excellence at the University of Oklahoma, the United States. He's also associate editor of the Oxford University Press journal, Applied Linguistics. So Ron, welcome.
Thank you, Svetlana. I'm sorry about the time mix-up. I got totally
That's okay.
confused. So yes, I'm very, very proud of Andresa and Raquel. And I think that they represent not a replication of what I, air quotes, taught them, but really just a continuation of a kind of community of practice and growing epistemology that is growing in Brazil around the practice of writing centers. And I know that you, Svetlana, and others here on this call have also been effectuating very interesting practices around what we are calling writing centers in Russia and in Brazil. But I want to emphasize the fact that these are not derivatives of things that have come from the United States. I've always been conscious of the fact that I am an American and I carry American higher ed baggage, and I'm a native speaker of English, whatever that means. And I was always aware of that, and the fact that my mere presence would raise that problem, which was what would be my own approach to language, my own philosophy of what good language is, the validation of languages other than English as being ones that are as legitimate for publication, and in Brazil and elsewhere and so on. And so I'm quite happy that Andresa and Raquel are carrying this on with my foot completely off the gas. I may have gotten a conversation started, but they're carrying on the conversation in ways literally here, more better than I could. And I'm just happy that they are kind of guess, proof positive that it is really a Brazilian thing. And Svetlana and I and others in this call, we say this, I'm talking about this for the kind of some sort of a little bit of insider information background, because last year an article came out, and it's no secret because now it's public knowledge. And this article had to be retracted. I'm going to actually put this in the chat because it's actually kind of interesting to look at this based on considering what I'm going to talk about now, which is, where does our practice come from? The Russian Writing Center practices, the Brazilian Writing Center practices. And if you look at them closely, they are kind of grassroots initiatives that existed before any kind of English language fellows came, and before any British council initiatives, and they may have benefited from those, sure, absorbed them, but they've carried on independently. And I say that.
Thank you very much, Ron, for mentioning this, and thank you very much for your work and dedication, and because it has been retracted, which is a success. Thank you.
Absolutely, because your work, Svetlana, and others here on this call, and the work of Andres and the work of Raquel, and indeed my own work, is totally undermined if the belief is, oh well, all y'all did was take a model and did a Control-C, Control-V for your countries, and you have this, and then of course that detracts from the merits of the work that's there that everybody's carrying on in Russia and in Brazil. But it also undermines what I think is really truly valuable, again, community practice and epistemology that is emerging. And so I'm going to encourage people to read an article that will be published in a couple of weeks in the Writing Center Journal that is a response to that article, to emphasize the kind of work that is emerging in countries outside sort of the global north, that show, and that kind of explains exactly how it is. And I think the best anecdote that I can tell that exemplifies what I'm going to talk about, or what I just referred to, is that in 2020, I believe it was sort of in the middle of the pandemic, and I think that's where I met. That's when I first met Raquel. I hadn't met Andresa yet. In the middle of the pandemic, the US Department of State wanted to endorse an initiative that I started in Brazil. That was kind of a collaboration with state universities and my own university at the time, because I was a professor in Brazil. And this initiative, this special project that the US Department of State wanted to, and volunteered to do, wanted to show their support for what I was doing, involved bringing in English language fellows, virtual fellows, I think 6 of them, who were writing center directors at the time. And so we had the series of talks to talk to Brazilians basically about what writing center practices is. And I encouraged, of course, my team at the time, because I was director of the writing center there, the one that I created at the Federal University of Paraná. I'll put the link in the chat later on for that. And my team kind of, after the first couple of meetings of watching these English language fellows talk about writing centers in the United States, they were like, Ron, you know, I really don't see the relevance of these talks. First of all, they're talking about things that to us seem kind of obvious, but what she said, one of the people said in Portuguese, one of the ones that students had been there the longest time, said, o que a gente faz aqui é muito melhor, which means what we do here is much better than what they're talking about. And they were very proud of that the practices that they had developed were not being reflected in the same way as the ones in the United States, but they actually thought, you know, what we do is very Brazilian, is very relevant to our reality, and what we have is absolutely marvelous. And
okay.
And so I really think it's important to emphasize that that point. That I'm American now. I'm back affiliated to American institution, but don't ever think that what Andresa and Raquel are doing is based on an American initiative. It's very,
No,
very.
we don't actually. Thank you. You raised a very important issue about just the identity of the center. Some have found their identity and their model. Some are still in search, like babies and toddlers. But what's good that we're all professionals in this field and we know our context much better to cater to the needs of local community, which is great. I'm sorry for interruption, but let us make sure that we give equal opportunities to talk. And let me just invite Valeria Yevdesh to talk about her center, which is in Tumen. The floor is yours, Valeria.
Okay, thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be part of this exciting event. And I represent the Center for Academic Writing Impulse, which was created at the University of Tumen in 2016. To make it different from other writing centers, we called it Impulse, which actually reflects its mission to give the university faculty and researchers an impulse to develop their scientific writing and communication skills. And I will share the link to the site, which actually is in 2 languages, Russian and English, just in case if you want to start learning Russian. And it is essential to emphasize that from the first steps, we decided to focus on equipping scholars with necessary skills rather than offering immediate translation services, which is very important, and to provide scaffolding for scholars who wish to publish in international journals. The center offers workshops, courses on various writing issues, as well as individual consultations. While working with researchers, we remain in tune with their writing strategies and anticipate any problems they might encounter. And each time we attempt to modify or create new activities and events so that scholars can achieve their goals quickly and efficiently. For example, we first adapted all our workshops and courses to a reading to writing approach. Later, we decided to develop some specific activities to help scholars overcome writer's block. And today, given the rapid development of artificial intelligence and the fact that many researchers are using machine translators a lot to create their own text, we designed a course aiming to help scholars to prepare text for machine translation and further editing.
I bet this is the best practice of yours of recent years.
yeah, okay. And also, apart from researchers, we also train English language teachers to develop their academic writing skills so that they will be able to disseminate academic writing within the university and raise students' awareness of academic writing skills, which is also very, very important. And today we can say that in many situations, writing skills even is more important than speaking. And it just, at the end of my talk, I would like to say that the center is a good place for networking, for meeting people from different departments within the university, and it is a collaborative and stimulative place to work and learn.
Perfect about timing. Thank you very much, Valeria. Good. And I have a question. What helps you to maintain your activities now?
Well, first of all, I would say that we get the university authorities support, the university leader support, which is, I think, very crucial, right?
True.
Also, we participate in ongoing professional development to ensure that we have enough skills and knowledge to help our scholars, right? We built strong collaborations with different departments and ask them what help they want to get from the Center for Academic Writing, what impulse they would like to get. That's why very often we organize some special events tailoring to their needs.
Okay.
And also I would like to say one thing is also very important is to participate in proactive promotion of your activities and to participate in different events, like for example today's. I think it's one way of promoting writing centers, right?
Okay. Thank you, Valeria. Okay, just to give everyone a chance to talk, let me invite, because I promised that I'm going to be strict about timing, okay? Let me give the floor to Evgenia Habirova, who is from Chelyabinsk. Evgenia, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm really privileged to be part of this wonderful event. I'm a director of the Academic Writing Office at South Ural State University, Chelyabinsk, Russia. We provide support to the university faculty and postgraduate students in writing their research papers. Our goal is to help the researchers develop their publishing and professional communication skills. And here is the link to our website, which is in English. It's in the chat. We started 7 years ago in 2016. At the beginning, we worked mainly with international conference papers. Later on, 3 years later, we changed our main focus to high-ranking journals. And 3 years ago, we started developing online courses and webinars. Last year, we also became responsible for the English content of our university journals, which are part of our national system. At the moment, our services fall into 5 categories. We provide language support in the form of English, Russian translation and proofreading. We also organize individual consultations. We run ERPP courses, lectures, and workshops. We also conduct the university staff needs analysis, and also we offer academic internship for our students of linguistic faculties. All our clients are from the South Ural State University. Most of them are active researchers, associate professors, and postgraduate students. Their research interests comprise various subjects from IT to economics, social sciences, and many others. About a third of our clients have intermediate English language proficiency. The other 2/3 are at a lower or higher level. It means they need not only tutorial and educational support, but also linguistic services such as translation and proofreading. To respond to their needs effectively, we regularly analyze their feedback on our services, and it helps us tailor our online events considering the problems they face. So we never stop developing and improving our services. We keep on communicating with our colleagues from the National Writing Centers Consortium and other experts from many other countries to stay always focused and familiar with new technologies. That's it.
Wow,
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic timing. Thank you very much. That was very interesting because you're rapidly developing. And my question is, you mentioned that you have clients who are of a lower level of proficiency. What are their major challenges?
Okay, their major challenges are with the language, of course, but not only. So they also face such challenges as lack of time, lack of motivation, especially due to the current situation, And they also face limited access to international databases, which altogether distract them from writing their papers effectively.
Oh, yes, thank you. Now, yes, with sanctions, we have lost lots of things, but okay. Thank you. And now my invitation is to Julia Ribuhina, and I'm so glad that you've joined us, Julia. Glad to see you again. Okay, the floor is yours. Could you please tell us a little bit about Eat More Academic Writing Center? You're welcome.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and thanks a lot for inviting me here. Sorry, Svetlana, I did not confirm my participation in a clear way, but I mean, I'm here. So I'm Yulia Ribuhina from Itmo University in St. Petersburg, and our academic writing lab was founded in 2016. So we are quite mature now, or at least adolescent, maybe not that mature. Our colleagues from the University of Arizona, Leslie and Robert Cote, they were at the birth of our lab, and they helped us a lot with the strategies and tactics of this. And I hope, Leslie, we haven't let you down as students. So I'm very, very grateful for that help and for all the courses of academic writing that we had to train us. So to put it very briefly, the academic writing lab in Itmo University is supported by the university. I have to say that we have the financial and also moral support, like we know that we are needed there. And that is very important. And that is why we provide services, we can provide services for a whole range of, so to say, clients, like those who work for the university, from undergraduates to professors, doctors, etc. And we are a very multivore lot. That is, we consult on all the genres, not only on the research papers or review papers, but people can address us for a consultation on a letter of motivation, a cover letter, a personal statement, or a CV, or even on any task that they get from their teachers. Like, for example, I have a PhD student who is struggling with me for a task. And yesterday I told him, sorry, I don't have that much time to work with you individually. I have to give equal amount of time to every student. But if you want to get more, just go to the academic writing lab. Please note, not to me, but to some of my colleagues. Yeah, whoever the director of the laboratory in Anochina appoints. So they can do it. They can even, not all of them realize that, but some of them can come even for a consultation for a text in Russian, because our center, it's not about language. It's about cohesion, coherence, to put it very simply, about logic, about what people will understand from their article or letter or whatever. It's like I always tell them, of course I have decades of experience in a technical university and in STEM, but it doesn't matter. Even in a new domain, we will be able to see the logic. And like Einstein said, explain it to a 5-year-old or to your grandmother. So now I'm a grandmother for them, who has to understand what they have written. Apart from consultations, we also have workshops, like we have our regular workshops on the basics of academic writing or on some specific topics like punctuation, for example. But the people who have come for consultations to us, they are now eager to share their knowledge. Like there are our former and actual clients. They do come to us for a consultation, but they conduct their own workshops on, for example, on LaTeX, I don't know how to say it in English, by the way, on the systems, on AI, on UX, on anything that they would like to share, on how to work within a team of researchers, etc. Our favorite workshop that one of our former clients, so to say, and actual clients gives is from idea to publication, which is very important for the new, for those who are new to the research. Because, for example, some of my colleagues, I am a PhD in linguistics. Many of my linguistic colleagues, they say, how shall I write an article? I said, you have the research, and it's something new for them. Do you have to have research to write an article? So that's like, for them, it's like an essay. So for me, and for us, the laboratory is, it's what Yelena said in the very beginning. It's a kind of cross-pollination. When we do things about coherence, cohesion, logic, etc., they tell us, they let us know new trends in research, and not only in the content, but in the way articles are written these days.
Okay, Yulia, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes, and that's it. Just
okay.
one. Yes,
but just one question. You mentioned one of the workshops, and my question is: do you have something that you're really proud of, plus to that workshop?
Plus to that
some project or practice.
This one, and also I'm proud of what will come in the future. That is, for example, we are going to have a workshop on the limits of academia in academic writing. Like, what can we do not to sound dry, boring, academic? Are there limits to that? Our site is under construction. I'll share the link to the Telegram channel. You'll see what kind of workshops you can see there. And just one final word: the only thing we do not provide is translation. We do not translate. We work with the English texts. That's it.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was watching time. Thank you. We have Inga Zashikhina. I'm sorry, it's not just you're not going to be the last person, because I would like to invite Natasha to say a few words afterward. Inga, the floor is yours. Okay, and that's from the very north of the voice from the very north of our country.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be a part of today's meeting. Yeah, I'm from the Northern Arctic Federal University. I am a coordinator of our interdisciplinary academic communication center. And you see, the name of this university center is a bit different, which means that we cannot follow the same rules, I would say. Speaking about the same rules, I think you have all noticed, or you all know, that we are for writing. We are to teach writing, right? But at this university, we take a written text as just the first text, which can later be used for oral communication of different genres, not only of a research article, but just to begin some collaboration with the partners, to write a presentation, for anything, in fact. And we cater for people of different groups. This year, we have even started catering for those who just live in our city, not only for the people of the university.
Ooh.
At the university, we are connected with three structures mostly, which is the Department of the International Relations, the Department of Research, and also the Center of Excellence. And then we have the support of these three structures. They help us find new collaborations and invite us to different projects. So the projects may be connected with international collaboration, with getting prepared, with preparing a research article, which may have different authors of different disciplines. And then, yes, with working with students. And when we work with the students, we do not always focus on the English. Of course, English is a mirror for collaboration with the international partners. But first of all, we teach them to write academic writing in Russian, because when they know how to write texts in Russian, then they can use that artificial intelligence, which has already been spoken about today. Because you can't keep them from not using that. They still use it, and we know they will. So why not first teach them how to do it correctly using their native language?
And ethically, okay.
That's it. And just to wind it up, I should say that a part of our services is to forward Russian culture and the Russian language. So we organize the schools of Russian language and culture, and this helps us invite new partners to collaborate with our researchers and professors. And these 2 last years, we have a different audience. We are learning how to communicate with the Asian partners, and it's a completely different story. So we are all in the process here. We learn every day, all of us, students of different levels, professors, the administrative staff, and also the city residents who are very happy to study the Chinese language these days. Our site is also under construction, so I can't share the link, but I am sharing the link to our winter school of the Russian language and culture, and there is my contact there, so welcome to
It sounds like an
collaborate.
invitation for collaboration, Inga. It sounds like an invitation for all of us to collaborate on this.
It is. Yes,
okay,
right, absolutely.
Natalia, are you ready to say just a few words about our center, but in a minute, because we have been running out of time, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, of course.
Sorry
I'm
about
ready to say a few words about our center. But while I was listening, I realized that many of the centers do much the same that we do. Well, our mission is to empower the academics and support them in their endeavor to write research articles in English. We provide courses and workshops in research writing in English, and we create a dialogic space at our consultations. So we also run a number of educational projects for researchers, and we try to invent something new to do every semester.
Okay, thank you very much. That was brief, but thank you for your contribution. You see, I know that the timing is really important, and I would like just to thank you all for taking your time and contributing to the discussion. I don't know how about you, but well, I've been enjoying every moment of listening to you. And you know, the thing I've learned that is, okay, we all share like, you know, unity within diversity in terms of our passion for assisting people in their writing journeys, our desire to make this world better, which is great. And I do hope that it's our first meeting actually, but it's not the last meeting. And I would like just to suggest meeting next time, probably at your local conferences or somewhere else, or think of a kind of platform where we can talk more about the practices. And you have all the email addresses on our list. And please, whenever you have an idea for a collaborative project, or whenever you are planning a winter school like Inga does, or whenever you're having a conference somewhere, why don't we share this information with each other? And I think that learning from each other is always beneficial. And like Ron mentioned, we all have different contexts, but still we have lots of common things, common challenges, and together we can find good solutions for our problems. And thank you very much, and my hugs to everyone. Thank you.
And let me, okay, thank you, Svetlana, and let me just say just a few words to wrap up the second day of the conference. I think all conference speakers and participants for an amazing day we've had together, and we have discussed so many aspects of academic writing with and without artificial intelligence. I enjoyed every minute of the day, and I hope that the presentations were beneficial, thought-provoking, and insightful. I wish you all success in your academic career, and I'm sure that our next conference will be even better, because as you know, my motto, the best is yet to come. Hope to see you next year in our next conference. And I do invite you to collaborate, to communicate much more often, because we have so much in common, and there are so many issues that still needs to be explored and addressed. And I was happy to see you all. I love you all, and all the directors of writing centers and all the speakers. and I already miss you. I already miss you.
Don't be. Okay, it calls for a toast, you know. Okay, long live National Consortium of Writing Centers and global writing community. See you next time.
Thank you
Bye.
all. Okay. Okay. Thank you all. And
Bye-bye.
goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.